All right, chat. What's up? Good morning, everybody. Who do we all have here? Ray, what's up? Good morning. Sorry, I had to clean up a mess this morning, and it took a little longer than I thought. But good morning. I hope you guys had a wonderful sleep, got your rest, ready to take on the day. Let's just get right into it. I think we need to. I think there's not enough. There's not enough going on with the overall markets. Why do my things look like that? That's so weird. Let's see. Let me make sure I'm live too. All right, cool. It's already 9:08. Don't forget, hit the like button, subscribe if you haven't already subscribed. And we're going to get right into it. It looks like, I'm going to tell you guys right now, real quick. It looks to me that Amazon's ready to break out. And I was just sitting here looking at Amazon. So, watch the S&Ps here. Now, I've got like two levels, but they're really just one level. Yesterday's highs. Watch yesterday's highs, and you'll notice both times right off of this level right there, buyers stepped in at 520. All right, so I'm going to watch this level here at yesterday's high at 520.98, but 520 in and of itself is where you bounced yesterday. You bounced after hours, and you also bounced there yesterday. You're getting these really nice pre-market moves, but you're not getting it. But you're not getting it during the market hours. But we'll see. That may change today. If we end up breaking this level, which I don't think we have enough news to break it, here's what I would do, guys. I would look at the Dow to make sure that this bounce is going to hold up. This is what I've been watching, and I watched it yesterday. Because, guys, I want to be long financials. Remember yesterday, GLD, Exxon, or like energy. Dude, are you kidding me? They're going to do this right now? Bro. I think that interest rate decision yesterday, there's an interest rate decision yesterday. If you guys don't know and haven't looked at currencies, look at the Dixie this was last night. Look at that tail last night. Let me pull up like a 5-minute chart. And you guys will see here. This wicked volatility. You guys see that candle right there? Look at that. Boom, boom. All right, that was when I think Singapore or whoever cut rates. So you had a rate cut. Now this could be, look at the dollar pulling back right where? Off of that news. Off of that wedge, yes. But, you know, are we going to hold this level? Watch the dollar. Seriously, watch the dollar at this level. If you crack 104.1, then we may have something going for us to help this market go to the upside. But if there seems to be relative strength with the dollar, then that's not helping us out at all. That's not helping the bull case out at all. My personal opinion, see, it's weird because energy is setting up like it's going to go higher. Energy's setting up like it's going to go higher. Look at that. This is either a double top, but this just looks like a nice little bull flag, and it's getting ready to try to rip higher. Another stage higher. Just keep an eye on these things. I explained it yesterday, right? All energy names were going higher. Healthcare, financials were getting sold off. The safety names, all right? Technology was getting sold off. Puff Daddy was getting rolled on, you know? So I'm going to keep this stuff in mind. This is the second breakout that's been taken back. So I'm going to watch how this trades. I'm going to watch how GLD trades and gold trades. And I'm going to take it from there. This is the second time. All right. This was the Fed day, and we're already back to the Fed day. This was a huge breakout. That was a huge breakout. And I said to myself, every day, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 days, should I buy? Should I buy? Nah, man. Just wait till the breakout. Just wait till the breakout, man. No reason to buy and lose on some premium when you don't have to. Just wait for the breakout. What'd I do? I wasn't there for the breakout. So it's all good. I need to remember that I need to just start buying the shares itself. I always think I need to trade options, and that's not the case. I can just buy this thing outright and hold it for a few weeks, a month, or whatever, and not have to worry about the premium. So, all right. So Apple, we'll go to the big five real quick. Market's already getting ready to open. I'm probably going to watch the indexes here. Amazon, Tesla are probably the two that I'm watching. Maybe crypto. So you pretty much have a big bull flag here on Apple. Is what it looks like. That's a huge bull flag. Just one big bull flag. Excuse my language. Excuse me. You know, you got the rejection of 184. It didn't really do anything yesterday. I've been waiting to see if we could get up to 184. I want to see us get up to 173, 174. And please send prayers out to the people that were caught in that bridge collapse. I've been over that bridge many times. So I know where it's at. I can only imagine like what they went through. It's just that cold water. Yeah, this thing is big. They're talking about it on CNBC right now. So let's give out a moment of silence for them real quick. Okay, all right. I mean, you gotta show your respect. So, all right, Apple. I would be watching Friday's low. All right, or what is that? Thursday's low. All right, watch. I would be watching
people
this
missing,
level
and there
right
were
there.
some people on the bridge when it
kind
went
of
down
already
shortly
rejected.
after about 1:30 this morning, East Coast. I want to give you a sense
So if you guys haven't
of the
seen it,
scale
that's
of the
that.
disaster
I mean, I'm
that's
sure you
happened
guys
here at the
have.
port of Baltimore. You can see over my left shoulder here in this direction the actual bridge itself. The
Tesla
highway
180
overpass just sort of jutting
right,
up
I'm
into
watching
the
the
sky,
Tesla
and the
180
bridge is
rejection.
gone from the
See if
horizon.
that
Normally
happens.
that is visible
We have
for
the 20-day
miles
moving
around.
average coming down in there.
You can see this ship, the
Pretty
Dolly, about a
self-explanatory.
1,000-foot vehicle packed with
The
cargo
volume has been
containers,
low.
port to
I feel
stern,
like,
on that, about astern, I should say, on the surface of that vessel, about 7 cargo containers high, just packed. All of that mass moving out of the port of Baltimore and impacting the Francis Scott Key Bridge early this morning, crashing into the cement and steel of that bridge and bringing the entire span down in what appears to be a period of seconds. So for authorities now, a real mystery as to what happened here overnight, why this disaster occurred, who has been injured.
Yeah, Tesla's already made a move. You got to
disaster.
think that this thing's going to pull back.
The cleanup, how
It's
they can
already
get that
up.
bridge out of the water. Carl, the way this bridge fell, it
I'm not
bottlenecked
sure
the
what the
entire
news
harbor
is.
Here in Baltimore. So there's not going to be any
I could just
cargo
go from
ship. There's not going to be any cruise
yesterday's
vessels going in or out of the port of Baltimore anytime soon until they can get that bridge out of the
78,
water.
76.
Then, of course, you're looking at the impact of traffic and trucking on the East Coast. That route, the highway over that bridge is 695, not I-95 itself, but a vital regional artery here for trucks and commerce up and down
It's
the
already
East
up
Coast.
3.5%.
The scale
So
of the
be
disruption
careful, okay?
of this event,
Please
Carl,
be
is
careful.
going to be pretty enormous, and we're looking at certainly nothing moving out of this harbor in the hours and days to come, and then once they're able to clear that harbor, an impact to traffic on the East Coast for just a long period of time. It could be years before they're able to get traffic restored, a new bridge built. All of that,
just thinking
as
about
you know,
that too.
permitting,
Like what
the
they're going to
process
do
for
for
that
people
takes
that work there.
such a long time nowadays.
For people that work
but we
there,
will get some more information here at about 9:30 from officials. We'll see what else they can share with us about what they know now about why this disaster happened. Carl, back over to you.
Eamon, there have been some reports this morning about a potential loss of propulsion. We hope to find out more about that. The market, though, Eamon, rescue recovery is the first and foremost factor here, but the market will begin to look ahead to supply chain.
It's just crazy, you know, because I've been over that bridge and I know what it's like. It doesn't look big.
Carl,
you know, it's long and everything.
The scale of this facility as a port, you know, you don't necessarily recognize it until you get
watching the
down here
video,
on
I'm just
ground,
glad
and
that it wasn't
there's
like
acres and acres of new
you know,
cars
I was glad
here,
that they had the
that
road
have
and
been
everything
delivered, ready to be
underneath of
shipped
them.
out to
And
dealerships across the eastern seaboard. So the auto
you got to
industry
know
is
that they
going
were
to
thinking,
certainly
"Holy
feel
cow,
this.
this
There's
is
a lot
really
of raw
happening
materials
to
that
me
come
right
in and
now.
out of here.
Holy shit.
There's an Amazon
So,
facility nearby here
it's just a
as
fucking
well.
shame.
All of that will be impacted, and the length of the impact here is just unknown.
All right, so I'm going to be watching
bridge is
180.
massive,
Let's see,
Carl.
we're going to
I can
come
tell
in with a
you, it is
gap
in
up
the
on
water
Tesla
right
here,
now.
and I want to
Listing
look for a
off to one
pullback
side
off the
from our
bell.
angle here is listed.
All right, I want to look for a pullback off the bell on Tesla. I want to see that 180 rejection, 20-day rejection. I'm not sure what the news is all about here with it. Reports suggest Italy has approached the company about electric truck production. Okay, I don't know if that's enough to get things cracking. But what I would look for is a pullback, okay, down back into like 174. Okay, a 180 rejection, 174 target. All right, a 174 target. All right. Let's go to Coinbase real quick. You guys can see this thing is trying to hold, or was this morning. All right, you have this little area right here from yesterday's highs that I would watch. You can see it tried to break out of this pennant here. I gotta hurry up. Got 10 minutes. You guys can see this little pennant that it was forming. You have this trend line here. Look for a pullback into the trend line. That's what I'm looking for. Again, I did this with a 4-hour, I think. So I may have to fix it. I don't know why I should have to fix it on each time frame exactly. How did I know? You gotta be kidding me. Don't be surprised if you do get a hold of 270 as well on Coinbase. Watch Bitcoin. Keep an eye on Bitcoin so you know what Bitcoin's doing, and you know. So what you can see here is we're trading back underneath, right? And we're trading back inside the pennant. So that would tell me that we're looking to take this thing back down to 270. I would be looking for 270. All right, I'd be looking for 270. Let's see if you can break 275. Gotta break 275. So let's pull this up. So you see us up here. That's us. All right, that's us. So right up there. You had a nice test of it yesterday. And you were unable, it looks like you're unable to hold 282. So, you know, maybe you do catch a bounce. I mean, you are back in a decent range to where like your 90 MA and VWAP's all going to be right there as well. You know, I just think, let me see here. Let me see this real quick. Let me do some work real quick. Yeah, I just think you need a pullback on Coinbase. Not just because I think you need a pullback. Man, this sucks because I wasn't able to get much work done yesterday. I had some other stuff to do, and I feel like that's when I do worst. But we got some ideas. All right, we got some ideas. Yeah, I want to see if we can get ourselves a pullback. You know, 270 looks like to me 270 would be the area I'd be looking for. So if we could get like a 280 rejection and see if we can't take it back down to like 270. 270. Yeah, 270. Even though we tested it yesterday. All right. Yeah, I'd be looking for a 270 rejection. 30-minute, 5-minute. So let's see if we can bounce when this bell opens on Coinbase. And see if we can, let's see if we get a bounce off the close, or off the open. Okay, we bounce off the open. And I'm going to look for a pullback down into 270 on, 270 short target. I don't know. It's tough. Like, where would the rejection be, right? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Where would the rejection be if we bounced? Obviously, pre-market highs would be 1. So you can see this area right there has been a little area of rejection. Now look, if we end up holding, you got to watch for this, guys. Look at this daily chart. Watch 280. If we sit here and stick 270, 279, bro, if we stick this level here and hold it, see, every time we were here last time, what'd it do? What is that? 278.73, you sold off. 278 or 280, sold off. 280, sold off. All right. I think we look for a pullback to yesterday's high. Not yesterday, but Friday's high. And see if we can't take this thing to 300. 299. I mean, really, I'm going to be honest. You got room to 320, bro. You got room to 320. 350. You got real room to get there. I would look for that pullback right there. I would look for that pullback into this pivot high area, whether it's 270, 274, 70, or 275, 274.75, and 275. That 25-cent range. So 275, 270. That's what I would be looking for. A pullback in the Friday's high. Right? A pullback in the Friday's high. Monday, Friday. No, that's Thursday. That's a Thursday high. And you already made it support. So, let's see what happens here. Let's see what happens here. All right? Maybe we do get that pullback. But if we do, every other time that we pulled back off of 208. All right? Every time we pulled back off of 208. Look at the price action. Or 280. I'm sorry. 280. Yeah, 280. You can see here, look at that area there. It pulls back in it. You get support off of where? 280. 280. Right? You're seeing something here, right? Right there. 280. You bounce. It rejects. It tries to reclaim it. Right? Tries to reclaim it. Look, it breaks up through it. You come in with a gap down. Right on the level. 280. Rips off of it, and then what's it do? It immediately rejects it and breaks and falls. Get a pop. 280, sell. 280, sell. 280, sell. You break through it. 280, sell. 280, sell. I mean, that's all it is. That's all it is. It's a little bit more to it than that, but damn, y'all. It's crazy. First puffy, then the bridge. I just hope those people are okay. I really do. It makes me sick to my stomach that they could not get that. They could not evacuate that bridge. The boat called beforehand. They said the boat called prior, and they weren't ready. All right, see if Coinbase can hold here at 282. Where would the targets be? It would be 300. 300, 299. That's the next level in my opinion, is 300. All right, 300. Where are we? We got 3 minutes, guys. I want to go through Amazon real quick. BTC USD. Man, you know what? See if we can get a pullback on Bitcoin. I wouldn't mind seeing if we could. Right here. Wait. Right there. I'm sorry, gang. I'm sorry, gang. Bang. All right, let's go to Amazon real quick because that's the second one. All right, you guys can see here what Qs are trying to bounce. It looks like. Fuck. Okay, guys, get ready, gang. Get everything typed in. Get ready. Be up on your shit. Let's go. All right. Oh, Amazon broke. It broke. All right, it broke. Never mind. You can see here, I was drawing this pennant there. All right, and it was holding. You can see it was holding that top side there. Pulled right into it, and then now it's breaking and pulling back. Not sure what's going on there. Fuck. All right, 180, 192. Fuck. I don't know now that it didn't hold. Because you have that level right there. Alright, good luck today, guys. Watch for a bounce on Amazon at yesterday's close. Right there at that yesterday close. Alright, and what did we say? We said a pop right off of the bell. Pop right off the bell on Tesla. Right into that 20-day moving average. Come on, gang. Let's get it. Bro, what is going on here? I cannot see the daily chart. I can't see the daily chart, guys. That's a problem. That's a problem. Bro, you're kidding me, bro, right? You're kidding me, bro. Oh, shit. It's above it, gang. Fuck. I'm not going to get it. I'm not going to get it. I am not going to get it. I am not going to get it. Shit. Obviously, I am also watching, PDT, PDDT, whatever the hell you want to call it. 176, 76, 366, open interest, 10, 4,000, 1,000, 8,000, so 175. 175, 175, 175. I'm watching 175. What do you mean, thanks for the clarification? Carl, stop acting like you're all friendly and shit. You know damn well you don't like Trump. Dumbass mother flipper. Bro, the volume's not coming in. Tesla's going pretty crazy right now. Alright? Tesla's going a little nuts right now. I know my charts are a little, whatchamacallit. Dude, they're going ham, bro. Alright, shit. I almost took it. I almost got sucked in right there, cut! Oh, snap. That would have been awful. Oh, shit. Damn. This thing is just flying, bro. Flying around, cuz. Please be careful, guys. They may not move this thing. This thing is not moving at all. It's gotta pull back. I just don't want to get premium burned. I do not want to get sucked in on that premium, bro. It keeps breaking above the 90 MA or VWAP, and then it comes back down. Bang, that would be an entry there, that 130 level. Dude. See what I mean, guys? That's crazy. Shit, I probably should have took it there, but I'm going to hold off a minute, guys. Here we go. Here it comes. Here it comes. Here it comes. Look, they still don't want to. They still don't want to pay you, bro. I'm telling you guys, you got to watch Tesla because they be scamming the shit out of y'all. Or us. Or everyone in general. It's actually pretty crazy because they don't want to. They do not want to pay y'all. They don't want nobody to get paid. And that's crazy. They're just going to stick it. Look, they're just sticking it up there. The longer they sit it there, the longer people are going to get nervous. They run it up in their face. I don't know. I think it's pretty shady if you ask me. The way Tesla's been trading lately, it's garbage. Look at it. It has not moved. A lot of volatility, but it has not moved. I am looking for that downside, though. I need to get this thing cheap enough. Look at that. Look at that breakout. Look at that. That's what I'm talking about, guys. That's why you got to watch out. Bang, I should have took it right there at $1. Look, and then it drops. Fuck. Oh, my God. I just can't do it. I just can't do it right now. Wait, hold up. Like, I'm not just going to sit there and have this thing I'm just not going to get ran up on. This thing's already up 3%. So look, let's do our homework here on Tesla. 172.65. We're at 182. You're already done pretty much a full ATR on Tesla. You're almost at a full ATR. We could have a massive short squeeze going on here, guys. We could have a massive short squeeze going here. This is why it pays to be patient and wait. Pick your spots. I know I struggle with it too, where I gotta, take a breather and look at 15-minute chart out. I got way too much going on this chart, bro. For real. All right, 183. So I'm looking at this level right here. All right, I'm looking at this level right here and see what happens if we get it when and if we get into it. 182. Oh my God, did we already reject and miss it? Oh my gosh, you're kidding me, bro. All right, so that's a nice little hold. If we can get another pop back into 182, I'll try it out. All I got to do is click the button. That's all I got to do. Alright, that's all I got to do. Just watch out, man. This thing may just continue and continue and continue. Coinbase pulling back like I thought. That's a nice move to the downside. Watch. What did we say? 170. Watch 170. We're already there. We're already at 170. We're already at 170. Fuck. I really feel like I want to take this thing short on a bounce. And I'm going to miss it because I'm got other stuff going on here. Give me the SPY. Listen, if this thing does start to squeeze, we could watch Ford selling off, Neo, Lucid, TSLA. Look, they're all pulling back except for Tesla. Toyota, still green. This thing just goes up every single day. All right, Tesla pulling back, Ford. RDDT, Reddit. All right, Reddit's pulling back on some volume here.
By the way, you see the resumption of trade on DJT there, now up some 34%. Jim, in terms of
I mean, after that 10, you become the continent launch.
All right, AMD. That volume on that breakout just got... Damn it, I could have got it at 80 bucks. How is this thing just grinding higher, bro? I almost got short right there. Look, I almost got short. And I'd be down money. Don't fight the trend, gang. Don't fight the trend. What did I say? Fuck. This is crazy, bro. Alright, we're almost there. We are almost there. Right there. That's crazy, bro. That move, that's insane. They're just getting hurt. Fuck, I should have bought some calls on this thing, bro.
Microsoft, speaking of which, gets up to 500 from 475 at Webpush. But he's talking about what he calls a transformational co-pilot monetization.
Well, Microsoft was very much in evidence last week at the GTC conference for NVDA. They have a lot going. I also think that it's interesting that the new PC that's AI being created is a Microsoft PC, not an HP, not a Dell, but a Microsoft. And they're going to be able to put a button on with such good AI. I was on this morning, I was on ChatGPT, and I do prefer Claude 3 because Claude.
And there it goes. That was a really nice rejection off of that 426 level. Really nice rejection. I'm not sure if anybody saw that, but that level right there, 425, 425. Look at that right there at 426. That was a beaut of a short if you took that. Look at that right there, 426. You pulled right into it. Fuck. I missed it. I didn't see it. There's the SPY pulling back. It's only right that the SPY pulls back because Tesla's going higher. And those puts are at 79 cents right now. Some people losing their ass right now, I'm telling you. I know they are. Somebody's trying to fight the trend like a goofball. Alright, Coinbase getting a pop off of that 170. Alright, I'm going to start looking for a trade here. Come on, are we going to break above and hold VWAP? And look, we're on that trend line too, guys. Look at Coinbase. We're not there yet, I guess.
It's really interesting. I'm not using Google nearly as much. Really? As I'm, oh no, I mean, like, go talk to my 29-year-old. She says, who was like, I had to stop her from Googling her homework, yeah? She's dead.
Fuck.
It's Google, really? So, she's friendly with Claude 3.
Does that lead you to think about Alphabet, or at least the search business, in a different way?
Yes, it does. I am trying to figure out.
You guys see that? Look at that. Look at that. Just beautiful, right? I don't think you can argue that trend line there on Coinbase. I want to see if we get back up to 280. See what happens if we get back up to 280. See what happens if we get back up to 280 and we get a 280 rejection. Oh, look. Bro, oh shit. Tesla might be pulling back now. Damn it. Alright, SPY is trying to hold where that level I was telling you guys about. Or at least it's trying to hold yesterday's high. The double top from yesterday. SPY is trying to hold that double top from yesterday. I have not taken anything just yet. I don't know what the volume's like. Oh wow, the volume is garbage. The volume today is poop. Look at that, the volume is garbage, gang.
Somewhat in that realm of mega cap tech names, Jim. Netflix today, B of A takes it off the US 1 list and replaces it with Spotify.
I would watch the Dow. Also, at least I am. I'm going to watch the Dow to see if I can't try my financial trade. Like Goldman Sachs. Okay, the Dow's... the Dow's just holding that level there. You can see this level here at 393. That's your level, guys. If the Dow breaks, watch for 391. Watch this level right there. Watch yesterday's close if you end up breaking this level. If that's the case, I'm looking at Goldman Sachs. We could get a nice pullback on Goldman Sachs. All right, financials. All right, GLD pulling back. It just feels like it doesn't want to hold these gains. I mean, it could. And look, Tesla's still going higher, guys. Don't fight the trend. Don't fight the trend. Sorry, I don't have... Wait, I got to move this over and bring chat back up. My fault. Not that anybody's here, but... What y'all think about this P. Diddy stuff? Let me know. You think he's a sicko? You think he's guilty before he's been proven guilty? You think he's innocent before proven guilty? You think he's just a little nut? You think trafficking means that they weren't that they have to be below age? So there was a real good point made yesterday in which, let's say they go on tour and they have women, even if they consent, right? Really, they have to, like, you know, you could give consent, but that doesn't mean that the cops ain't going to come after you. So if you have a bunch of women or even men and women in a tour bus and y'all are on tour, they could still get you for trafficking. Technically. Crossing state lines, like... Bro, this thing just cracked 182. Are you kidding me? Alright, so we are now back above that level, bro. On Tesla of 180. I think you gotta look for a pullbacks in the 180 and look for that gap fill up there. This is a huge move. 177 to 183. From yesterday's close, that's a 173 to 180. That's a $10 move from yesterday's close. So keep those things in mind. We should be due for a little bit of a pullback here, hopefully. Wow, look, we held that level too. That's crazy. This thing pumping, bro. Pumping. Don't fight it. I'm telling you guys right now, don't fight it. Not with that volume. Alright, so we got the S&Ps hanging out here at 521. Let's see. Let's check on semiconductors. I feel like they have... Oh, shit. Shit. It already broke the level now. Damn it. As soon as I looked over... I still don't feel comfortable. Look, they're going to suck people in this thing. We might be able to set up for a long here, guys. I'm being serious right now. You might get a long here. They might be setting you guys up setting us up for a long. You know, I think we need a little bit more time on the 15-minute. But I'm going to be honest. Come on now. Why would you do that?
This is our future, Mom. GoDaddy Arrow creates a logo, website, even social posts in minutes.
I know it. We're going to pull back to 180.69 here.
Who wants to come see the future? Get your business online in minutes with GoDaddy Arrow.
At Baird, we have a different slant on global financial advice.
Fuck, I should have took it right there. Damn it. Look, they're holding this thing up. Look at the support that's coming in on 181.50. Look at that, 181.50. They just boom, boom, boom. Every time it got down there, it quickly rejected. Let's see what happens if it does end up breaking.
I'm Tony Steve, digital strategist at AmericanEagle.com. Our clients have complex website and digital marketing needs. Badgley Mishka, a high-end fashion brand, needed to expand their
I would look at the 182.50s for your put, but I don't think you're going. I think it's stupid to buy puts right now. Just because you don't, you could get wiped out. You know what I mean? This thing has went from 260 to 160. It's went $100. There's still probably a lot of people short in there. All right, there's still a lot of money that's probably on the short side of this, and it could have a ways to go. Including the gap up you've done its ATR. See what I mean? Don't try to get cute with this thing. It's not. It's time to go long. Let's see here. So if the daily chart we opened up, or we pulled back to 177 and 188. So $10 takes you right to the 50-day moving average, and that gap fill. So that's probably where you're going right now. You're probably going to that gap fill, and the 50-day. Come on, man. I need a flipping trade here. I need something. I should have went long Coinbase. I don't like that rejection on Coinbase. That's taking back a lot of that move. Coinbase might be trading sideways today, guys. So I may not look at Coinbase today. It may just be an inside-out type of day for Coinbase. Tesla. Let's look at the... Okay, ARM is still going today? Is that true? Is ARM really up that much? That was one of the stocks on our list yesterday. Yep, it is. She grinding higher.
Let's check it out. It says here it gets plenty of light. And this must be the ocean view.
Of Aruba.
Struggling a little bit there. It's a nice tail from yesterday. This is... You've already... Oh, never mind.
It says here inviting cool. Come on over.
Too inviting.
Only AT&T gives businesses our best deals on any iPhone. Get iPhone 15 Pro on us.
Hello, Mia. Are you ready to meet your wife?
Man, we really need to upgrade your trash talk.
We really need to upgrade your trash talk. That's so funny.
Shut. Take her.
Who programmed you? See you tomorrow.
Baidu, AI. I don't want to forget about some of the names I'm watching. So watch AI here. It's right into the 50-day, that double bottom. It's already made the damn move, didn't it? That sucks. Damn it. I gotta put on for y'all. Look at this bear flag, guys. Popping off on AI. Look at that bear flag. What's up, Chris? Look at that beautiful bear flag we have going on right here. That is a beaut. Holy watch the 50-day moving average. Tesla's, those puts are still going down. Down, down, baby. No standing over here. Come on. Hanging out with Pup Daddy. Look, here it goes. Come on. Look at that bull. Look at that bear flag. The thing is, I don't think you have much to go. It's going to do it now. All right, if it's going to do it, it's going to do it now. Just watch out in case it tries to break out to the upside, which it could do. It may break out to the upside, and what I would watch is a failed breakout, right? Like it goes out, and then it tries to pull back to test. Let me go a little bit further, because it'll go a little further, right? And then you'll get this pullback, and does it hold this area right there? Does it hold like 27.85? Or the second scenario, the second pump fake, is that it does it to the downside, where you get this breakdown, it bounces back to the 9 EMA, right to the bear flag, and then, or it goes higher. It doesn't reject once it bounces back to it. So watch for the move out. Don't make the move. And then see what happens on the pullback off of this move out of this bear flag is how I would play this. And I think it may go to the downside. I think it just might. You have the 50-day, you have the 100-day, you have all that stuff sitting right there, up in your face, up in your shiz. And I think it's going to have a hard time. I think AI is going to have a hard time right now. Give me 1 second, Chris. Sorry. What's up, bro? I know. Well, you see P. Diddy on there? What happened to my guy, bro? Yo, you know what's crazy? See, look, there we go. Like I said, let's see if it breaks out and then it pulls back, and that pullback doesn't hold, and that's a failed breakout. Everybody was talking about that jet yesterday. I'm like, yo, all these people on Twitter that like try to cover breaking news, bro, if all they had to do was look up Casey and her friends, it was her and her girls that been going out all weekend on this jet. He was nowhere near the jet at the time. All they had to do was do a little bit of homework, but nope. Let's just type everything that we see. TMZ said that the plane's going here. Okay, is there a picture with Diddy on the plane? Nope. Because if you did your work, you'd have seen there's like 8 girls on there, 8 broads, out having fun on somebody else's dime. They just running around. And that was posted probably at like 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock Eastern Standard Time when they were in when they landed. So I don't know if there was a birthday party or what, but yeah, it was just a bunch of those chicks riding around on the plane. Diddy wasn't doing shit. Diddy ain't doing shit except drinking and partying. That's it. Yo, Chris, what's crazy though? You know, I know he might be messed up and shit, but, you know, he likes to party a lot, and a lot of people are talking about, like, Cat Williams, this and that. And when he says you got to tell Puffy no, he just means like, bro, this motherfucker want to party every single night. And you got a family, or you just don't want to, right? After a while, this shit will get old. But, you know, I just think people are on the government side and the Fed side a little too quick. Not to say that he ain't no nut and that he's like, you know what I mean? I'm sure he's done a bunch of people dirty, but you know, the whole underage shit, you got to think about his kids that are in there. You know what I mean? Would his kids just hang around that shit if their dad was doing that? I don't think so. I really don't. Did they do some crazy shit? I'm sure. But trafficking could mean you have consent by a bunch of women and you're on tour and you run across state lines. They can just say, yeah, we're going to just give this to the DA and say y'all trafficking women. That don't mean you're guilty, but we're just going to give it to you and see if it sticks and take you to trial. So I just wish people would understand that part. You know what I mean? Now, if it comes out that he's got all kinds of stupid shit going on, then it is what it is. You know, but I wouldn't be so quick to trust the government so fast. You seen what they did with Young Thug, right? He owns 5-6 houses, lets his friends and other people stay there, and he takes care of a community of people, and they find guns there, and then it's his problem. Then they put their gun charges on him. When he ain't been in that house for 2-3 years, living out in Cali, but getting charged for something that's going on outside of it. Like, it's just like, you know, you just gotta watch, because they ain't your friends. You see what they doing to Trump. You see what they're doing to Thug. Like, you know, these people you don't trust. They have a motive. But anyway, let me get back to the market. My bad. Yeah, Tesla going wild. All right. That's a nice double top up there. All right, so look, you have your 9 EMA right here. This may be a point of an entry for the long side. Let's see if they take the long here. Look at the 9 EMA VWAP coming up, right up at that level. Do we have anything else there? Oh, Fed Composite comes out. Of course it does. This is a huge gap up. That's a $10 gap up. That's like a full move. Look, you're seeing it right now. You just saw it. We're live in the flesh right there. See how they just came in and bought in front of VWAP in the 9 EMA? There's algorithms that, and you guys can do this, right? You can be an institutional trader. You would see what I just saw, and you would just put your order right above it and let it sit there and see if you get filled. But look, it's a low volume bounce. 73. I'm thinking about a put. I am. I'm thinking about it. I'm thinking about a 175 put. I just don't know if they want to pay them. I don't know if they want to pay out. His car for a few weeks and he left his gun in it, and in his car for a few weeks and he left his gun in it, and when my boy got his car back, he got pulled over. The cops tried. Exactly, Chris. Exactly, bro. I'm just saying. So now I think a lot of these rappers need to start thinking about, we got 8-9 broads on the bus. Even though they gave us consent, they still might come after us and say we were trafficking women because we crossed state lines with a bunch of women. Like, it sounds crazy and petty that, like, to even come up with an assumption like that, but they might have to start doing that now. Just in case one of them goes and says something bad. Now they're going to have to start getting paperwork that, yeah, we got Tina, Amy, Ashley, all these, you know what I mean? They're on tour with us for a few weeks, and whatever happens, happens. Here's their consent. They got to sign papers, this, that, the third. It's like, you know, hey, listen, though. I'm not saying that the motherfucker is innocent. You know what I mean? I do not put a bunch of sick shit past him, all right? But I just hate when people just all of a sudden just take the government side and not fully understand that, you know, they just saw this girl get $40 million. If you don't think that the state wants their money, and then you get people twisting up Cat Williams' words by saying sometimes you got to tell Puffy no. Like, that's because the motherfucker drinks every night and parties, wants to party all the damn time. Like, it's not like he's saying, like, straight calling him out, like, oh, you got a bunch of little kids in there, this, that, the third. Like, we'll see. We'll see what happens. Now the video with the one little girl. The only thing I see weird about that is the daddy part. All right, he's got his kids behind him, and I'm pretty sure. I'm just saying, if you got your kids there and your kids have a normal, somewhat common sense, they wouldn't be in the same house and hanging out with somebody doing that to little kids. I would hope not. And then all these other people that know that's going on, but nobody said anything. That's why I don't think it's really like that. Michael Jackson acted a little funny around kids, it's just something he did, right? To get that type of thing. It's like you're just assuming that all this stuff was going on because they put the word trafficking behind it. You know what I mean? That's all. Because watch him go to trial and say, yeah, you had this girl. You told her to do this while you were drinking this, that. I'm sure there's going to be stupid-ass stories. I'm sure there is. But if they bring up a case, it's just like the airplane. I try to tell them, like, yo, stop. Just stop. There's like 4 or 5 main people that put out stuff on Twitter. And if they did a lick of work and confirmed, all they had to do was go to Casey, find out who her friends' names were, and all they had to do was go to Instagram to see that it was her and 8 of her friends on that plane yesterday. They were posting pictures all weekend. You know what? Exactly, bro. LeBron, like all these other people, I don't think they would just casually hang out with him. Does he do some funky, weird, nut-ass shit? Yes, I'm sure. I'm sure when he gets a little drink in him, he starts drinking, he gets crazy and does stupid shit. And I don't have to go into details about that. But, you know what I mean? The fact that, like, he's trafficking little kids, this, that, like, I'm just going to wait. Because it could be a bunch of women just going after him, mad as shit. They seen What's-Her-Face just get $40 million. The state just saw that. They all want their money. And they'll be like, oh, he forced me to do this, that, the third. I felt threatened. Right? All they got to do is, I felt threatened, so I ended up doing that. I ended up doing that line or this, I ended up going over and hanging out. I don't know. I just think that, like, to say trafficking, I would hope that they had their evidence. And just because they show up with a SWAT team don't mean shit. Because they did it with Young Thug, and then you've seen the court case that they're putting on right now, and it's garbage. That thing is rushed. So just because they bring out the whole squad, this, and they say, well, he got it in California and Miami. Well, it's going to be pretty easy to get in Miami when you got DeSantis with somebody that's a known Democrat. He'd be like, hell yeah, take him. I'm sure there ain't going to be no issues with that. But, I don't know. Maybe they do. Maybe some shit does come out. And I'm going to feel bad for his kids. Like, I'm going to be like, yo, how could y'all just sit around like that? I don't give a shit if your dad said he was going to beat your ass and kill you. Like, come on, bro. Like, you're still living in the same house? Bro, it really is, bro. And that's a good thing for him. I'm glad it is. I'm glad it is. Alright, here we go. And that's the thing, too, like you said with your friend. It's like they come up with a reason to find something. Like let me just get a little reason to bring to the just so I could get to the house because I'm going to find something. I'm going to find an ounce or a couple pounds of weed. I'm going to find some tax papers. I'm going to find something that I can just use to stick you. Right? Like, let me just use the 4 girls I got that you brought on tour or flown around state lines, country to country. They want to put a case against you. And then hopefully I find more. I don't know. I just think all the other people that were around him, if there was some really, really weird shit going on like that, I think you would, I think that there would be a little bit more that, like you said, that would have already kind of came out. Because somebody's really ready with their phones. For the past 10 years, we've had iPhones. For the past 15 years, we've had iPhones. You're not going to tell me somebody would not use that against them to get some money. Even just to get a few million up under their belt to start their life. You're crazy. That shit, somebody would have already framed his ass and set him up. There's a lot of hungry people out there. I would, at least that's what I feel. At least that's what I think. Is that our bounce back short for AMD? You know what's so funny? CNBC has not picked up a lick of it. They talked about Trump. They will bring up all these other things. They have not talked about about what happened yesterday. At least I have not seen it come up on CNBC yet. I have not seen it. I have not seen it. A big Democratic person, vote or die, this, that, the third. Crazy, bro. You just keep putting your people down. And it's crazy that they stand up for it. They just telling them to vote for Biden and Harris, just knowing that everything that they're going to pass is to get more involved in your life and to fuck you up. They're going to try to get you, and it's to get money out of you. Because they're not your friends. I know they're not. Ask me how I know. And it ain't because I live 15 minutes away from the man. You guys don't remember. You guys forget when they just go up in your phone calls. They can do whatever they want with you guys. It's not okay. You should be innocent until proven guilty. They should have a reason to come after you, not just because we want to just turn on our shit and just see what you're doing today. It's just crazy. The $600 here. Yeah, we're gonna propose a $600. Any transfers of $600 or more, not only will be reported to the IRS, but you're gonna have to pay taxes on that. That's because they want to know who you are, what you're doing, and they want to take your money. They are not your friend, and they show it every single day with a lot of shit that they do. A lot of the stuff that they propose is to know who you are. And it's okay. I don't trust them. I really don't. I do not trust them. Because I know that they use it in a way to set your ass up for failure. You are in AMD short. I'm thinking about it, but look at this volume that came in. I want to see if we bounce back to VWAP one more time, Chris, and see if that does reject again. Then I'll get into it. That's what I'm watching right now. Because right now you are holding that prior top. You have a double bottom down here. So let's see here if it holds that 9 EMA. What I'd watch for on AMD is a pop. Look at the volume, how it just fell out of bed there. Let's see if it can pop into VWAP, or if this level doesn't hold. If that level doesn't hold, or if VWAP doesn't hold. I want to see another test of VWAP. Alright, 1 minute's underneath of it. The volumes, I think the volumes just fell out of bed. And keep an eye on Apple too real quick. I'm going to go back to AMD. It's probably going to fall out of bed right now. But if we can get Apple right, see, Apple might be it's got some volume with it. You have Friday's low or Thursday's low being rejected on Apple right now. All right, and then we have, I was wanting 173, 174. I missed it Friday. I want to see if we get another shot at 173 to 174 on Apple. Keep that one in mind as well. Let me go back to AMD. Microsoft, that's the second test of VWAP short. That was a nice play on Microsoft. I did not see this. I came in kind of late. I was up doing stuff last night and early this morning. 426 rejection. You opened, went right into it, and rejected that level. That was a really nice short if anybody took that. Yeah, there you go. Let's see if we can get the volume to start to come up a little bit. Because if you pull all the way back down here on low volume, I would still expect 177 to hold. There you go. That's exactly what you needed right there. Fuck. Where are we headed? 174? I think you're going to... Let's get this bounce here. On this bounce back to the... that's where I would be looking to take it if you do believe in this short. Again, you guys might be in this thing a lot at a better spot than me, but come on, hit that 9 EMA. Let's see. 15-minute as well. You just rejected the 15-minute trade line. That's a nice short right there. Fuck. I missed it. Sorry for cussing. I missed it. Unless it bounces back again. I might try to take that with you guys. What are we down? 0.5%? Just be mindful that some of the other names are up today. Like ARM and a few others. Not sure what that's going to play out on. Fuck. I just don't know if it's going to give you the follow through today. I mean, the volume's not terrible. It's not great, but it's not terrible.
So I was going to say, inflation is going to be a key question mark, right? I know you're not necessarily forecasting the announcement in the soft landing camp, but if we continue to get further inflation readings and that changes the trajectory, then do you
See, this is what I hate. When you get that volume and it doesn't give you the follow through. There you go. What are we looking at here? Shit.
You're just taking the year off, David.
You are still agreed to lower hydrogen sulfide and coke gas.
Those 175 puts on Tesla are now 65 bucks. 172.50. So what are we looking at? 175, 14, 175 looks like a good 175.
We've got lots more Silicon here on Squawk on the Street. After the break, we'll head live to Baltimore for the very latest on that major bridge collapse following a collision.
Tesla's been cutting prices in some markets in the face of fierce competition from rivals. Elon Musk now taking some steps to jumpstart sales.
Yeah, that's a nice bounce and a 50-day rejection there, guys. That's a nice short. Good job. Good job on that, Chris. I'm not sure when you got in there, but that's a really nice trade. If we could just get some follow through, like get the markets behind us or something. Like the SPY right now, it's kind of struggling.
After the FDA notified the company that available clinical data from its phase 3
Man, if you could get the market to pull back, that's all you would need for AMD. And that, I think that would help it to the downside a lot.
treatment for steroid refractory tooth growth graft versus host disease. That's Michael Echo Sandy Oscar that was announced last night, late last night by Mesoblast. That's Michael Echo Sandy Oscar.
To protect, empower, and grow. With everything you need to deliver the best.
I'm not going to be... Look, I'm going to look for a 178. I'm going to try for a 178 short if it bounces to 178. But I'm not sure if it will on AMD. I might just keep looking. Yep, here it goes. Let's see if we can get a bounce and reject 178.
All words you want from your bank. For nearly 160 years, PNC Bank has been brilliantly boring, so you can be happily fulfilled.
Pivot high.
Pretty unboring if you think about it.
38.2 is 178.22. And there's that bounce. Right up into 178. Come on. 175. Got in at 178.78. Price got under pre-market low. Then retested, so I took it and rejected 50. Exactly. I just noticed that too. That's why I congratulated. I'm like, yo, that's a sick trade, bro. You got a little bit of increase in volume there too. I'm looking at the 175s right now. I would just watch that area right there, 178. Yeah, that's awesome, man. I was trying to see if we could get another test of VWAP. I would just be careful because it feels like look at the volume. It kind of just like, You would have loved to have seen an extension just to break lower, unless we're going to do it right now. It's 10:15. Like, once we get back above the 9 EMA on the 1 minute, then we got to watch for another test of VWAP. And then is that, like, you know, so just be careful that this thing, if it pays you, it could move sideways. It could. I don't want to scare anybody out of their position, or, you know, I just want them to just keep in mind that it may not be a trade today. But yeah, no, that's a really nice setup, bro. I like what you did there. And there it is. Come on. I need to have the time and sales up. I haven't been watching time and sales. And not time and sales, but level 2. Okay, look at this. Okay, yeah, look at that level right there at 178. That could be a nice rejection level. Right there. You guys can see that that was that prior.
Here at the Port of Baltimore that they had lost propulsion, and that was enough notice, Governor Wes Moore said just moments ago.
Yeah, look at that. That should be a nice rejection right there. Just stay below that. See, it broke above it, 178. Like I'm with you, man. I think everything just. Let's see. 172. I am so close to taking this thing with you. I just want follow through. I'm just gonna be pissed if this thing just sits sideways today. That's a nice entry, Chris. You could have already gotten some profit off on that. That's a nice trade, bro. Wow, in that cold ass water. Alright, the Dow start trying to bounce by.
What his prognosis is for reopening shipping here at the Port of Baltimore. If he has any early indication of how long commerce is going to be stopped at this major East Coast port, he said it's simply too early to say that right now.
What a shame. That's so crazy. So they're saying that a lot, like some people were able to walk away, and that's why I said it's a good thing the bridge fell the way that it did.
One has been hospitalized. One was remarkably able to walk away on his own power.
There we go. So that's initial morning low test right there with VWAP.
Real brush there.
Let's see what happens there. I don't like that increase in volume though.
And they are continuing to look. I asked.
Yeah, because the bridge kind of just like soft. I'm not going to say softly because it was probably quick. The bridge is a lot bigger than it looks. It's a lot taller than it looks. But I just feel terrible. Yes, that's what we want right there. You see that quick rejection away from VWAP? That's what we wanted. That's what we want right there. That quick pullback off of VWAP. Come on, let's go. Let's start sending it in. Come on, gang. Come on, bro. AMD. We're screaming the other side on AMD right now. 178. We're going to construct it better than before. Why not do it the first time better than before? Man, I hope people... That's just got to be terrifying. You're sitting on a big-ass bridge like that, and then the boat and the bridge just starts collapsing in front of you, and you're like, oh, fuck. Like, really? Like me? This had to happen to me? And you didn't think it would happen to you. That's just... sucks, man. 10 contracts, took 3 off at the bottom. Nice. Look, bro. If I were you, you do what you want. I'm just going to let you know what I would do. If I had 10 contracts, I'd have had at least half off at that 177 because we have no volume. Technically, in the grand scheme of things, all right, this is an increase in volume. This is a low volume pullback off the 50-day. Like, look at that volume. So, you know, I would do you just, you know, unless you got like 2-3 weeks or something. But if you're in weeklies, the market's not open Friday, so they're going to start decaying a little bit faster than you might think. You know, just do your damn thing. I know you got paid though on those 3, so that's awesome. That's good. That's good. I mean, it's a really nice setup. I think this might be a trade that's going to set up for tomorrow.
Coming up in just a few minutes.
You're not being greedy. You're trying to stay in the trade and do your thing, bro. I mean, I get it, but I wouldn't consider that being greedy. You know, I would just, I think understanding, like, the biggest thing that we have is noticing the volume. And that's going to be, that's going to be our biggest key. Like yesterday, if we were long, you could have sat in that thing really comfortably. We were like, yo, we got like 2-3 times the volume than we normally have. You know, like Tesla today. Tesla's got huge volume. It's got 2-3 times the volume than it does in a normal day. So, so this technically for AMD could be a low volume pullback. And like I said, the other semiconductors are going higher today, or at least were. So AMD could be a trade for tomorrow. That short could be really nice tomorrow. You just don't want to get, you just don't want those contracts to start decaying on you and stuff. I have not looked at Google or... I thought Amazon was going to try to break out. What's Coin doing? Alright, so Coin did... So I was looking at Coin to get to 270, but it did it in one candle. So that's... Fuck. Another one with low volume. Coin's a little funny, though. Coinbase is a little funny. Because you could have, like, all this volume to the left on my screen. You have all this volume here and it barely moves, and then you get a day like this and it's just like whoom, and you'll have like no volume and it'll just flush or rip. So Coinbase is a little funny, man. You gotta watch that thing. Gotta watch Coinbase if you guys trade it. It'll just, it could tear you up. I'm just gonna say that it could really. You guys think Tesla was something back in the day? You think Tesla's fun to trade? Shit, go get you some Coinbase. Go get some coin in your life. You'd be sweating like a mug. Not that you should be. I'm just saying. Alright, I want to see what gold's doing. I think I might just end up buying it outright. But I'm waiting to see if it's like... I mean, this is a hold higher. I should take it for what it is and get long. I think I might wait for PCE. Oh, can't do that because that comes out Friday and the market's closed. So we have semiconductors. Micron is really strong again this morning. We'll watch Tesla. Reddit. RDT. Or DDT, I guess it is. Alright, let's see what Reddit's about to do right now. Reddit's holding pre-market highs. Reddit is holding pre-market highs here. Oh yeah, that volume's not good. That's not a good look on that 1 minute pullback. On the 3 minute, that looks good. Let's see if we can break out. We need volume to come in here on this thing. You need volume right now. If you get an increase in volume, guys, if I see an increase in volume and a break through that high, we could have us a nice long getting ready to happen. I just think the more expensive it gets, the less people are going to buy it. Pretty early gamma squeeze here. I mean, they start buying a shitload of contracts way out of the money, and the higher it gets, they're going to have to start buying shares to cover their position. GME also went yesterday. Had a really nice rally. Yes, it's still early. It's only 10:30. Look at Goldman Sachs going higher. Let's do it. I might try a Goldman Sachs long here. Fuck, it's already. Damn it. Oh, nice. So now you got a long and a or no, wait, you got two shorts on. Okay. Let's see, what's IWM doing here? All right. Nice. Let's see here. Man, if this is another day that I don't get something on, I'm gonna be hot, bro. I've been slacking this month. Like the start of these past 2 months have been a little sticky for me. All right, there you go. Watch that level right there. I would watch that little. Look, you just cracked it. Notice how you got an increase in volume on it too. All right, bet. Where's MSTR at? MSTR, look at it, cranking to the downside. Coinbase, let's see if it's, look, it's starting to crank to the downside. Damn it. Coinbase, we might be able to take this thing back down to 265. All right, so it looks like we had rotation, having a little bit of rotation. Look at the Dow getting ready to start to rally off of that level. No, I did not. I think AMD has, oh shit. I didn't like the volume at first. Damn it. See, the thing is, bro, I just didn't. I just think, like, so look. Fuck. I was looking at a couple other things. I was trying to. Damn it. I didn't get it, bro. I started to look at Goldman Sachs, and I went to IWM, and then, like. Brutal. That's brutal, bro. Can't make this shit up, can I? But listen, I'm okay with it because look, I would like to be on it with like volume, follow through, and me risking a 178, you know, to make like $1 or $2. Well, you know, honestly, this thing could move back up to 180, 181. So I'm technically. You know, not that I would, but I would give it that stop loss of 179. But, like, you know, going for $1 to make, like, $1 or $2, I would rather wait for the day that it has, like, you know, some follow through. Which you could get right now. You could get it right now. Let's see if you can break that level on it. Let's see if you can break that level. I was actually trying to look at Goldman Sachs right now for a long. Especially if the Dow starts to hold up. I would like to try and look for like a Goldman Sachs on a pullback. See, it didn't hold that level of shit. Look at JPM. JP Morgan's starting to bounce now. Like, I think I'm going to go with the market, and that is the Dow. The Dow's pulled back. It's held support. And the dollar, if I can get the dollar, see, GLD's pulling back. I don't like that. What's the dollar doing? Come on. All right, I think you get, look, here's a trade idea. Bitcoin pulls back to 68,000. If Bitcoin pulls back here and it holds 68,000, I will look to be long Coinbase. I'm going to tell you guys right now. I will look to be long Coinbase. And what I would also do on top of that is the IWM. See if you're about to come into support. See if it looks like that. See if it looks like that. And I'll actually pull it up right now. And it does. Look at that. It looks just like, look at it. Looks just like Bitcoin. With that massive level right there. Looks exactly like Bitcoin. So see if you get some support on the IWM back down here at Friday's lows. If you get it back down there. That's if you get it there. I just think, yeah, man, a pullback right here. And that's exactly like Bitcoin. Like if I pull up Bitcoin. Look at that. That's the same damn trade. Right there. That 77,000. I haven't moved. Look, I have not moved my cursor. I have not moved it. You know what I mean? That 77 is the 204 on the IWM. So, you know what? It might even be this level. 203. But either way, y'all feel me. You got some support right here. Shit, I need to bring that down, don't I? So, let's see what happens here. And that will help fully out of IWM here. I feel like we might get a snapback drop. Yeah, I don't know, bro. I think you're good, man. Like, I don't know. You could. VWAP on that 15 or 30 minute is really high. Yeah, you could. You absolutely could. If you look at your 15 minute, it should bounce back, right? And you should meet VWAP. Maybe down here at like 206.25 at that prior support. This pre-market support right there. Make that resistance. That could be a second entry. But so look, I'm watching if the Dow. Oh shit, the SPY's putting in a low, guys. Looks like the SPY's about to crack, and it's got volume too. All right, we might just trade the indexes. Fudge it. If anybody's new here, if you could hit the like button, subscribe. We're doing a giveaway as soon as we can get to 1,000 subscribers, and I don't have to say like and subscribe anymore. But second, I want to thank you guys for being here. If you guys have questions, please interact. What are you watching today? All that fun stuff. All right, so look at this rejection here from Thursday or Friday's low. Starting to make that resistance with a little bit. Look at that increase in volume you had there. I know I'm a little all over the place with it. Look at that increase in volume. You have the 9 EMA coming meeting you right there at that resistance level from yesterday's high. So, I mean, it doesn't mean that you're going to get a whole ton of follow through, but it does mean we tried to break out, and that could be a failed breakout. And that's probably why Goldman Sachs started pulling back. Oh man, I have indigestion. Fuck, it looks like the Dow's gonna have a hard time. So the IWM is headed to the downside. QQQ. I tried to do this yesterday, but yo, look at the Qs, guys. This could be a really nice test on the Qs. I might take the Qs short right here. It doesn't have much room, but you should have room. You should have room back down to 445. You could get a 60-cent trade scalp there. Wait for the bounce back and see if you can get that break. That's a nice bear flag. That's a nice bear flag. I would look to take the Qs back down to 445. Let me look at the 15 minute. 15 minutes a bit oversold. Yeah, we might bounce. Hourly. All right, bounce midterm. Let's see. Yeah, I would look for a bounce in the median term. I don't know. This it's kind of funny.
Well, looking forward, they still have to deal with the succession issue, and that has been one of the strongest cases for change because this board didn't get it right.
Yeah, I would look for a bounce back to 446.25. Fully out of IWM here. Okay, cool. And look, there's your bounce back. That's a nice increase in volume there.
Performance at Iger and the team are turning it around as evidenced by the stock that in a CNBC interview, that's Delta India Sandy Disney.
No, hey man, listen, I was with you there, Chris. I said, yo, you're right. It's gonna pull back. It's gonna pull back. Right? Look at the 15-minute chart. That's a low volume bounce back. Like the 15-minute chart, it was so far away from the 9 EMA. It was so far away from it. Like, I honestly think you could get a bounce right back up to that pivot area right here from I think that could be your next entry right around 206.50. But I doubt you'll get that because as it comes up, it should, depending on the way that it comes up, it should bring it down a little bit. Like they should meet here, but I don't know. It all depends on how quick it goes up. You know, another reasonable level might be like 206.25. The AMD trade, that low have been holding all day. Exactly. It's the volume, man. You know, the volume is just... I don't think it's a trade yet today. I know, you know, I've had a rough couple months. Like, not that I'm losing money. It's just, you know, getting in and taking the trades and putting them on. Between missing them... between missing them and, you know, finding them and stuff. Alright, Tesla is starting to get a little... It feels like Tesla's getting a little overextended here. But I still would not... Like, it may start... Let's see if it tries one more time now that it's wasted a bunch of time. And see if it's going to try and give us a... Like, if the market goes higher, see what happens to Tesla. If it pulls back... Or if it does try to make another run higher. So you can see here, this 15-minute trade line is working itself up. The slower and the longer it stays up here, it's just going to crank that 9 EMA up for a second long on Tesla. But I don't know what to do, man. I want to put something on, man. I need to get my shiz. And what's up, bro? Exactly, DJT. I haven't even looked at it. What time did it start today? It did. It did start today. It did start today. That's a wedge if I've ever seen one. That is a wedge if I've ever seen one. Come on, break it out so my man can take a little profit. Here it goes. Let's see. Oh, there is none. No. RDDT. Did it? Look, RDDT is breaking down on volume. What seems to be volume. That's either a double bottom. I wouldn't mind taking a short on this thing. I wouldn't mind getting short Reddit. If Reddit can reject 67.50, I don't like the volume that came in there. Damn, that sucks, bro. I'm not going to short it. Fuck. I wouldn't mind it, though. I would not mind getting short at 67.90 on Reddit. Yes, the indexes are playing games. You're absolutely right about that, bro. Okay, so the Dow's going higher. Did I miss my Goldman Sachs trade? I may have. Wait, what the hell? Oh, man, the day's not done. The day is not done. Kobe didn't stop. Kobe didn't stop.
a little too long?
Just keep going.
No, I don't judge others. I don't do strategy for envy, and I don't judge other executives. And I said on that show that JD may be the best banking executive, that's been around. So no.
Okay, so if we get a 15-minute pullback, you guys can see here Goldman Sachs, all right? So I like Coinbase and Goldman Sachs. If we can get a pullback to this 9 EMA on the 15-minute chart, you guys can see here to the upside, to the downside. It loves to just trade off of that 9 EMA. Look at it, just follow it. Gets above it, tries to hold it, can't, and it goes right back to it. Makes it a rejection point. So if we're able to get like a consolidation, whether that's at lunchtime, like even right now on the 3-minute, it's just loving that 9 EMA. I want to try to take that long on Goldman Sachs. I want to take that, especially if the Dow Jones right now is getting ready to bounce, and the Qs are going to bounce, and the market's going to go higher, and start grinding higher. I want to be long something, and I think I can't go wrong being long Goldman Sachs with the strength that's been behind it. It's just recently broke out, and I want to take that. So I might take it now. I might end up taking it now. Let's see what they are. This is probably the stupid, man. This is probably so stupid because GDP will be negative this time. So now, is this GDP revisions or is it I don't think it'll be negative. It could be. I think it'll be about flat. I think it'll be a little over, a little under. I could agree with you on that a little bit. You know, I don't think you're going to get a big negative GDP number. I think it's going to take a little time for that to happen. But you could be right. It could come in negative. And you know what? I mean, look at the other countries. They've actually been coming in a little bit negative too. So you could be right there. You know, everybody's slowing up with purchases and because of Christmas and stuff. How many people put Christmas on credit cards and stuff like that? You know? So you could be right. You could be right. I'm just sitting here being as patient as a cucumber, bro. Patient as a puppy. I'm ready. I'm ready for gold. I kicked myself in the ass that I didn't take it 2 weeks ago. 3 weeks ago when I brought it up. This whole time I sat here and watched it, and I say to myself, you know, the day that it breaks out, I don't watch it, and I'm like, you know, I say, oh, I should have taken it, but I'm like, I would much rather wait for the day that it decides to break out. It's just I need to be watching it when it does that. I mean, I could put it on and just, you know, get a lot of time with it, but I just hate to sit through premium. Like, just wasting money to just sit and wait knowing that it's not doing anything. It kind of just bugs me. I don't know why. You know? I don't know why. Dude, banks are just going ham right now, bro. Bank of America isn't. WFC. KRE. Down. Now, yesterday, if you guys caught yesterday's live, I said I think KRE right now is getting ready to start trading to the downside. I think you have a, I think it'll be back down here at 45, 46 level. YM is going up, ES sideways, NQ down. Not aligned at all. No, it is aligned. YM is the Dow, right? Listen, that's rotation, and while you're seeing rotation, you just told yourself, banks, healthcare, right? Dow names, blue chip names are going higher. That's why I'm looking at Goldman Sachs. It's going higher. That's rotation. Yesterday you had leaders from semiconductors, technology. It is a little funky. Like, listen, I said that yesterday. I said these things are just kind of like, usually you can follow them, but Q's get a bounce off 444.50. It might take a long. Yeah, I think we could be in for a long here. I'm with you, Chris. I'm with you, bro. I'm with you. Let's see what energy's doing. Let's see if we have energy behind us. Look at the SPY holding that level. QQQ. The Dow is leading us. So either it's one of the two, in my opinion. It's either the Qs are gonna, like, tech is leading us higher or lower, or blue chip names are leading us higher or lower. And the Dow was leading us lower, while the Qs, technology, were leading us higher. Or flat, actually, I should say, flat. ES 630 CL consistent. Let's see. And again, we're only open for 4 days this week. You may get a little bit of positioning tomorrow into Thursday on the overall indexes. I just don't think there's going to be a lot of reason for the indexes. Like the markets moved a little bit, and like, why would the indexes move right now? Like, we don't really have a catalyst. The catalyst that we do have is PCE, and the markets, at least, the markets won't be open. So, it's not surprising. We're just sitting here, like, moving $1 at a time. So, that's why I've been kind of focused on just names in particular. I gotta find something, though. Look at Google here. I wonder if Google can break out of this level. See if it holds that level right there. That is... Oh, it didn't. It is. It's trying to. Look at that. That could be a nice trade right here. Possibly. I don't know, though. Because you could just get a failed breakout off of it. Fuck. This sucks, guys. I need to just go long Goldman Sachs. Like, nothing is moving. Apple rejected 171. That's a nice rejection on Apple, but again, I don't want to take an Apple short until it's up at 173, 174. Microsoft, yes, a Wells Fargo swing, but it might be a little top heavy. Listen, I don't think it's top heavy yet. And that's why I think you should, that's why I like the long, is because exactly what you just said right there. The questioning of it. All right, the banks are really, like, they have the Fed on their side right now, or at least did. Here's why I've been looking at financials. Listen, I do agree with you, top heavy. All right, look with the bank term lending program. Listen, this program ended. Now, I want to know why. Like, I don't know if this is showing, like, I need more information on this, and that's why I want to get a hold of somebody that knows that's into the banking system, that, like, does this for a living and could tell us why this is pulling back. Why are they still charting this? Like, why are they, like, this should be no more. This program was supposed to end March 8th. And yet here it is, it's pulling back. And that's why I think we're going to start getting weakness in the markets, and we should start to see financial conditions start to rise. Even though they put in a new low, I'm curious if we can start to see them rise again. It doesn't mean that they will, but I would like to see it. I would like to see it. Damn, that's crazy, bro. 2008, guys, look at that shit. That's nuts. That's freaking nuts, bro. Look at that. Oh, man. Look, you got your warnings, too. Yeah, that's funny. This 80% applies to $147 a month for a $25,000 account. Let's see. What do you? I'm not sure what you mean. I don't know what you mean by that, buddy. You can hear Anne Marie, not 5,000. I actually wasn't even trading back then. I think I was just 5, 6, 7, 8. I was getting out of college, roughly, like, not college. So I went to Universal Technical Institute for automotive, and I was just getting out of school then. I was not in the markets at that time. I was a young boy, man. All I was worried about was partying and you know what? Not really. Like I wasn't just worried about partying. That's not true. Because I had a really good GPA and stuff like that. But I didn't even know that that was going on. I'm gonna be quite honest with you. I'm gonna be quite honest. Like in my eyes, just the things that were happening like wasn't happening to me, or like it wasn't happening to my parents, I should say. You know, it may have they, I just didn't hear about it. You know what I'm saying? So I really didn't know that there was the great financial crisis like coming. Uh, it was funny because like the like if I was a little bit older, I'm sure I would have participated in it. Let's see here. Let's turn up gold real quick. Come on, man. Let's see here. Let's see here. Okay, I'm at GLD. Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy to say that you were in elementary and then now like it's been that long. Listen, I like people would be like, "Damn, I'm old," but like, yo, I'm telling you right now, I don't feel old at all. Like I'm never aging. I just stayed at 27, 29. Hell, you know what? I like 30. I like 29, 30. It's a good number. It's like a good spot. You know what I mean? They get older. I stay the same age. All right, so that was a thing from Matthew McConaughey in Dazed and Confused. If you guys have not seen that movie, which I don't know, I have my feelings. I have mixed feelings about him too. So yeah, I like listen. I want to take a long on gold. Um, you just gotta understand, like, so Ann, like, look at this. You literally took it right back. That's a sign. Listen to it. It's telling you. This is a huge move right here off of Fed Day. And then you completely take it back the very next day. That's a sign. That's a sign. You need to pay attention to that. That is an immediate reversal off of a nice rally with volume, and you completely took that move back. So I think we need a little bit of time. BN Banks too? Yeah, I do too. I just think I think the time is going to come, but I think it's going to be like down the road a little bit. I think in order for us to start seeing that like the talk about banks raising money again and stuff like that, I think it's going to be a little time. It could be. You never know. I could be wrong. You could get one tomorrow. New York Community Bank. I have been watching 5-year CDSs. Outside of the live stream at night, I've been watching where are the 5 years trading at. Barclays, UBS, all of them. All right? Because that's going to be our first sign that something's going on. Is go look at where the 5-year CDSs are trading at for the banks. And some of them are just going to stay like risky. So... Barclays, I think. I don't know what it... BC. Let me see. Bark. BCS. That's what it is. And this thing just got an upgrade not too long ago. Fuck. But look, at the end of the day, if the Dow's going to go higher, off of this level, I got to be long some type of banks. Whether it's JP Morgan, whether it's Goldman Sachs, I got to be long. I got to be long. That's a low volume bounce too. That's shit. It sucks that this market isn't moving. I wish we could get some type of random news out of nowhere that could get this market moving. You had currencies move yesterday off the back of that rate cut. I don't think we have anything that's going to help them, like the overall indexes move. Bitcoin, we get a pullback to 68,000. That's where I'm looking for my long. Market watch. Let's see here. What do you guys want to look at? You guys want me to look at the Qs, the IWM, the Russell 2000? So APPF is really strong right now. That's up 10%. Find the sectors, right? What is that? Stoneco. So you have regionals are they're trying to go green. Some of them are green. Consumer discretionary. Consumer discretionary is doing pretty good today. Real estate's doing okay. It's not red. Healthcare pulling back. Industrials are doing really well. What is BE? Bloomberg Energy. Oh, Bloom Energy. Okay. Let's look at the NASDAQ. Yep, Tesla's our winner of the day. PayPal's doing okay. PayPal's doing pretty good. That's a nice pullback to that previous high there at 67. The volume's kind of big though on that pullback. Why is this doing this? I guess I gotta redo it again. Come on. Hold it. Hold it. Yo, if PayPal could hold VWAP right there, we might have a long right here on PayPal. I know it's getting late in the day. It's already 11 o'clock. Look, 38.2. Support level isn't at 67 though. Okay, 67. See, that's going to be under VWAP. Fuck. I already forgot what I was looking at. I was going to take something. And look, Goldman Sachs is just climbing higher.
Productivity on the move. That's letter F and Charlie Cindy, Charlie Oscar.
Plus, one fund manager with $103 billion in assets under management makes the case for emerging markets heading into the rest of the year.
Later, Adam Newman makes a bid for WeWork, the latest on his $500 million plus bid, and what's behind his return?
Meantime, watching stocks with some modest gains today. 52.33, maybe 10 points shy of an all-time closing high. We'll keep an eye on that as we await.
Yo, this is nuts. This is crazy with Tesla, bro. This could be a huge breakout. Like, they're getting squeezed. You're seeing it right now. They're getting squeezed right now. Now we're in this range up here. That's wild. That is wild. We are back in that range right there.
Shares are up 21%.
Watch out for 186. I have so many lines on this thing. I gotta get rid of it. 186, 177, 187. That adds up. See if you get a lot of buying right there. That could be an entry, double top.
Volume now up 24%.
It's been very low volatility. It's been very secure. Consensus that there's not a lot of macro flux. The soft no landing scenario seems to have very, very tight embrace by everybody. So what could break the calm is
I've been kind of prepared for this today. That it was going to be one of these days where it gets kind of boring, and I'm okay with it. I'm not going to get frustrated if I don't get into anything. Okay, AMD is bouncing back there on some volume.
Gorman just told us, former CEO and executive chairman of Morgan Stanley, I wouldn't be surprised, he said, to see the Fed not do any rate cuts this year because the economy is in such good shape.
I think it's a long shot. I also think we're all fixated on.
All right, there it is. There's the cues. Man, look at the volume just dry right up, and they're not going to sell it off.
They think it's pre-baked, and unless something weird happens in terms of inflation flaring up, we're probably going to get these trends.
All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to Market Watch and find out PayPal. I have ADHD so bad, gang. So PayPal. Oh shoot, it held.
It also, it's kind of this theme we've heard among bankers, Carl, lately. David Solomon has warned that
67.
inflation is going to be stickier than expected.
I thought I put whatchamacallit there.
Well, Larry Fink too has said it.
We're up 2%.
Expecting higher inflation for longer, going to make the job tougher for the Fed to cut.
Right. Certainly, deglobalization hurts that effort as well. Finally, Mike, Reddit, DJT. What do you think of? Can we put a string together that argues that there's just extreme enthusiasm in pockets of the market?
Yeah, I think you can. I think that when there is, macro calm and everything seems secure and the rally's been rolling for 5 months, people play. And I think that there's a lot of playing and there's a lot of channeling of enthusiasm.
We'll see what Twitter's saying. Oh, I'm gonna get a lot of slack, bro. Oh, never mind.
It's not back to where it was.
Never mind. Palantir. Palantir. Oh, this sucks. They needed to stop traffic. They did.
Portfolio manager for multi-asset solutions at JP Asset Management. Phil, it's great to see you. I'm interested in your building a portfolio that can withstand no cuts this year. Yeah.
I just saw something fly. Oh no, they didn't.
The last 2 years, it's been more than basketball. That's been crazy in March, right? So 2022, you had the Fed say maybe.
Oh man, that's awful, bro.
By the end of the year, they were hiking 4 times in a row by 75 basis points. Last year, the regional bank turmoil, it's the tip of the iceberg. It's going to take things down. It ends up being the tip of the ice cube, right? So you turn to this year now, and Purdue got out of the first round finally, and I think
That's so fucked.
equity markets are going to get out of this too, right? So you have the Federal Reserve now that's saying we're going to upgrade growth materially. So they went from 1.4 to 2.1.
Yo, I'll be going off on Twitter, gang. I'll be going off. All right, let me get off of there real quick, because that's not what I'm doing right now.
We're now down to about 3. We may not even get 3. And stock market having
Let's see here. Let's go to a daily chart. Run a question, but have you ever did anything related to real estate? I would like to. I'm trying to, Chris. I'm trying to. How about you? I'm trying to, buddy. I've actually been thinking about trying to get some money together and kind of doing what I can to see if be nice to own a shopping center, apartment, get some properties. I haven't yet because I don't really everybody I kind of grew up with. I kind of I don't really talk to anybody anymore. Not for any specific reason. It's just a lot of people want to have kids and chill out. Nah, I want to run it up. I don't mind having kids, but you know what I mean? I just do my thing, and I don't really, I did do some work for some realtors. I did do some work for some realtors a while ago, but I would like to start. I thought about getting my real estate license, but I'm I feel like it's so crowded, and I just, I don't know if I have the heart to like get a real estate license, and maybe it would open up opportunity, but I feel like I would much rather just raise some money and use my own money and go in with people and invest in it that way. You know.
Long-term themes here.
Yes, but some of those drivers, including population growth, that's this year's story of a 1%.
Do you think estimates are going higher?
It all depends.
Higher, and then that allows the market to continue. So this above trend growth
So,
story,
like, if you want,
people are catching up now, and I think the growth story is going to continue.
you don't have. Do you have Twitter, Chris? Because if you do, message me. Because I'm gonna, I could tell you. I just don't want to say it on here, but there's a couple things that I would like. I wouldn't mind getting into like owning. I don't know anything about the hotel business, but damn, if I had to go ahead and get a job for a few months, 6 months to 8 months to learn the business, or a shopping center, I wouldn't mind trying to get involved into, like, that would be the type that I would like to get into. Whether it's a hotel. See, like, hotels can cost money between, like, they have all kinds of things with, like, furniture that's got to be, you have to replace all the furniture and different things you have to do different years. But there's an investment there for your money. Whether it be like a shopping center,
Not too late on that trade?
I think that's the route that I would like to go. I mean, it's all about numbers. How much you going to get from residential? It's not bad, right? You could.
Those sort of structural strong stories right now.
Right, so they jump off the page over the next 10 to 12
Yeah, I would like to do the strip mall because I feel like even apartments, now you're dealing with people's living, and that's okay, I guess, but like there's a lot of dirt and grit and like stuff that could go with that. Now, as far as a shopping center, you know what I mean? It's companies renting it out, and the people that are visiting it are only there for a little bit. You just got to worry about them falling. Like you got to worry about all kinds of shit with an apartment. I mean, I don't know. Maybe they both have their ups and downs, or upsides or good and bad, I should say. But I just, for some reason, instinctively, I feel like my opinion, the safer bet would be, like you said, a strip mall, a shopping center. Because it's just like when you have like a community, now you have people that you have to deal with. What if somebody gets killed, and like you not only got to worry about people falling, but I mean you're talking about like taking care of someone's living space, that whether they're Section 8 or not. What if they just tear your shit up? Then you got to consistently replace carpet, replace walls, paint walls, like the plumbing. So I feel like you got a little bathroom in each of the stores, and like I feel like a shopping center would be the less headache, if you know what I mean. That's just my opinion. Again, though, that's just my opinion. Running apartments and willing to put in all the hard work and deal with that downs everything. I mean, it's all. I mean, listen. If it, a 5 cap's a 5 cap, a 6 cap's a 6 cap, a 8 cap's a 8 cap. I get it, but it all depends on. I mean, I guess you got to get in where you fit in. All right, like a hotel. Now we're dealing with somebody for a couple nights or a night or two. It's just, I feel like you start getting people in, and then you got to worry about, depending on the state, if they don't pay you, getting them out. So, it may not be that bad. You could be right, but it's about like the headache for the percentage on the return. Now, let's say if we put up our money and also raised whatever we needed to get up, like we raised $1.25 million. And we got an apartment. Now we got to worry about, housekeeping, the paperwork for it. We got to worry about people living there, tearing it up, things going wrong. versus a shopping center where something happens to the roof, I can fix that shit myself, and hire some people, and I know what I'm doing there. I have to worry about one bathroom on a store, two bathrooms a store, and the people that are there are not coming or not living there for a long period of time, and you're still, it's just like, what is the less headache for the percentage? Whether it's a 4, 5, 6, or 8, or 10. Now, if you're going to get a 10, 11, 12 cap, 10, 11, 12% on a hotel, it may be worth it to you. Maybe you get more. But on a $1.25 million or on 20 million, you know, whatever the number is, right? Whether it's $10 million, $8 million, you know, 10% of that a year, it's not too bad, you know. They just seem like, exactly, they just seem like less of a headache. Because you just don't want people in not only selling drugs, but having to worry about getting them out. And it's not even about getting them out, too. But them tearing it up and just, like, start bringing bugs. And then you got to worry about the other people that have to deal with that. And then you got them fighting. And it's like, Jesus Christ, I don't ever want to do this again. I could just see an apartment being a nightmare. I do. A shopping center, we got Dunkin' Donuts, we got a pizza shop, we got a Walgreens, we got this, that, the third. They come in, they do their job. And the people that are coming there, they come and they go. They come and they go. You know, man. A motel, too. And that's what I was thinking, was a hotel would a hotel in a shopping center would be the probably the less headache route. Listen, I'm not saying apartment's going to give you a headache. It might not. I mean, consult with Ben Malla. If you have questions about real estate, consult with Ben Malla. But and that's why I say, like, even a hotel, right? You know, they're staying there for a few nights, and that's up to you. If you got a family or people that work there that would like to stay in the hotel, it's up to you. You know, you obviously know them; they work for you. Like some hotels that I've seen, you know, and again, I guess it depends on the company that owns the hotel, which probably won't fly. But there are some places where, you know, you may not know it, but there might be people living in the hotel that pay, you know, they give their government check to the hotel place. Marvel's going higher right now. I don't want to give up on semis. Look at AMD. AMD is starting to go green. No, but yeah, Chris, I'm with it, bro. Yeah, I'm gonna see. Here's what I was trying to do. I was gonna go try and raise money, like even just on my own, like through the community, and like I've been trying to get I've been trying to figure out how I can get a book together and out. My plan was, right? My plan was to even start with like, whether it be a binder and the paper. See, I've gotten all the, so what I've done is I've gotten the the place that would actually make the softback book. For instance, you know, and the sizing, the spacing between the editing, like how the book has to be formatted, the size of the letters, you know, all that fun stuff. And you technically don't have to, you can, but you don't have to get it edited through, like, you don't have to go through, like, a big bookstore, like, you know, these places to get, like, all this stuff done. Listen, maybe you do, maybe you don't, but from what I've read and what I've seen is there's two routes that you can go with a book, and you don't have to get it edited or published by someone, you know, like by a company. The books would cost between, depending on the amount ordered, like it's roughly, you know, $4 for a thousand books printed, $4 a book, you know, so it was like $3 to $6 depending on the amount. But it's like, you know, I put my money out there, but like the other things that come along with it, like how do I get this started where I can, you know, come up with more money myself, but then also get it raised. Now I have access to I don't necessarily have access, but I do have access to like use my two front feet to take me there to wealthy people that have a lot of money, right? A lot. Okay. Um, you know, the they own the old DuPont estate, for instance. Like if I really wanted to raise money, could I? Yes, I could. Like I know where it's at, but I've never done it. I'm not a lawyer. I'm not, there's a lot of things that are involved with it that I don't know about. But I wouldn't mind is coming up with the money myself without going to someone else and then getting into it. Whether that means I got to go work at a part-time job for a whatchamacallit to get into the industry to see how it runs. Whatever I have to do. Maybe I just got to put my money up, get the money, put the money to work, and take it as it comes and figure it out as I go. I mean, it's meet with a lawyer, meet with an accountant, and put the shit to work and get it going, and you find out that way. I know basic stuff like LOIs and stuff like that, and then does it make sense? Does the deal make sense? If you buy it for this and it's paying a 6 cap, 7 cap, 8 cap, what's your rate? Listen, rates are about to come down in the next year. You guys know that. You guys see the summary of economic projections. Doesn't mean that we're going to get down there, but we could. You could start seeing housing rates roughly around 5%, right? And they get there. If they get to that 5%, because if they take Fed funds rate down to 3, it's hard to say where the 10-year is going to be. Now, the 10-year trade's different than the 10-year treasuries, than the Fed funds rate. So if they could bring that rates down to like 3%, 2.5% to 3%, and be able to actually start because I don't think after this it's going to be a long time. I think I'm not sure what would happen to bring rates back down. We're going to start once we pull rates back. I personally think that they're going to start looking for a long-term trajectory to get rates up at on a longer term basis. We jacked rates up quick because we had inflation. We got inflation under control. We cut the rates. Now what do we do from here is I feel like they're going to start saying, we're going to raise I don't know, a quarter of a basis points every 6 months from here on out or something of that nature, right? Slowly get back to higher rates so we can have a sustainable path to growth. So that could be in 5-6 years. But in order for them to cut, they need to be up at a certain point at a higher level, and something needs to happen. Whether that's GDP, a war, I don't know. It could be a multitude of things. But I think that this is the last time in a while that we'll have a shot at rates when and if they do come down. And I think they are going to come down. Because the reason why I think they're going to come down is because having a marker of being at 5.5%, 6%, the Fed doesn't have anywhere to go from here on out. If they wanted to keep raising, they do not want to destroy the economy. So no, they're not going to take it to 6.5%, 7%. So if they can get to pull rates back, right? They've raised it, they held it, they pull it back, and then off of this pullback is when they slowly raise rates over the next 5-10 years. You know what I'm saying? So that's how I'm looking at this. And I think that this opportunity that is coming up when rates get pulled back down, and if we can get that Fed funds rate to 3% and we can lock in a mortgage or anything for 5% just starting, then that is one of the last times in a long time, for a long time, that we're going to see rates down where they are. That's my opinion. Now, it's not just going to get there and then shoot straight up. It would take a lot for that to happen, and I don't think that's going to happen. I think you'll have a year or two where you're going to work from 3 to 4.5%, and then they just slowly kind of just stay there for a few years at that 4.5 area, and they start climbing, or something happens and they got a lower rates. Because Like, you can't have rates so low that when something happens, that the Fed has to be able to, like, have some type of tool to help things out. And if rates are down very low, they don't have much room to work with. They could take rates negative. Now they're charging people to keep money in the banks. Then you're really going to have a banking problem. So you don't want to go negative, because if people are paying and they find out they're going to have to pay to keep their, when there is a problem, you you can't just go from you're at 2%, and you can't just go from 2% to 1.5% and think that that's going to help solve the problem. So the Fed does got to get to a path, or an area again where rates are not that they are high to be high, but so that in order to bring some type of growth, they have a level that they can pull back off of, if that makes sense. You can't go from 2 to 1.5 and think that that's going to fix a problem if it comes, like GDP. Being at 6 or 5.5, okay, now you have 4 points or 2 points to deal with. And there's a way that they do this, right? There's formulas for this. They can pull back interest rates 2%, and if CPI or PCE or inflation tips, the bonds that trade off of inflation are at 2, that's an equivalent of 4% right there. They do use formulas for these things. So I think this is the time, though, Chris, and anybody else that's on here watching. I think if we get this pullback, this will be one of the last times in a while that I feel like you're going to have an opportunity to lock in. If you didn't lock something in during COVID, I think this will be one of the times that you'll have that you won't have for a while. I really don't think you will. So I'm kind of curious how we start to, and that's gonna that could start, volatility is gonna start pulling back. You'll have news every day that comes out for stocks moving, but the overall indexes can get boring again. We always have news that will come out, but we're almost there. I mean, if you guys really think about it, we are almost at a soft landing. Almost. We're almost there. They have been spending money that helped this out. There's a lot of money in the system. I think if we did have I want to know what happens with the labor market too. That where all these companies that came out and said that they were laying off, did they in fact lay off? Or did they decide to change their minds, that some of them said, yeah, well, we said we were going to cut 10. We think we only need to cut 2,000 or 3,000, not 10,000. That's a lot of employees to be cutting, let alone to have on payroll. So I feel like, I don't know. But anyway, I'm with you, Chris. I would like to do the same thing. I really would. Even if I have to just jump in it head first, I think my not my problem, because I don't look at it as a problem, because I'll fix it, but my thing is coming up with the money to own something like that. Do I just do I go borrow it, or do I use my own money? And I would much rather use my own money, so that because this is not something that I do every day, that I've done. So if that would be different, if this is what I do, I run and own properties, then yeah, I wouldn't mind going out and getting money and saying, just give me my 1% or my 0.5%, and we'll put your guys' money to work. We'll go run this, and I'll run it, and I'll charge you guys a half of a percent to run and manage the property, and you guys keep the rest of the yield and divvy it up with taxes and all that stuff, and you guys do your thing. That's what I'm looking at. I know I'm kind of blabbing here. So yes, I do want, but real quick, I do want to raise money, Chris. I want to come up with something where I can raise my own money and try to dive into it. And that was actually my goal, was $1.25 million to try to come up with in about 2 years. But, like I said, if you want to text me on Twitter, I'll talk to you more about that if you want to do it. I mean, guys, there's a lot of money out there. There's a lot of money out there around the world, not just the United States. There's fucking how many billions of people? And you just get your little piece? There's all kinds of things you could do to get your little piece. Go to your community. That's what a community's for, right? Start there. Knock on doors. If you have something to sell, you know, do what you have to do. And I think a lot of people miss that. Like, they just think showing up to work is going to solve everything. It's not. It's going to be a misery. They got to find something you're good at. Whether you can teach something, you know, whether you can just, there's got to be something you can do. Make a cookbook. I don't care. Make a cookbook. Be like, yo, I'm trying to get this thing published. Here's the binder. Here's the papers. I'm trying to raise money. I'm asking the community for help. And you know what? Here is the book. And when I get this money up to order, you know, 2,000 books, I'm sending you guys a copy. Thank you for your service. I greatly appreciate you guys. And this is also, you know, an experiment on proof that if you know, all these people that say that they're failing this, that, the third, but that it's just, you know, it's just proof that you can make it in the United States. It sounds crazy. I know it sounds crazy, but sometimes you got to do whatever the fuck you got to do to get to where you need to be. I mean, something as simple as that. I didn't even think of that until now. Make a cookbook. Make a health book. Make an exercise book. Like, something. Just make something that you can sell, no matter what it is. And then sell it. Right? Worry about the rest last. And there you go. Guess what? You find 10,000 people at $100. What is that? You find 10,000 people. Out of 1 point some billion people on this planet, you just need to get to them 10,000 people. Even if it takes you 3 years, 4 years, 2 years, you're still doing better than most. And you're still getting to your target and your goal. I don't know how many people there are here. Damn. Dude, did AMD really just do this, bro? Oh my gosh. I knew that was a shady short. Did the Qs rally too? No, the Qs didn't either. Wow. Let's see here. Are we seeing rotation right now? Yeah, look, the Dow's starting to pull back a little. Look at Goldman Sachs pulled back. Tech might lead the way again. JP Morgan. Nah, JP Morgan's still up there. UNH is up. Okay. Apple, MSF, SFT down. I wonder if Microsoft's getting ready to turn around to the upside as well. NVIDIA. I'm just looking at the big names real quick. NVIDIA is down. This could be a nice rejection point for NVIDIA if it rejects right there. I don't think it's going to, but that looks like a really nice setup on AMD. My bad. I know this isn't a real estate stream. No. You're good. Nah, keep it going, bro. Airbnb could be good because it's only a few nights. The only thing that you'd have to worry about is whatever state you're in, because they've been trying to ban Airbnbs. And then you have to worry about HOAs in some places, in some states. Like if you just buy a property and they have an HOA, the HOA is going to be like, you can't have an Airbnb in here. And if you do, we're going to kick you out of here. And they'll, I don't know how that works with an HOA, how that works with the bank, with your loan and everything. I don't know if they could just foreclose on your loan and do you dirty like that. I don't know. Unless you sign papers. But I think Airbnbs are great. As long as you don't pay too much for the house, and even if you live there, I would just say that location. Live by an airport, live by a corporate center. Just make sure that the house or home is decent. You have an airport. You have a lot of businesses around you, like a major city. Maybe you're 10, 15 minutes out of the city, something like that. Yes. Yeah, Chris. Like New York. Like, you know why New York Community Bank is going down is because New York is telling them how much they can and cannot charge on their apartments. And here's the problem with that. When New York says you can't charge over $1,500 a month, now it's probably in New York, it's probably like 2,000, 2,500, right? It's probably like 2,500 a month. When they say that, what they're not taking into consideration is interest rates and how much it costs to actually operate that apartment complex at let's say a 6%, right? Let's say if interest rates are at 6% and they have to pay 6% on that loan on the value of that property, the math will not work. They have to be able to charge more. As rates go higher, they have to charge more. And that's break even, right? That's break even. So that's where New York Community Bank kind of got messed up, is because the two apartment complexes, this thing is $3, right? This thing is $3, and it was a $15, $20, $30 stock, $15 stock. It's done. The market cap pretty much went to zero because they had issues with the two big apartments that they had. There were issues with New York saying that they could not charge a certain amount, and when rates went up, they're doomed. They're negative. They're paying to have that apartment complex if they can't raise the rates on it or can't raise, the rent. So there's a lot of things you take into factor, and it's about how much you getting it for and what is the cap. Or technically, I wouldn't even worry about the cap, because all you have to do is take how much are you taking out from the bank and how much is the price of the home versus where interest rates are, and there's your margin. If the bank's going to charge you, and the thing is too, is you can negotiate interest-free. Once you do business with a bank for a while, you can get loans interest-free for a year or 2 years. You can always negotiate different things. Nothing is set in stone that says you have to do this, you have to do that. You obviously may have to prove yourself first to that bank, and the bank may say, let's do half the interest for the first year. We got to make something. Let's do half the interest, or let's do 50% of the interest for the first year. You know what I mean? So, there's so many different things you can do, but you have to worry about that. You have to worry about price gouging from the government. This is why Biden this is why I always say you guys got to get them motherfuckers out. The longer they stay in healthcare, whether you agree or disagree with this, is fine. But the longer you have the government in education, with colleges and healthcare, the more affordable they will never be. Once go look at colleges versus how much people are making and just the amount that they have went up over the years, and ask yourself why. The why is the fact that they have the government and the Fed on their back, that they get paid no matter what. And they can charge whatever they want because they have the government and the Fed on their back, that debt is going to get paid. They're going to get their money either way. And that is the same with healthcare. If the government is in it, then you crush competition. Literally, you're crushing competition, because it doesn't make sense for someone to undercharge them, because they're going to get their money anyway. They're going to get their money from the government anyway, whether someone buys that debt or not. When you sign papers from the hospital, it says that they are going to get paid no matter what. You sign that. If you don't pay them, it doesn't matter. They're getting paid. So they can charge whatever they want to an extent. So that's, I think they need to give it a try. They need to say, you know what? We're not going to be here for you to collect on your debts. You guys may want to start thinking about your prices and doing different things, and just fundamentally telling another company what they can and can't do. That's fine. But who's to say that company just says, you know what? We aren't making any money doing this. We don't want to do it anymore. Then what are you going to do? Create competition. Don't just forcefully say you guys can't charge $2,500 a month because the poors don't want to get up off their ass and try and figure out a way to make it. It's just a fact that some people, that is an economy. Some people are going to make it and some people aren't. That is macroeconomics at the basic forefront. If you open up a macroeconomics book, you're going to see what it says in the beginning, and at least the one that I read, is that there is not enough on this planet for everyone to have the equal share. Now that's not that is not talking about food, shelter, and water. That we should be able to do, and we could do. The 20 billion sent to Ukraine could have given how many homes to people? How many could that have sheltered? How many people could that have sheltered? Right? That's not what I mean. I'm talking Ferraris. I'm talking lifestyles. I'm talking like from living at a 50,000 a year to not having shit, literally not like having a pot to piss in, versus someone that has more than they wouldn't be able to spend it in a lifetime. You know what I'm saying? There's only so much gold. There's only so much silver. There's only so much copper. And it's just, that's the first thing it says in a macroeconomics book. Like, that is macroeconomics, is that there are going to be a few that make it over the population. You're going to have the middle, and then you're going to have, the ones that don't have anything. But then again, that also does come down to personal choice, right? The choices that you make. Do you decide to get up and make a hustle of some sort? Whether that hustle sounds fucking stupid, like me doing a live stream. You know how many people look and think that I'm fucking stupid for doing this? But I'm doing it every day anyway. I did it for 10 years before without live streaming. And I said, you know what? I'm going to go live stream and see if I can't help some people out. I always said it for a while. Then I just finally did it. And I looked stupid. I said, you know what? Let's see if I could take this to a studio. I haven't been doing this for a year yet. I get discouraged sometimes. I do. I'm like, what do I do this for? I do ask myself that. Am I crazy? Maybe I am. But guess what? You will never know. And they just you'll end up miserable like the rest of you'll end up miserable like the rest of the population if you just do what they think is normal to do. And they wonder why the comments we read yesterday, you go look at Puff Daddy's picture at Miami Airport when he's walking around. Do you know how many comments say that this is me before I go into work? This is me deciding whether I'm going to go into work. Like, seriously, I seen so many of those comments, and I'm like, yo, then why do you do it if you're so miserable? Do what makes you happy. Do what makes you happy. I'm not saying that everything is like roses. I'm not saying that. But if you want to help people, go help people. If you like financial markets, get into financial markets. If you want to drive a truck around all day, go drive a truck around all day. If you like being hands-on in crafts work, go be a carpenter. Okay? Like that's what a lot of this comes down to, is like what makes you happy. Whether other people think you're crazy or not. I think people don't fully understand, people that aren't in the markets. The majority of the population and like 80% of the people in this world, if not 60, I would say, it's safe to say 75 to 60% are not in the markets and have no idea the opportunity that is brought forth on a daily basis. Understanding that even if they took a couple $100 and started to trade Ford every day, what they could do for themselves if they learned how to do it. They have no idea. They have no idea the fact that they walk into their job every day, they are capped at what they can make. And then they go look for a second job at another job where they are capped. They will only make a certain amount. This market right here, if I get short AMD right here, ain't nobody telling me that if I take this from 182 down to 176 that I can't make $2,000 today. I can make 1,000. I can make 10,000. I could work my way up to make 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 100 grand in a day. I can work my way to that. There is nothing in this market. That is the thing about the market, is it doesn't say that you can and cannot make a certain amount of money. Exactly, and that's the point, is you have one life. Might as well do what brings you joy and happiness. Exactly. Exactly. And if it's money you want, then where do you need to go? People think that if they want money, they need to be a lawyer or a doctor. I disagree. You need to be an investment banker. You need to be in the markets. You need to be in the markets. That's where the liquidity is. That's where the money is. Are you going to make a lot of money being a lawyer or a banker? Sure, but you may not become rich. Now, a person that becomes rich creates things, right? They create things and they solve problems. Whether that is you created you create new processors or new whatchamacallits for AI, right? Or you create a new system for healthcare, like a blood transfusion. You'll become rich off something like that. You'll become rich off making, like I said, like a healthcare tool that changes people's lives, that solves a problem. You may not become rich just by being a lawyer. You're gonna. I personally think there are obviously rich lawyers, but like what is rich though is the question. What is rich? To me, rich is obviously having a few different companies being worth, you're in that $1 billion class. Not just I have assets that equivalent to $1 billion, but because you have sold a blood transfusion, let's say, for, $13 billion. Or, and then from there, you own a restaurant and this, that, the third, right? Just by being a lawyer, you can make good money, but that doesn't mean you're going to be rich. And when I mean rich, I mean like you have, estates, you have a community. It's not just you, but you have a community behind you that you take care of. You know what I mean? You have, that's where all the people that work for you, they're, like I said this earlier, like with like Puff Daddy's estate and all these things. Like, okay, because they brought up Jeffrey Epstein yesterday with Puff Daddy. And I said, you guys got to understand, you keep talking about all these names with Jeffrey Epstein's island, but you got to think about all the other innocent people there that went to that island that had nothing to do with that stuff. Because they were an accountant, a lawyer, a landscaper, roofer, or a plumber, and they worked on the estate or they worked on the island, and they took their family on a vacation there because guess what? What rich people do is they have things like RVs, boats, cars, and stuff that they lend out to the friends and the workers of the community around them. And they enrich others, right? They may not be able to like completely afford a nice vacation. Well, guess what? The person with the money that they work for and know, they can take their family and their kids on nice vacations to those islands or, to go use that boat, right? That's just what I see from rich people that I see and know personally. Whether it's the beach house that has access to families that wouldn't normally be able to afford it, but can go there and use it. A New York studio. You want to go to New York? You want to take your family to New York? Go stay at the studio. Here are the keys. It should be open. It's not vacant. Let me check to make sure nobody's going to be there. Oh, cool. Nope, it's yours. Stay there as long as you want. Stay there for a week. Not as long as you want, but you know what I mean? Oh, those box tickets for a Giants game or, for the football game? Yeah, we own a box. Or that person would own a box. Just saying, that's what rich people do. They enrich others or allow others to experience things that they normally wouldn't be able to experience. So, that's why I hate. That is the reason why I hate when people say tax the rich. Like, what the fuck does that even mean? You want to give you're telling others to give their money to the government? If you trust the government so much, you go give it to them. So they can waste it on some more wars. Go ahead. You go give it to them. Because I'd much rather them buy toys and buy things for other people to use and have that they normally wouldn't. Oh, guess what? We can't do that this year. I just got taxed an extra 20%. That really hit us this year. Your bonuses got cut. I think I might actually have to sell the condo because with the 20% increase in taxes that I just got this year, with rates also going higher, I might have to get rid of that condo, so we might not be able to do New York anymore. You know what I'm saying? It's like if you feel what I'm saying. Like if you hear Grant Cardone, what he talks about a community, he takes care of a community, right? There's people behind him that not only work for him, that are under payroll, but he supports a lot of people, you know. And the reason I say this is because I know someone personally who is very rich, between New York condos, beach house, stuff like that, and if need be, like people have access to those things, and they take care of it. You know, that's what being rich is about. So, but that was my point. Is like they kept bringing up all these names for Jeffrey Epstein's island, and it's like, listen, you don't know why they were on that island. What if, you know, it's like you don't know that Jeffrey and all them other weirdos weren't there, and it was some of the workers that went and had a family vacation there, right? Like you can't just, like people just are blind to things and they say stupid shit because they don't know what they're talking about, you know, which I'm not sticking up for the guy. This is not me sticking up for him. This is just like understanding what happens in real life. There was a ton of people that went to that island. And the reason Bill Clinton gets hit for it is because he got caught cheating on his wife and the White House. So that's not a good look. So that's not a good look when you're hanging out with Epstein, because you're already doing it without him. What are you going to do with him? So you know, that's where Bill Clinton comes in, to where it's like it wouldn't surprise me with that person. You know what I mean? Have the person prove themselves guilty or get proven guilty before you start slandering P. Diddy. We all know he's a nut. He's done some dumb shit. But to sit there and say that he's doing all this shit with kids, let the facts come out. I'm not saying he did or he didn't. Maybe he did. Maybe he didn't. I don't know. I'm going to wait for the facts to come out. But I know the government and I know how they work. I've been to jail. I know how they work. I know what they tried to do. They come up with every little reason. They come up with the reasons to just be able to just try to put stuff on you, whether it sticks or it doesn't, in hopes to find something else to take you under that they didn't originally come in for. Having 8 girls on a tour bus going across state lines and saying that that's trafficking because you got a couple hoes with you on tour running around the states partying. Like, we're really not there for that, but we're hoping to be able to use that to find something else, because we want money. We just saw you give this girl $40 million. Where's our check? That's what it's about. They need money for Ukraine. I said this yesterday. They need money for Ukraine. You're going down. Like, they're not your friend. At least this administration. Like, you didn't see all this type of stuff happen with the last one. Right? I mean, you're going to have to really do some sick shit and really be truly guilty. Because the last administration didn't play the political games. It was what it was. You know? Exactly. Right. Exactly. They don't even want to give him and that's the public. And that's what I felt so bad for the people that were at those homes to be embarrassed on national TV and in front of everybody like that when they got taken out of the house in handcuffs. Like, there is no reason why the feds couldn't just shown up and got in contact with his lawyer and say, look, they obviously want to find something. Like, if they had something, they would have been able to just say, hey, we got you. Like, just come in, or let's go meet at your house. Let's do this low key so nobody gets, we don't want to embarrass nobody and do this, that, the third. No, they randomly show up because they hope to find something. That is the psychological thing that's going on that people aren't seeing, that like they don't understand, is why are you showing up randomly if you have this, that, and the third? If you had this, that, and the third, you wouldn't have had to do all that. No, you're hoping to find something. You're hoping to find something. Not you have something. All you have is a few girls that are willing to testify against him. That's it. And you know what? And here's the thing. It's like someone saying something versus like R. Kelly incriminating himself by having an actual video. There's, that's proof. It sucks that it has to be that way, but sometimes when, and especially with like this generation, it's hard to just take somebody's word for it. It may have happened, it all depends, it just, I don't know. It's like, what I'm getting at is if like, what do you do if these girls don't really have proof that this and that was done? And this is just their word against his. What do you do then? Other than look at the girl and her background and like see what type, like, is she just trying to get some money out of this? Is she just looking to like ruin his life because he didn't want to date her? Like, what is, it's like, I just think if the United States had something on Puffy, they wouldn't have randomly showed up. They would have already been in contact with a lawyer and said, what do you want to do? Do you want to come down here to meet us? Do you want us to meet you at your house? We got this, that, and the third on you. We're just letting you know we have a warrant. Like, we're coming to get you. Let's do this piece. Like, let's do this under the radar because we have this on you. The cops had R. Kelly peeing on somebody with a videotape. Along with all the other things. Like, I just think that, like, people don't understand that. They show up surprisingly because they're trying to find something. They're trying to find something. Because if they had it, they wouldn't have to show up like that, is my point. I don't know. I just think it'd be really, I just think that his kids, it would be such the most messed up scenario if his kids would still lived in that big ass mansion with them and they knew he had little girls going in and out of that place. I'm talking underage girls. Because if you got 18-year-old girls that have consent, that ain't my business, that ain't your business, but theirs. Whether we think it's right or we think it's wrong, it doesn't matter. They're above age, and there was consent. You know what I mean? That's none of our business. If there are girls underage or even boys underage without consent, then that is a problem. Yes, absolutely. So I think we'll find out. And I think that if that was the case, then the kids would, you would at least think that there would be some turmoil there where the kids and you would say, yo, all these years, the kids just don't want nothing to do with their dad. Why is that? You know what I'm saying? But they don't. They live there. Right? If things were really screwed up like that, I would just think as like basic common sense that their kids would like say, Pops, if you're going to do, you got to get us out of here. Like, we're gone. We can't sit here and do this. You do you, but we're out of here. We don't want nothing to do with that. Right? I would imagine you would have something like that. Now, if this is like a little family thing going on, then, that's crazy. I'm not ruling that out either. But I just think that, there would probably be issues between the kids and Puffy for years now, and there hasn't been. So I just don't think he's been doing crazy stuff with underage girls, right? Little kids or little girls, whatever you want to call it, 15, 14, 13, 16, So, and if the kids were okay with it, that's just as messed up, right? That's just as wild. That boggles my mind that they would do that. But I think they have like common sense. They don't it's just like they don't need, I wouldn't think that they need to do that. I don't know. That's just my opinion. I just think you would see signs of like family turmoil there leading up to all this. And from what I've seen, there hasn't been that. I think, in my opinion, because I didn't hear a lot of the stuff that was going on prior, I think this is the state trying to get money. That's my opinion. I think they just saw this girl get $40 million And they're like, let's just go see what we can find. Let's just show up randomly and see what we can find. They say they got to do this, that, the third. I get it. They do. But when you have this girl getting 40 million, that technically is the only evidence that you need to give the judge to say, we need to go check this guy out. She's saying she alleged this, that, the third, and he gave her the money. I'm pretty sure he gave her the money, right? Or did he not? Because I heard that he fought her and didn't give it to her. And then I heard that she did get the check of like 40 million or something. So I don't know what all transpired there. I take it she did get some money. I don't know. So, and there are a lot of stories that people were talking about from like years ago, but none of that was underage girls and trafficking. You know, where the kid or the bodyguard got shot. I don't know if you guys remember that or not, but that's not human trafficking with like little girls and shit. Like that's, you know, so yeah, see, there's been some shit with him, but like, just like you said, Chris, this is like top of the level, like, and they word things to make the public do exactly what they did. Oh, he messing with little girls. Like, girl, trafficking could be a 30-year-old, could be a 40-year-old. It could be a 30, 40-year-old giving consent, but because there was 8 of them crossing the state line in the same vehicle. You know what I'm saying? The state's real funny with their laws. And they put that out there, and the dumbass public just runs with it. Just runs with it. And just because something is a law doesn't mean you should or shouldn't agree with it. You should have your own personal belief. Not just what a group of people that get around that are 80, 70 years old, they get together and they just said, you can and can't do this. That's their opinion, not yours. For instance, like California and New York and shit, you'd be crazy to think if I lived in a tough place that I would not be carrying to protect not only myself but people around me if something happened. You are crazy. So just because you say it's against the law that I can't defend myself because you think it's not okay, and you're not going to provide me with a cop 24/7 to be with by my side and everyone else's side to make sure we all safe, I'm going to take matters into my own hands because you ain't doing what's right for me or everyone else. You can't be by me and the community 24/7. So I'm going to handle that. I don't need you to handle that. So that's when I say less government out of our lives. That's what I mean by it. We need less government in our lives. They need to be where they need to be, right? That's taking care of the people that can't take care of themselves, safety of others, the military, you know, doing what the government was intended for, and that's, you know, for businesses and the taxes and things of that nature. Not, we got to tax you on your little $600. We saw that you transferred $600 here. Where's the taxes you're going to pay on that? Oh shit, yeah, I sold my couch. I thought you said it was for the rich. Yeah, well, we kind of fucked you up on that one. Like, what? That's crazy, bro. It's crazy. It just shows more and more proof that they do not want you to succeed. If they are going to hassle you over, I don't care if it's $600 to $1,000, anything less than $10,000, that's a problem. That's a problem. Damn, I cannot. Was there any news with AMD today? What's your bets? Prevail Tuesday. Reddit. Digital World. Open higher. Tesla. Micron. Six. Dude, what came out at 11 o'clock for AMD to rip like that? I think we need to. I might go make a cup of coffee real quick. But if we can just get a pullback into like Where are we? We're already 1.8%. See why I didn't get short that thing, Chris? That's why. I felt like, I'm like, yo, there's something funny with this thing. The volume fell off at the lows. Like, you want to see volume increase at the lows and break those lows to say, hey, yeah, we really riding this downside. Like, that's what I need. You never got that. You did here. You did right there on that double bottom, but not sure what happened. They just regained it. What's Tesla doing? So Tesla did pull back. Where are the contracts at? I don't think I still have them up there. Yeah, I've been doing this long enough. It's like, you know, I'm not always going to be right, but I just felt like there was something going on there. I could just sense it. You know what I mean? I just felt like, you know, in order for me to get short that, I needed to see the continuation. And when you see like Tesla doing this here, like thinking about like this move here, right? That move there, and then like on AMD, when it went ahead and like, see, it's hard to say. Like, oh, come on. I don't know. I wanted to say, like, you know, it just, once it got down there, I guess I can't really use the same for Tesla as I did this, but like you said, like once you got down here, you started to see that like the volume fell off and it just didn't want to break, right? It didn't want to break. And, you know, I think also is because, you know, you have a range here, one, but two, anybody that wants to get short, they would look at that and they're like, the exact thing that I said was the risk to reward. You know, it's like this thing could bounce at 180 and I got to give it $1.50, $2 to make $1. You know, my support's down at 174 and I'm at 177, 176. Like, I'm working with $1.50 there. Like, the risk to reward doesn't line up. You know, it's just, it was acting funny down there, like you said. We were watching it. It just, the volume fell off and all that stuff. So, good thing I didn't take Goldman Sachs. Goldman Sachs looks like it wants to pull back as well. Like, that pullback is too much. I might go make some coffee real quick, gang. Yeah, see, it's this pullback is way too much. That's way too big of a pullback, in my opinion. I mean, it's Goldman Sachs. It might trade funny, but usually if you retrace more than a certain amount, it's just showing you the weakness early. Microsoft might be nice for... Nope, never mind. Alright, guys, I gotta grab something to drink real quick. I love the conversation that we had. Keep grinding. Do what you gotta do for yourself and just don't quit. Even if it sounds crazy, guess what? You might be crazy, but it's better to be fucking rich and have the things that you want and be happy and be crazy at the same time than to be, you know, to not have those things and not be crazy. I'd rather be crazy and happy and have the things that I want and get out of life what I want to get out of it than to not be just crazy. Give me the crazy.
The stock is now trading at 26 times forward. It's not cheap by any means, but relative to its history, 36 times, I think is pretty compelling.
Yeah. Jimmy, what do you think?
I'm holding off on adding to it. Obviously, Steffi, you've done that. Jason, you've just done that. I get it. I hope you guys are right.
But I'll be right back. I'm going to go grab some coffee and something to drink, and I'll be right back. Let me watch CrowdStrike, too. It's starting to go green now.
Sloping down. That's not good in a rising market. The 50-day moving average crossed below the 200-day moving average, the so-called death cross. These are not, you know, foolproof indicators, but they're pretty good. And the good news for both Steffi and Jason here is you're going to be right if it it holds this level. 168, if it goes to 168 or below, that will set up the 4th successive lower low since the all-time high last December. Now, if that happens, I think then I will have been wise to wait. By the way, folks, I own it, right? I'm not hoping for this to go down.
Hold on, Turkey,
but I do want to add to it. I think I'm going to get that shot at around the low 160s.
Okay.
However, if it bounces from here, you guys are absolutely right. So I know it's funny. I'm the technical guy today, but here you are.
Well, look, I mean, we had a technical conversation about this chart looking terrible before the nice rebound that it had, right? People started to write it off. Then it had the rebound. Now you have another move lower, so it remains to be seen.
And you made a good point, by the way. That move lower there was a catalyst for it, right? It was the DOJ action, so it wasn't like the technicals all of a sudden rolled over out of the clear blue sky. So that's a very good point.
Well, it's also like leaning on a scale that was already a little shaky. So
yeah, but I'm just going to tell you again, 168. I mean, I'm looking at the chart right now. It doesn't matter how fundamental Steph, Jason, and I are. You hit that 168 level, I think the sellers are going to come
I think in a year's time frame. That's what I'm giving
Absolutely,
myself.
I'm with you.
And I know you are.
Yeah.
And I know Jason is too. I may not
100%.
time it perfectly,
All right,
but
I'm
I
gonna
feel
find
pretty good that
something
I
I
was
can
only
try to
1%
swing here, like-
weighted in this thing. And it went all the way down, and now I'm slowly building it higher. And I
Still
probably
watching
will be
PayPal.
adding to it if it falls below and gets to 160.
All right, I'll be
add
right
another
back,
percent.
guys.
It's actually, it's interesting. Last year it was 7% of the S&P 500 weighting. It's now under 6. So it's come down a lot. So I think that's telling, clearly, but I think that's an opportunity.
talk about another stock that's come down a lot. Leads me back to you, Steph. Well, you know,
and don't
that remark
forget,
is indicative of the move in the stock, but also you see
yeah, absolutely,
opportunity in
Chris.
what's
I do
happened
the
with
same too.
Snowflake.
Yeah.
Because it
I'm
is
with you.
of the AI
I'm
stocks
gonna
that
just
I'm
hang
looking
out
at
here
in
and
front
go
of me.
through some
It's
charts and
certainly
do some
one of the
other
worst
stuff, but
performers. It's down 15%
it's a good
month
combo
to
we had
date,
today, man.
And it's down 20% on the quarter. It's again,
Just
it's like one of
remember,
those
if you get
outliers
that
where
pullback,
so
look,
many stocks in
Coinbase is
that
holding
universe
this
have gone
level.
up. This one
All
has
right,
gone in
we
the
get
opposite
this. This
direction
is
by
an
default.
hourly RSI here.
Yeah, so it's down 32%.
We
post
may
the
have
quarter,
some
which was
upside
really
here if
not
we
a
can
bad
get
quarter
Bitcoin
at all.
to
In
pull
fact,
back.
They grew revenues, total revenues,
We might
32%.
have some really nice
Product revenues
upside.
grew 33%.
Look at that. Wait,
Free
that's
cash
the
flow
level I would
grew
like to
more than
have,
expected by $54 million. Margins expanded 400 basis points in the quarter, and so of course they
so
didn't
yeah,
raise
watch
guidance. In fact, they were
46.
very conservative
46
with
to
guidance,
47.
and that's why the stock got hit, especially at this kind
I'm
of
looking to go
valuation.
long.
I
So if you
mentioned to
see
I started
Bitcoin
very
down
small
there and it
on
starts to
purpose because
hold,
of the valuation.
I'm telling you all
but I
right
still
now, I'm going to
very
get long
much believe,
Coinbase again.
In data and how it is
Right.
integral
That'll be
in
like,
AI,
Fridays,
and these guys have size and scale, and I
like that
think the new CEO
Thursdays
is kind of
Thursdays
setting
opening
up the
price.
stage for being pretty conservative on forward
man, you too,
guidance.
bro.
So while I was not happy that they didn't raise guidance, I do think the bar is set low. Remember last year, they actually lowered guidance twice. So I think this new CEO is kind of like, okay, let's set the bar low and let's try to overachieve, under promise, over deliver, and that's when you get a re-rating in a stock. But I still like the theme overall and the positioning of this company with regards to AI.
All right, let me remind everybody too, we have a big interview and an exclusive coming up tomorrow. Brad Gerstner of Altimeter is going to join us. Of course, he's a Snowflake holder, but it's going to be on all things tech and maybe even more importantly, his Invest America initiative, which he's articulated his goal for what he is trying to do for this country many times on this show. Well, he's made some significant strides, including adding some of this country's best-known CEOs to join his council.
I like this
We're going
guy,
to reveal that, and he's
Kirshner
going to
there.
talk a lot about it tomorrow. Of
Guys,
course, the
watch,
NVDA trade. It's one of his big
watch this
positions,
level on
Meta,
AMD.
mega cap, everything that you like to hear Gerstner
Watch
talk
that
about.
high
He's going to do
on
tomorrow
AMD
exclusively
from
on this
yesterday
program, and we're
at,
excited about that.
182.
Speaking of tech, Jason, so we've had a lot of conversation about where this trade is, at least ahead of last week or this week.
Right.
Is it done? Is it resting? What's the deal? Well, B of A, their client flow trends suggest that investors aren't willing to give up on this thing yet, right? They're buying comm services and tech. They sold stocks in 11 sectors, not these. Comm services continues to have the longest buying streak of any sector. That's 21 weeks. While tech saw its 4th week of inflows after seeing outflows most weeks year to date. So how do we assess this trade as a whole, as we just hit 2 key stocks within it?
Yeah, no, I think for me, it's a bit of a digestion, right? You know, it has underperformed in the last month. I mean, the Qs are only up a little over 1%. You know, but when I think about, even from a Fed perspective, we haven't talked about the Fed at all today, which is a good thing in my view. you know, obviously it was very dovish commentary last week. I mean, the dot plot, they're committed to 3 cuts, which could be a catalyst for a lot of tech. But forget about, put that aside for 1 second. Cloud and AI are multi-year stories. And it's really nice to see a broadening out in the market. You're seeing energy, what energy is doing, staples, transports, whatever, you name it. Every sector has really started to produce over the last month or so. But I don't believe, I believe that tech is due for a little bit of a break, but this is not something to unload or put aside, because I do think there's continued catalyst there, and it's just a little bit of digestion consolidation right now.
Although, you know, Jimmy, Barclays thinks it could be a little bit more, at least once you finally get, if you do in fact get some sort of broader consolidation or a, you know, corrective phase of any kind, they say that tech could lead it. They say obviously what everybody else says, well, fundamentals continue to support it, being tech. Stretched positioning and technicals could see tech leading the first leg of the next sell-off. I mean, that's an easy note to write and an easy position to take, given the fact that the stocks are up a lot. So it's like, duh. But what do we think about it, though?
Yeah, well, I think the question is, do you act on it? And I would not. You know, look, if you get a correction in the market overall, first off, I don't think it's going to be that deep. I don't even think we'd get a technical correction of 10% pullback on the S&P 500. Why? Because a lot of people have looked at the rally over the last 15 months or so, 17 months, and missed out. And a lot of them have, and they're going to come in. You get a 5-7% decline, they're going to come into the market. Now, if that happens, sure, maybe the note is right. Maybe tech goes down 10%. I mean, the fundamental, there's a line in there about fundamentals being supportive, and that needs to be stressed. These are not nosebleed territory stocks. Sure, we can look at security stocks and see, you know, multiples in the 60s, fine. But if you're going to look at Google, if you're going to look at even Microsoft in the low 30s, even NVIDIA in the mid 30s, these are not insane valuations. So if tech comes off 10%, I personally don't want to add to my underweight by selling tech right now on the theory that maybe it's going to go down more than 10%. What I would like to do is have some dry powder to add to tech, as we were just talking about Apple, if things go down 10% or even 7 or 5%. We'll talk later about some sales I've made, but I have been raising dry powder. I think you need to be ready for some correction, which probably isn't even going to be a technical correction.
But so you're zeroing in on the biggest of the big tech stocks. I'm not necessarily even. Oh,
nice.
I don't
Look at the gap fill we have.
You want to look
here
at some of these returns quarter to date for chips?
Go.
So I mean, the SMH
Scott, do this. You do the returns. Yeah. I'll do the valuation, because in a lot of these, you're going to say, okay, the valuations are kind of supportive. Go ahead.
So first of all, the SMH is on pace for its best quarter since 2020. NVIDIA's on pace for its best quarter since the Q4
we make that 182 support. Let's see if we can't get long up into like 186.
If I tell you some of these gains, NVIDIA's up 91%. These are all quarter to date. Micron 40, Taiwan Semi 34, ASML 30, Applied Materials 29, and so on and so forth. It goes down, you know, 20 for some of these other names. Broadcom's 21, held on this desk. We better be careful about how we look at the whole tech space. Don't just focus on mega caps. Let's look at some of these absolutely crazy charts in this chips.
Your point is well made, and I'm just going to.
Could get a rejection right there. See if that comes in right there and rejects.
Micron's up 40% in the quarter.
And here's the rub on it. You know, you look at this year's earnings, 177
I'm still watching
times.
AMD.
You look at next year's earnings, 16 times. So
AMD,
what's going on
Coinbase,
here? Micron
Tesla.
is a really cyclical chip.
Yeah, these are,
and it's 16 times next year's earnings. That's pricing in a recovery from the demise of 2022, 2023, when we had all of that, you know, the payback for the double ordering and the
Look at Palantir. Are you kidding me? Oh my God.
Could be writ even larger.
Are you serious right now?
Names. You know, Oracle's had a great run. Still trades at around 20 times forward earnings. Google,
we did not get that. We looked at it earlier.
Lambasting that it's been getting recently.
Brett gave that to us.
It's had a good return, and yet
Brett
it's
gave that
22 times this year's earnings, 19 times next year's earnings. The point I'm making is not to disagree with you. The returns are stellar, but in a lot of these technology names, the valuations are still.
PLTR, about to step out. Thoughts on the company comments last week?
I mean, I've been more focused on non-tech as I'm diversifying the portfolio
green boxes are
into
entries.
some of the sectors that have lagged. We've talked about energy, industrials, financials. Believe it or not, those sectors are actually beating technology as a whole. If you look at the XLK is up 9%, and these other sectors are up 10. No one's really even talking about that.
Well,
and that's because the earnings, the earnings are better than expected.
To your point, tech is only the 6th best sector.
Yeah. Right.
It's been dominated by the things that you're talking about.
Exactly, and that's because tech's already run. We already know a lot of these stories. Not to say that it's over, but I don't think you want to chase these names. I own Broadcom, I own Lam Research, I love them, but I'm not buying them. And in fact, I was trimming some of them, and I would continue to trim if they continue to go higher. I love the stories long term, but I see much better value in these other sectors because earnings were better than expected, and we are seeing a broadening out. And what did Powell say last week? GDP is stronger than expected. All three of us have been saying that for years, by the way. So now the Fed agrees with us.
You've been front running. You've been front running Powell.
We're front running Powell. But happy to do it. And at the same time, inflation's still stubborn, but it's come down. All of this means earnings are better than expected. That's good for stocks, and that's good for the broadening. And that's why I'm not chasing tech, but Apple down 14%, Snowflake down 32%, IBM, if that pulls back, I would add to that CDW. Like, I have a whole bunch of names. I just think that there are other places that are more compelling at this point.
Well, don't go spilling the beans yet on a number of moves you have, which we're doing in the B block, okay? Before you take that and make that next sentence. No. All right, because you bought 1, 2, 3. You bought 3 and you sold 2. Yeah. We're doing that in the B block, so cool. I don't want to, speaking of front running, I don't want to do that. What about the chips? Are we vulnerable, or are we just fine?
You know what? I think we're just fine. You know, listen, I mean, NVIDIA is the main story. Obviously, they're up 90% year to date, quarter to date. You know, the numbers are crazy, right? And you know, we had their conference last week. They're announcing a bunch of partnerships, deals. I mean, it seemed endless to a certain degree. But what I will say, and Jim made this point, I mean, the semis are cyclical stocks, right? So we have to be mindful of that. You know, I don't think we're anywhere closer.
They're not trading that way.
No way, not at all, not at all.
And maybe they're not that much. Maybe
they're not
maybe AI has changed that game.
Possibly.
Definitely.
Possibly.
It's definitely changed the name of the game. You've got Broadcom has earnings power of $70 to $75. We were talking about 50 just 2 months ago.
100%.
Right? And the same thing with Lam Research. Their advanced packaging business is up to $1 billion, up threefold in a year's time, all because of NVIDIA's platform. So their earnings power is awfully high, too. I'm just saying, my point is I don't want to chase them here, but I recognize that AI certainly has changed the game to a certain degree. You just want to be a little more price sensitive and valuation sensitive,
100%,
right?
100%.
That's the key question as to, you know, whether this whole AI play and this transformative technology has prolonged a cycle longer than we're used to it running.
Yes. Sure.
Now, a lot of these, you have to figure that a lot of it's in the stocks, right? You don't just jump the way these stocks have jumped and figure that nothing's in the names. But it could still be prolonged much further. It's just a great unknown. Just don't know. Double ordering, things like that. You don't know.
That's very well put. We really don't know. Double ordering will show up, and triple ordering. It will show up. I have no idea when. But to the question you're asking, I intellectually look at 2 different types of chip stocks, the AI chips and the non-AI. And if you look at the last 2 years, a lot of non-AI chips have really, really languished. I mean, do I have to go into Qualcomm? Sorry, Jason, do I have to? NXP?
We're both in it.
Right. And, you know, 2023 and 22, frankly, these were not good years for those stocks. Now they're recovering, but they're not recovering on the basis of AI. Yes, Qualcomm is probably in its quarter going to come out and say, hey, you know, we're getting AI on the edge in your phones. But that's not what Qualcomm moves on.
Qualcomm's a cyclical. It's up 16% in the quarter. It's not like it's done absolutely nothing. It just doesn't look as sexy next to a Micron, an NVIDIA, or an AMD, or a Lam, or a Taiwan, or an ASML.
And I think therein lies the story that I'm paying attention to on a day-to-day basis, that a lot of stocks, not just in tech, which have languished, I mean really languished, and I've taken some heat for it appropriately, you know, for hanging on to these things for a long time, have started to really recover. I mean, outside of tech, you can look at financials, industrials. We've done this many times. Look at energy, right? Look at one of the things I get kind of laughed at for holding quite a bit. GM. I almost don't want to mention it because it's a
71,000
jinx,
on those 75 puts, man.
From 27 to 44, and I have to say this, right? When the UAW strike was settled and all the headlines were, look at how the UAW pulled one over on management there. Ha! Don't believe headlines, folks. Do your own research.
I'm actually looking at the cybersecurity.
Yo, that's what I said about Didi, bro. I was saying the same shit last night. Don't believe everything you see on the internet. Do your own research.
And it could in a day. We know how volatile cybersecurity is. It's going to be a $1 trillion total total addressable market, and that's lowballing it. Every single day we hear about a cyber attack. Even cybersecurity companies are having cyber attacks. When that happens, you know things are just not working. And what we are hearing from CTOs is that you're seeing a consolidation. Companies don't want to have 10, 15 vendors. They want to have 5. So you pick the big 5. You want to pick a name? Palo Alto, Fortinet, CrowdStrike, whatever. You could also pick Hack, which is the ETF, which I would recommend because it's a little less volatile. But Fortinet is doing a lot of right things, and that's one that's absolutely on my radar should it pull back.
I'm glad you brought up that sector because, you know, if you got chips and software, now these are part of that software, obviously, but cyber, those stocks, have, like charts look like, for the most part, look straight up, too. We do continue to follow the bridge collapse in Baltimore after a cargo ship hit the structure earlier this morning. Our Eamon Javers is there with the very latest. Eamon, what are we learning this hour?
Well, Scott, we're going to hear from the President of the United States coming up later this hour. We expect to get more information also from the NTSB coming up at 1 p.m. Eastern Time. As you take a look now at this cargo ship, the Dolly, nearly 1,000-foot-long cargo vessel, now wedged in among the wreckage of the Francis Scott Key Bridge here at the Port of Baltimore. You can see the wreckage of the bridge still on the hull of the ship there, which is piled high, 6-7 cargo containers high on the deck of that ship. Still, we can see the engines do appear to be running on the ship. There is smoke coming from the smokestacks on it. No movement at all since it impacted that bridge at about 1:30 a.m. this morning. We heard from the Maryland governor, Wes Moore, earlier today. He's described the moments at which the ship issued a mayday call, which gave enough notice for some action to be taken here at the port. Take a listen.
I'm thankful for the folks who once the warning came up and once notification came up that there was a mayday, who literally by being able to stop cars from coming over the bridge, these people are heroes. They saved lives last night.
So, Scott, clearly the human toll here could have been a lot worse. As it stands right now, there are 6 people still unaccounted for. 2 were rescued. 1 rescued and sent to the hospital. 1 person was able to get out of the water on their own, and officials say they have spoken to that person and verified his condition. So there are now 6 unaccounted for. This is still officially 11 hours in now, a search and rescue mission. They say they have divers on the scene as well as people on the surface and helicopters circling above us. I asked the governor at that press conference, Scott, if there's any indication now of when they might be able to remove that wreckage and reopen the Port of Baltimore. That wreckage right now is across the entire span of the river here that gives access to that port. He said it's simply too early to even begin to give any estimate of that. All of the shipping coming into the Port of Baltimore, including all of the cars that come in to the east coast of the United States, or the bulk of them, all of that is now being shut down, and it's not at all clear from the governor on down, from any of the officials here, when they'll be able to reopen this port. So a major economic impact here, Scott, and no deadline for the recovery. Back over to you.
All right, Eamon, I appreciate that update live from Baltimore. That's our Eamon Javers on scene. Thank you for that. Up next, more committee moves. I told you Stephanie has a bunch, so we're going to go through those a little later on in the program. Farmer Jim's got a few of his own. Halftime's back in 2 minutes.
Insurance.
All right, we're back. Time to go to the Linkster for these moves that I told you about earlier. Okay, so you bought 3M or you bought more 3M?
3M.
You bought 3M.
I bought 3M.
Okay. Okay. Tell me why.
I think this is GE 2.0.
Okay.
I think that this is a conglomerate, and they are spinning off pieces. They are going to spin off their healthcare piece. We know that. But I think there's a lot more that they can do. But what really got me jazzed up was Bill Brown. He was L3. From 2012 to 2022, the stock was up over 400%. He gets things done. He may not be Larry Culp, but he's pretty close. I think the valuation at 10 times forward estimates is extremely cheap. They're paying down debt. They do have litigation. They do have lawsuits. It's not clean, but this is exactly what GE was many, many years ago. It wasn't clean and very hard to buy, but I think if you have patience, that I think that you will be well rewarded.
Okay, now you have had to wait a good while for GE.
Yes.
Right? At the expense of like catching a lot of flack about, oh my gosh, this thing's not doing anything. Yeah. When's it going to turn around? You can't turn around a freighter that quickly. You were willing to do that, and you're being rewarded now. How long do you think you're going to have to wait, if at all, for the kind of turnaround that you expect for what you've already determined to be a GE 2.0?
I think that their businesses are healthier than what GE's businesses were at the lows, at the low point. Remember, this is a conglomerate. They have a lot of pieces. They have industrial, transportation, electronics, consumer. I mean, a lot of these businesses are good. And by the way, like 70% of their revenues are overseas, around the world. So to the extent you think that the global economy is a little bit better, which I do, then I think these guys should do well. By the way, the 10 multiple compares to 20 times over his history. A premium multiple because of the premium businesses. It's lost its way, and I think that Bill Brown is going to. I think it won't take as long, Scott. That being said, it's a 200 versus what we talked about Apple at 500 basis points.
Sure.
Right?
You hope. I mean, you're basically hoping that Mr. Brown pulls a Culp-like
he will.
turnaround on the person as much as you are the fundamental on Brown.
Yeah, I have to. CEOs, that's what makes the story so fascinating because of the prior track record. These aren't businesses that are hard to fix. Distribution, efficiencies, productivity, margin and they're not hard to fix. I think GE was much harder to fix. I mean, renewables and power was a struggle. Healthcare was amazing, but underneath the big umbrella was very poorly run. And then aviation had potential, but again, it wasn't great execution. They had a lot to do. Culp had a lot to do. He fixed it. I think Brown doesn't have as hard of a lift. So again, it started off small, and I'll probably add on any pullbacks.
Jimmy, what were you going to say?
Well, what I'm wondering here, obviously everybody wonders about the litigation.
Yeah.
You addressed it, you said it's priced in. High dividend yield. Here's what the question is, buying back shares. Can they buy back shares without the litigants in their various cases saying, hey, look, they got more money, and that's
They're probably not going to right away.
Yeah, they got to get that settled, right?
Yeah,
okay.
but the stock is at this valuation, it's cheap enough that I think that's not expected at this point. Buybacks and by the way, I also wouldn't be surprised if they come in and cut the dividend. I wouldn't.
Well, that would be kind of scary, right? I mean, that's usually a sell that moment.
They're settling all this litigation. The free cash flow is a little bit better than expected. They're paying down debt. So I don't know if they are going to cut the dividend, but I wouldn't be scared to say that all of a sudden things are in shambles. They're just not. Just based on the balance.
So the other one, Freeport, that's a new buy?
That is a new buy. I've been in and out of it, but I do think, as I mentioned, if I think that the global economies are sort of poised to rebound, this is very tied to copper prices. For every 10 cents of share in copper price change is $430 million to EBITDA and $340 million to cash flow. And oh, by the way, their debt has gone from $6 billion to $400 million. And so they've been talk about paying down debt. They've done a great job there, and I think the valuation is pretty attractive. This is definitely a bet on the global economy's rebounding. The stock is not going to do anything if that doesn't happen, but I do think it is going to happen.
Okay, you bought D.R. Horton, DHI.
I did. I bought D.R. Horton. I've been talking about housing.
Yeah,
you know, housing is my favorite sector. I just think that seasonally, this is exactly the time when you want to own the home builders.
Yep.
We saw KB Homes this morning where orders were up 55% sequentially in the quarter. Gross margins were better. And the company, KBH, was talking about incentives coming down a little bit more because demand is a little bit higher than expected. That plays right into D.R. Horton. They have a play on the Southeast. That's 51% of their total revenues. That's where you're seeing growth in homes, and also the people, their first-time buyers, exposed as well. And that's exactly where I want to be. 11 times earnings versus 13 times historical. It had a nice run last year. I'm right-sizing it to start. On pullbacks, I would definitely add to it. But I already own Home Depot in a very big way, so I'm placing a bigger bet on housing.
If you're placing a bigger bet on housing, why are you selling Sherwin-Williams, SHW?
Just because I made 20% off the lows, and I think that, and it's also more expensive. It's not that I don't like it. I just didn't have the cash. And so D.R. Horton, to me, is more compelling at this valuation, and it's really more of a pure play in terms of housing, so there's a little more beta, a little more juice to the story.
Okay, what about Bristol-Myers, which you sold as well, BMY?
Yeah, I eked out a 6% gain in that stock, and I'm calling it a day. I know, Jimmy, I know you've been there, and then I'm like, great, we made some money. I like this story very much. I do think it's very cheap. I also think the dividend is very safe. The balance sheet's great. But this is a company that's rebuilding its pipeline. It's going to talk about years. This is going to take years to actually unfold. And so taking my money and putting it elsewhere.
All right, let's get the headlines now with Bertha Coombs. Hi, Bertha.
Hi, Scott. Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin met with Israeli Defense Minister Yoav Gallant this morning and said that it was a, quote, moral imperative to protect Palestinian civilians. The meeting comes at a tense time between the two nations after an Israeli delegation pulled out of a planned meeting in protest of the United Nations resolution for an immediate ceasefire.
Are they going to talk about
the
Diddy?
Labor Department found immigrant children as
Or are they
young
not
as
because he
14
was
years old
a
were
CNBC
working
supporter?
illegally around heavy equipment at
As a
Tennessee
CNBC supporter, you do not
Tough Torque makes lawnmower parts
talk
for
bad
brands
about
such
others,
as
I guess.
John Deere. The company was fined for hiring 10 children and must
Let's
set
see.
aside $1.5 million.
Panera
to
outrage.
help
What
them.
about the Diddy
Its
outrage? Come
Majority
on.
owner said that
That's
the
so
children
funny.
were temporary
I'm
workers
scared
who were not
that CNBC
hired
isn't talking about
directly by
Diddy
the
now.
company. And after a weekend
Now
of
I'm nervous.
outages, Panera Bread's
Now I'm
website
nervous.
and app are slowly coming back online, though not fully operational. Silicon Valley Daily first reported systems for the restaurant chain went out on Saturday morning. Panera has yet to make a statement on just what caused that outage. Apparently, even the displays in the stores, Scott, were down. Back to you.
Bertha, appreciate that. Bertha Coombs, thank you. Up next, our calls of the day. The committee debating the strategy on Netflix, but plus a bullish note on the big banks as well. We'll be back after this quick break.
I'm just eating right now. Give me 1 second. I want to be chewing and shit right in front of the mic. If we had some volume here, I'd say, oh shit, what's up, bro? Haven't seen you in a couple days. Sorry, man, I didn't see your message down there. See if we hold this and get, you know, we don't really have much volume there, but kind of wondering if get a nice little pop and a bounce right back up to like 521.80. I mean, in my opinion, I think that's where I would want to be long, because I'm gonna know pretty damn quick if it's not gonna work. Oh, nice. Nice. Awesome, bro. Dude, that's so sick. That's awesome.
The NBC.
That's awesome, bro. Sorry, I have my mouth full.
Welcome back. Julia Borston joins us now with a news alert. Julia?
A news alert on the NFL. Peacock will exclusively stream the NFL Friday night opening weekend game on September 6th.
I wish I could come out to one of those.
Brazil. This will be the third game streamed on Peacock.
I know my boy Matt used to
the big numbers that Peacock got
do the
for
same
its
thing.
wild card game
Motocross
at the end of the last season, and this will be the Peacock will be the exclusive
that was actually, you know,
what's
funny?
First ever regular season
and it's like,
game in Brazil.
It's not surprising.
Scott, back over to you.
All right, Julie, appreciate
but
that update.
Where the first place I learned how to drive was at my boy's house in his motocross track. I learned how to operate equipment, making jumps, making a motocross track, and I had this old. I think it was like it was either an old Chevy or an old Ford. I want to say it was an older Ford that was used, and I learned to drive in that thing. You know, I think really the car that I learned. So my first car was a GSX Eclipse. It was like a 92, a 91, 92 GSX Eclipse, and it was a 5-speed. That's where I learned how to drive a stick. But the first time I actually got inside of like a truck or a car and would just drive around forever for however long was back then.
Our team believes that the money center banks, Bank of America, Citi, Goldman, and JP Morgan, all of which they have overweight, are a way to play this view. Now, we do have ownership step.
I'm going to go make another, I'm going to grab another burger and pour my coffee real quick. I'll be right back.
So you must agree with Ms. Huberty, Morgan Stanley.
I do. We've been talking about capital markets recovering. We've talked about M&A, equity capital markets, debt capital markets, investment banking, the whole thing. We are seeing a recovery. There's no question about it. When it will be appreciated, I don't know. But Bank of America trades at 1.1 times book, 2.6% dividend yield, which I believe will go higher, very well capitalized, and their expense management is phenomenal. On Morgan Stanley, it's more of a mix, right? They have capital markets, and then they have wealth management. And that wealth management is 50% of their business. So maybe not as levered as Goldman Sachs per se, if you're playing capital markets, but I do think you're starting to see a recovery in the wealth management space. In fact, Schwab, which I recently have added to, their NNA in the month of February actually rose 4.7%, which is really one of the highlights in terms of getting new assets. And the banks in general, that has been a real sticking point, not only for Schwab, but for the group. So I like those three names. Those are the ones I have been adding to on weakness.
Jason, the return of capital markets is a big deal for your Goldman Sachs.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And that's why we own it, because I do believe capital markets, deal volumes, all will pick up in the second half. The stock's only up 5% year to date, but it's encouraging to see even the Reddit IPO, like how well it did, and starting to see other names come to market. So that's the play for me as it relates to the financial space. And also, I would say, I think it's important that we are seeing less interest rate volatility. I think that'll play well for the money centers and deal volume and loan volumes to pick up.
So Jim, Citi, right, which I think it was Mayo at Wells was, extraordinarily bullish about, which he has been for a while. So I don't want you to give me that today, but JP Morgan is the other one you own. But what about this call? Now's the time for large cap banks, both, ones that sort of excel in capital markets, but also money center banks that'll do well in maybe lower rate environment.
I think it can surprise people to hear me say that. But, you got to look about the short term. XLF is up 25%. That even includes Berkshire. So there's been one heck of a run in banks, and XLF is mostly money center banks. So JP Morgan's had a heck of a run. Goldman has had a heck of a run. Citi has. And it gets hard to All that said, I think these stocks have a lot more room to run because of what. All I'm saying is at some point, much like the market, okay, or much like the semis that we were talking about earlier, at some point, there's got to be a little pause, a little bit of a give back. I will put new money today to work in Citigroup and JP Morgan, but not a lot. I've got to respect the rally that's come. Long term, I love these. I love these long term. Short term, it's a little tricky.
A lot of the companies early in March, Scott, actually reiterated guidance. So I don't think the numbers are really at risk. It's really where do you see the acceleration? Where do you see the momentum in capital markets, right?
To flip my own comments on me that I said to Scott, you know, the valuations are really quite attractive.
Yeah.
I mean, they're really quite attractive, kind of 10 times earnings, good, decent yields. You know, Citigroup at 70% of tangible book value. So you got to look at both parts, what they've done and what the valuations represent.
All right, quick break. We'll come back. We'll document some of Jim's new moves, and Mike Santoli is going to join us with his midday word.
Covered.
Our senior markets commentator, Mike Santoli, here at Post 9. So I get we're up across the board. It still feels like we're really not going to be willing to place any sort of bet until we see PCE, especially given what happened with the most recent CPI and PPI.
I would say until you see PCE, till you get through the end of the quarter, and maybe you're going to even have to start to get into sort of pre-announcements and jobs report. Right now, the market sort of reveals it's sort of bias, or it's, you know, path of least resistance, which is drift with a slight upward bias. It's a 50-50 day, again, below the surface. It makes sense. To me, it all starts with super calm bond market because of a lack of huge disagreement on the macro, and then the rest of it is just sort of short-term stuff, tactical. People are fully invested, but this is not the way a market typically peaks ultimately, and so people feel right now that they're willing to ride out the next pullback. And that's how the market acts.
Sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah.
The economic data today wasn't great.
No, it's not great.
Consumer was weak, and what was it? Another manufacturing week. Philly Fed.
Yeah.
Not
no,
great.
It's getting choppy. And inside of the consumer confidence number, the one that said like their own people's own household finances, present condition eroded a little bit. So you don't, extrapolate too much from those things. But I think we have to be on alert for any deviation from the ideal economic path, which I think is now being embraced.
All right, good stuff. I'll see you on Closing Bell. That's Mike Santoli, our senior markets commentator. Coming up next, we have more committee moves. The two stocks Jim Lebenthal is selling. He'll tell you what they are next. All right, we're back with those committee moves from Jim Lebenthal that I said we had today. So let's start. That was the second one. You sold New York Community Bank, which I was surprised that you got into in the first place. So you can give us the reasoning here.
Yeah, first the trajectory. So it was about a week and a half ago. I decided to take a flyer on it. It shot up to 4. I felt like a hero pounding my chest. The very next day, there was an analyst downgrade. Comes down, and it comes right down over the last few days to the price that I bought it, and just said, nope. I'm not going into a loss position with this. I'm over here in the corner playing with matches. Nobody's stopping me. I'll stop myself before I get burned.
Sure. I mean, I remember the day that you did it, and I think the stock was at like 370, 360, something like that. And I think one of the reasons why you got into it in the first place, you're like, well, former Treasury Secretary Mnuchin has sort of come to the rescue. He's like the white knight here. I trust him and the team that he's put together moving forward. I felt like your reasoning was more along those lines, almost, I don't want to say, and I don't want to be disparaging to you in any way by suggesting that you were more enamored with that and ignored the fundamentals of the business, which even with the rescue remained challenging. Let's be clear. That's why the stock is sitting where it is.
I don't take that as disparaging at all. That's accurate. I do very strongly still think that the Steve Mnuchin put, I'm just making that up.
No, but that's what you said at the time.
Yeah, no, but I'm not backing away from it. What I'm saying is this stock can go lower before it realizes whatever Mnuchin's exit price is going to be. And I don't want to be sitting at this at $2.60 when I bought it at $3.40. I just don't need that. I've got a lot of things working right now. I don't need to be worrying about New York Community Bank and when its full value will be realized. I have no interest in it. I lost interest in it.
Okay. And you sold Greenbrier, which, to my recollection, you've been in for a reasonably long period of time. I remember you talking about it for a long time.
In and out, Scott. I get in and out of this. And if you look at a long-term chart, I mean, the stock kind of cycles between 25 and 50. I am, trying to raise a little bit of cash here because who knows? Look, if Apple goes down, if Steffi and Jason maybe bought too early, sorry to say it that way, and I get a bite at the apple, I want to have some dry powder. Or maybe
all right, gang, I'm back. I'm just eating this thing real quick.
Or Amazon that I recently bought in
we're going to do a couple different things. We're going to do a couple different things
then you're
today.
selling this and buying
just
something
a
else.
couple
That doesn't
different
feel
things.
good. So wanted to raise some cash. If the market goes down, Greenbrier is likely to go down with it. It's a beautiful little industrial bending metal
the
into
SPY's
rail
pulling
cars.
back.
I do love it. Likely to be
This
back
guy
into
is
it if it
still
goes
talking.
below 40. So stay
I'm
tuned.
still
I do
talking.
cycle in and out of this. It's my
But
main
yeah,
sort of cyclical
give me
play
like
there.
2 minutes. Give me 2 minutes. Let me eat this real quick, and we'll get it started.
Please get your slip-ins.
Oh, we have some news just crossing that we want to alert you about. Take a look at shares of Boeing on an intraday, taking a little bit of a move here, down about 1%. News that Moody's has now placed the ratings, the credit ratings of this company on review for possible downgrade. And that is on Moody's belief. They say that Boeing will be unable to deliver 737 narrow-body aircraft at the volumes required for it to materially expand its free cash flow. So that's a story we're going to watch for the rest of the afternoon. Another reminder, Brad Gerstner,
that's
exclusive
big.
with us tomorrow
That's big.
on the Halftime Report. We're excited about that. I hope you'll join me on Closing Bell at 3 o'clock this afternoon.
Just
Liz
give me
Young,
1
Courtney
second.
Garcia,
Just give me
Jason
1
Hunter
second.
will be joining me then. So I'll see all of you in a couple hours. Let's do final trades. Farmer Jim, why don't you start us off?
CVS coming back strong. You know, there was some news today about Amazon delivering prescriptions, and the stock was down over 1%, and it stormed back. It's in the green. Chart looks good, by the way.
Okay, Jason.
We have nothing in the way.
EPS growth was up 19%.
To take us back down to 180.
Volatile
If we get a
over the last couple
bounce,
weeks. I like this one.
I may look at next week puts
Linkster.
on
Target,
Boeing.
I think they have $10 a share of earnings power.
All right, good stuff. I'll see all of you on Closing Bell. The exchange begins now.
It does indeed. Thank you very much, Scott. Welcome to the exchange. I'm Wilfred Frost in for Kelly Evans, and here's what's ahead on the show today. We're in a debt-fueled, buyback-driven market, says one of our guests. He sees that extending the bull market for years. He also sees scary corrections along the way. He's here to make
180
that case.
next week.
Plus,
180.
Japan stock market hitting record highs, but it's
go
not
to
too late to get in. We look at where the biggest opportunities
Next week,
are as we
180.
continue our
It's
trip
only
around
80
the world
bucks,
this
so
week. And this stock
paying
is down
pretty much
30% from its
$1
May
a
high. The
share
company at the point of maximum stress.
for a break
That's
even.
exactly why one of our guests likes it here. He'll be here with why now is the time to buy that particular name. But we begin with a look in on how markets are trading this lunchtime. And as you can see, we're up about 0.2% or so on each of the major averages. And that means we're on pace for the first positive day in 3 for the S&P and the Dow. The NASDAQ, meanwhile,
I want to know what
set
this
for
dude is
its
doing on
6th
CNBC.
positive day in 7. Currently on track for a record
I think he's just filling in
close
for
in
what's
and
her
around
name
that
since
level.
she had her baby. I don't know what's going on.
16,428.
But
Spot 2 is the level we're looking at. So as you can see, in fact, we're just a little bit
I don't
shy
know if I
at
should
the
try
moment.
and
Need
wait
another sort of
for a
10
bounce.
basis points of gains or so. Well, for the year, if we broaden out, the S&P 500 up about 10%, and those gains may be set to continue because
I'm not
my next
sure.
guest says, as I said at the top, we're in a debt.
But I think, yeah, it is well, there's a lot going on. There's a lot going on.
But it will also
It is slow, that's for sure. That's a fact. Especially in the indexes.
At Reynolds Strategy. And also
The thing is I hate when I don't get my entry. Here's what I'll probably do. I'll have to pay more for it, but we'll watch this level right here. And we'll see if 188 breaks, if we can look for a next week Boeing put. Guys, if the credit rating is going to look into their credit rating and downgrade it because of everything that's going on, I'm telling you right now, it's only a matter of time before this thing gets shot in the foot. Like, this thing is it's going to pull back. It's going to pull back. There's no doubt about it. And what we have here, even just looking at the chart, is pretty much a big break and retest, in my opinion.
That makes a lot of sense. Corporate America has recently shown a preference for buybacks over dividends and capital expenditures. The main reason seems to be that buybacks
There's no reason why we would not be able to take this thing back down to like 160.
In theory, they improve earnings per share. They're also a lot more flexible
we
than
don't have to
dividends.
get
A buyback, for example,
back to
can be
COVID lows,
discontinued much easier than cutting a dividend. But remember, Wilf, it all depends on cash flow. As long as that's strong, we got buybacks.
Bob, stick around with us for this discussion because there's so many areas to explore. And Brian, great to see you.
This level right here, guys.
In the headline, we're saying
at 190
debt-fueled buybacks. I mean, and that's a good thing. Surely buybacks
is a
are a
major
good thing when
level.
stocks are cheap, and they're not particularly cheap.
Look at that
and
level
when it's
on
being
190.
funded outside excess earnings, excess revenues, but not from debt. So talk us through why debt-fueled buybacks now is a good thing.
Well, in general, the credit market's on fire. Companies have been able to borrow record amounts of debt this year. That was not the case last year, and most of that money is going into buybacks, including the cash flow that companies are driving. More importantly is how much they can borrow. The credit markets are on fire. In the long run, that's good for stock prices. In the short term, though,
I need to get
it's gotten a
better at
little bit
this.
overdone, and I think we're due for a pullback.
I kind of fell off.
It's so interesting you say that in the long run it's good. I can perhaps see the opposite argument why in the short term it's good for stocks because there's a buyer out there. In the long term, if it's funded by debt, surely there's going to be a comeuppance at some point.
Well, there's always a comeuppance. So we had the comeuppance in 2000, 2008, and in 2020.
I think this is a nice bear flag.
Each time that was from a higher low. So over time, stock prices go up because of the buybacks.
I can't believe it's
But in the
already
short term, buybacks lag stock prices. So
Yeah.
last year,
That might be a
stocks
failed
went down
breakout.
because buybacks petered out, because the government was borrowing too much money, people felt, from August to October.
Boom.
But in
And that's a
October, I
failed
pointed out on
breakout.
the show
VWAP,
that the
let's see if
government
it
was
pulls
done
itself
borrowing
back
money.
here.
They hit their targets.
The volume
and
fell
that sent
off
the
though. I
buybacks
don't
into
like that.
overdrive.
The volume should
So
not
we've
have
had a
fallen
move
off.
since last October
RSI is
to
low.
now,
MACD is
from
curling
one
up.
standard deviation below the trend of stock prices.
Chances are we
to
get a
one
test
standard
of
deviation
yesterday's
above the
close.
trend of stock prices. That's a huge move in the last 6 months.
So I'll
it's
wait on
probably
that.
overdone.
I do want to put that
And
on
when you
now.
get that type of a move,
I wouldn't mind
that's when the
putting it on.
buybacks slow down temporarily as corporations husband their cash. They think we've done enough to boost our stock prices, and they don't start the stock prices again, or the stock buybacks again, until stock prices have gone down or had a correction of about 10%.
It's really interesting, Bob. I mean, Brian, I know, is not saying this explicitly, but one could extrapolate a little bit as if buybacks is the only driver for markets, and if they dry up, then they'll correct.
Financial conditions
What's your
in
take
the
on
Fed?
that? How important, Bob,
Handling
are
those
the level
banks.
of buybacks for overall
Because if
market levels
you
and sentiment? And do you
get
agree
some
there
banks
with
to come up
Brian's
right now,
take
this
that we might be
market's
a bit
going to go
stretched to the
down.
upside in the short term?
You start getting banks start talking about raising capital.
Here's the problem
Depending on
I
what
have.
bank they are,
It's one thing to argue
they're big
when
enough.
you're
This
buying back
this
stock
market's
with
going
cheap
lower.
debt, like it was a couple
And I think
of years
that's the
ago. But that's not so cheap anymore.
I think that's
And
the driver of the
companies are gonna be a
market,
little
which
more
is
careful
financial
buying back
conditions,
debt when
and whether
the
the
cost of
Fed
borrowing is
has
a lot
can
higher.
achieve a
So
soft landing
that's
by
one natural
helping
break
these
that I
banks
see
out
there. Other
when
than
they
that,
need
it's
it.
interesting to watch the competition. I've been doing this for 25 years. You've been doing this a long time, Wilf, too, between buybacks, dividends, and capital expenditures. There was a time when dividends were a lot more popular. Corporate America's pulled back a little bit because they like the flexibility of buybacks. And it is an interesting way to return cash to shareholders, providing
Yo,
you actually
Arm
can
just fell
reduce
out
the
of
share
bed.
count. And
What
there are
the
some
heck,
situations
bro?
where they don't actually do that. Some companies are now doing
How
dividends.
do I
Meta
miss
just
these
announced
trades?
a dividend, for example, in addition to a buyback. So there is competition out there. The key
What?
story is, what does corporate America do with the cash flow, with the excess cash flow?
Let me look at-
President Biden wants them to go and suddenly spend more on capital expenditures and hiring people, but that's really a function of
Reddit
the
trying to go
economy.
higher
So I
now.
don't have a problem with corporate buybacks. I have a problem with doing it when they're having to use debt to do that, and the cost of the debt is a lot higher.
Gents, stay there if you will. I want to get into all of this in a bit more detail, particularly the dividend argument, Bob. But we have a news alert, first of all, to bring you on Apple. We're going to discuss the consequences of this news alert that Steve Kovac has for us.
Hey there, Will.
Bro,
yeah,
I don't
so
even have
Apple's,
my stuff on.
Annual Developers Conference is going to take place on June 10th at the company's headquarters out
Write
there
that
in
down,
Cupertino,
June 10th,
California.
my sister's
This is the
birthday.
annual Developers Conference where they typically do new updates to all the software for their various devices, iPhone, Apple TV, iPad, and so forth. But the reason this one is so important, Will, is because this is when we're expecting Apple to make its artificial intelligence announcement. After the last earnings report, just a couple months ago, Tim Cook, the CEO of Apple, teased that there's going to be what he called breaking new ground in artificial intelligence for Apple. The huge question for investors, where Apple fits into this AI revolution that we're talking about. They don't have the same kind of clear narrative that maybe an NVIDIA or a Microsoft does. So what kind of features that would incorporate and so
let's
forth.
scan
We
these
also
markets.
learned last week
Let's go see
that,
what we got
Apple
going
has
on
been
here.
in talks with many potential
I'll stop
partners
interrupting
for
this guy and
its
his
AI
Apple
products.
news.
That includes Google with its Gemini product and China's Baidu for its Ernie bot artificial intelligence
McCormick.
product as well. So huge stakes, a lot at stake here for Apple.
I was just
for
about
this
to say
artificial
steak.
intelligence announcement we're expecting on June 10th. Will.
Steve, we look forward to that and your coverage of it. Let's go back to the panel. Brian and Bob are still here. Brian, why don't we touch on Apple quickly? It's a great example. I mean, it's off its highs, but not by much. And over any long-term perspective, clearly it's done incredibly well.
Yo, the IWM is gone crazy green, gang.
Expensive. Should they not prioritize dividends?
It's on that GTA gangrene type stuff. Watch for IWM to get a bounce
stocks
here.
Are overdone. relative to debt levels. So I agree with Bob. It doesn't make
Look
sense
at
for
this.
companies to buy
Look
back
at
their
that.
stock at this level.
I mean, you got
especially
financials
for a really
are green.
expensive company like Apple, because
But you
Apple's
got a
bought
lot
back
of
their
green
stock
that's
and
like,
seen investors
eh.
redistribute it to other names.
I don't know what. Maybe
There's
that
one
was
other
me.
factor
I'm
here,
sorry.
though, that also plays into
That was from earlier
That's
this morning, and
IPOs,
it had to
initial public
refresh.
offerings. When stocks are down, there are not many IPOs. But when they go up, that means companies want to sell
Energy
stock.
is the worst
We had a very
performer in the
successful
IWM right
IPO
now.
of Reddit last week. That's going to encourage more companies to bring stock to market. So instead of doing buybacks, they're going to be doing issuance, which is why I think in the short term, this is going to be a negative for stocks.
Energy and
We're going to go
healthcare.
from a buyback overheated market of the last 6 months to fewer
Duolingo.
buybacks in the next 4 or 5 months.
That's so
That will
funny.
probably make a correction, and then when values get better, then the buybacks will pick back up.
Bob, final word to you.
Well, again, I agree here with the point being made. You want to buy back stock generally when the price of your stock is perceived to be cheap as opposed to future earnings potential. So how's the market valuing? Apple's had a little pullback recently, so there may be people out there arguing that actually now would be a good time to buy Apple with a roughly 10% pullback. Again, this is always a careful balancing act. I know a lot of people that want cash in hand. They like the dividends because it's actually real cash. And it's not something that's sort of intangible like a buyback is, where you're hoping it reduces the earnings per share. It's a big debate. We should have this problem. Right now, corporate America is flush with cash, and that's what the good news is. That's why the stock market is holding up so well.
Gentlemen, great discussion. Thanks so much for that. Bob Brown discussing the debate between buybacks, dividends, and whether they should be debt-fueled or not. Right, let's go around the world as we've been doing so far this week, and we'll continue to do this week here on the exchange. Well, Japan's stock market hitting record highs last week for the first time in over 3 decades. That's paid off big time for Berkshire Hathaway, which began building a 5% stake in 5 of Japan's biggest publicly traded companies back in 2019. Berkshire upped that investment by 3.5% last year, with Warren Buffett saying he could be open to increases beyond that down the line. And while Buffett was early on Japan, our next guest still sees plenty of untapped opportunity from here. His Japan fund is up 16%.
All right, guys.
So far this year. Joining us for more, Shantaro Takuchi,
Financials.
Matthew's Japan Fund Portfolio Manager. Very good to see you. Thanks so much for joining us, Shantaro. So just give us a snapshot quickly of what the valuation multiple is on the Nikkei at the moment.
On the Nikkei.
Sure, thanks, Wilfred. So right now, Nikkei index, which consists from mega caps and large caps of Japanese companies, is trading at 22 times forward earnings, which is at a 10-year high. However, if you look at the broader index, for example, like the Topic index, it's trading about, give or take, 16 times forward earnings, which is still about a median of the previous 10 years. Japan is one of the very few markets which has a positive earnings momentum and also a positive revision that is still trading within the 10-year range. Other markets such as the US and India markets are trading at 10-year highs.
But that's really interesting. I mean, those valuation multiples are steeper than I thought you were going to say. So I guess you just touched on it there, but talk us through the attraction of buying stocks at that price. Is Japan about to grow at 6% GDP per year?
No, I think there's still a big perception gap amongst global investors. When we talk about investing in ASML, for example, do we worry about Dutch domestic economy? But some or the other, when global investors think about Japan and Tokyo Electron, they worry about Japan's anemic GDP growth. But at the end of the day, as active investors or Japanese equity market investors, we invest in Japan corporate profit growth, which has been extremely robust over the past decade. And going forward, it has been and it will benefit from global manufacturing cycles. And on top of that, there's ample upside with regards
Maybe
to,
we'll look somewhere else, but just give me 1 second, and we're going to do a couple different things here if you guys want. Go look at some properties, and then we're going to go. I'm going to go over some of the names that are moving this afternoon. This guy don't shut the up.
So currently,
I'm just playing.
the Japan market,
just give me 5 minutes, guys.
The dividend yield is about 2%.
Just getting stuff ready.
Buyback last year was record high at $65 billion, which buyback yield is about somewhere between 1 to 1.5%. The important thing here is corporate Japan is sitting on $1 trillion of cash on balance sheet. More than 40% of the Japan-listed companies are net cash. So unlike the U.S. companies, which is borrowing money and buying back shares, actually increasing buybacks and dividends for Japanese companies is not to decline the ROE, because the cash flow accumulation has been much faster than the deployment itself.
That's really interesting. And then just talk to me about what your assessment of what the Bank of Japan has been doing over the last 6 months is, and whether it's the right move. Like, obviously, coming out of zero interest rate policy, have they come out of that a bit slower than you might have expected, or are you ultimately content with their actions?
Yes, so I think the BOJ actions, basically raising rates, moving out of the negative interest rate policy, is an important milestone to actually see real wage growth in Japan happen, which is critical for domestic consumption. However, at the same time, Governor Ueda has stated that BOJ will continue to be accommodative in its stance on a relative basis compared to other central banks, and that's exactly what we need to see for the Japanese equity market, we think.
Santaro, thanks so much for joining us. Great conversation.
Thank you.
Right, BlackRock CEO Larry Fink says Japanese equities have more upside as well. That's his view, and we'll hear more of that on Mad Money with Jim Cramer tonight, 6 p.m. Eastern. Big interview that Jim has done with Larry Fink. Extensive. The biggest money manager, of course, in the world. Meantime, search and rescue efforts continue for survivors after a container ship struck a major bridge in Baltimore early this morning. As a result of the wreckage, all vessel traffic in and out of the port of Baltimore has been suspended until further notice. This video shows the moment a 948-foot vessel sailing under a Singaporean flag crashed into a pillar supporting the bridge before tumbling into the river. Dramatic images showing the scale of the collapse that we've been looking at all day. Eamon Javers is on the scene with the latest and what President Biden has been saying about the incident in the last couple of hours. Eamon?
Well, Wilfred, to give you a sense of the scene right here, we just saw a few moments ago a giant flatbed truck full of floodlights pulling in. Clearly, they are setting up for some nighttime work here overnight. We're still many hours from darkness here, but plans moving ahead for that. And as you can see right behind me, they're just pulling up a couple of flatbed trucks with giant mobile offices on them. Those are being unloaded right now. You can see in your picture there.
I want to know how they're going to get that shit out of the... Well, I guess they can use a boat.
Officials here settling in for the long haul in terms of the recovery
break it down
and the reconstruction
in the
effort
river
that is
in
to come.
Chesapeake.
You see behind me, that is the vessel that struck the ship. You can see it's still packed high with those containers on the deck of the ship. The ship itself is
wonder how much
wedged
cocaine and
under
heroin's on
the
that boat.
wreckage of the bridge, right where the bridge collapsed, and that one piece of bridge wreckage
And,
still
like, what else
propped
is
up
on
on the
it?
bow of the vessel itself. That ship
That's
has
a
not
shame.
moved
That's the other
since
side
about
of the bridge.
1:30 this morning when it impacted the bridge. As of now, this is still a search and recovery effort. They say there are
Biden just came
divers
out,
in the
is
water.
out
We've seen
now.
Coast
He's
Guard
talking about it.
helicopters circling overhead, and there's some
You'll get
question
him.
now about the remaining 6 individuals who are still unaccounted for at this point. We know that 2 were in fact rescued, but it has been a long time since this impact and a long time since somebody was rescued here at the scene, Wilford. The president speaking in the Roosevelt Room a short time ago, talking about that recovery and talking about what his plans are for the future now. Take a listen.
I told them we're going to send all the federal resources they need as we respond to this emergency. And I mean all the federal resources. And we're going to rebuild that port together. Everything so far indicates that this was a terrible accident. At this time, we have no other indication, no other reason to believe there's any intentional act here.
So the president also saying there that the federal government will pick up the tab, whatever it might be, for reconstruction of this bridge. Obviously, a vital artery in terms of traffic and commerce and leisure travel here on the eastern seaboard of the United States. The president was also asked, though, if the federal government is picking up the tab here, what about the shipping company that was a private company that was apparently responsible for this accident. The president said we're simply not going to wait to adjudicate all of the liability here. We're going to get moving on a rebuild. The federal government will pick up the tab, and if there is any liability, that clearly will come on the back end. It'll be the taxpayers first paying for this before any resolution of the liability issues here. As you can imagine, those will be presumably epic. Wilfred, back over to you.
Eamon, great stuff as always. Thanks so much for that. We want to draw your attention to shares of International Paper. They're moving lower in the last few minutes as the company reportedly puts in a bid for London-based rival DS Smith. That's according to our colleagues at Sky News. Mark Kleiman reporting that. The bid.
Well, I can leave that stuff on if you guys want. Come on. Come on. Come on. Oh, come on, baby. Oh, I know. Oh, shit. Don't fall. Don't fall, girlfriend. All right. All right, so we got Tesla. Let's go cover the movers real quick, what we got going on. SPY doing nothing. The Q's in a downtrend. So that would tell us the IWM or the Dow should be leading, and the Dow is catching a bid. You're seeing rotation right now from risk. Oh, you okay? You okay? You twitching, boo-boo. So the IWM small caps are not doing too well. I'll tell you, you're seeing a flight to safety, kinda. That's what that tells me. Names like Goldman Sachs or like JP Morgan, IBM, Microsoft is down. Let me look at the Dow real quick on this market watch, and we'll continue to. We'll go look and see. Come on. Like, this is it. That's it. These are the only names that are in there. Nike, McDonald's, KO, Amgen. That's it? Russell, NASDAQ. You okay? Alright, Cat, Green, UNH, Nike. I don't know, man. This looks a little weird. Come on, right here. Bobo. Over here. Sorry, I'm just trying to get my cat. Come on. I've been giving her a little bit of steroids because she's been, you know, really irritable and her skin's been itching her. She just has sinuses real bad, so she gets kind of, you know, it's to the point where she's, you know, doesn't sleep, like she's not able to sleep like she wants to because it's been a few days. So, you know, she's like trying to lay down now, but I can tell she's like, man, I just can't fall asleep. It's covered medicine, so I'm going to lay off of it for a day or two and see. It's already starting to help, I can tell. But she just has sinuses and, you know, I know. You're trying to fall asleep. Alright. Okay, so this is pulling back. So keep an eye on these indexes though, but like with the IWM and the Qs, if they continue to the downside, that's you got to think that that's a little bit of a sign of risk off. Outside of just the rotation factor from going from technology to, like, you know, a different, like from technology to healthcare. Because this could be a nice rejection point right there. It could be really nice.
And coming back to the U.S., the good news about the U.S. after the small package market shrinking.
So we have support here. The IWM actually has a really nice setup, if you ask me. 202, 203.
Was putting shares of UPS under pressure today. Walk me through the strategy and what, at least initially, investors might be missing here. Well, 1+2 is simply on the cost nature of our new Teamster contract, and you may recall.
All right, so there we are. We're there. Let's go see here. Let's see. So what we got? Midday movers. The movers that are midday. Middle of the day movers. It just left. This is the cheapest large cap semi stock. TSM. This is the cheapest large cap semiconductor stock. It's probably cheap for a reason. Yeah, it's why it's not green today. Oh, snap, guys. Look at that big ass bear flag you have there. You have a huge bear flag here. I would be a little careful.
So what does that enable in terms of future cost cuts and, just as importantly, future investments in the network? When you've realized almost half the cost associated with this 5-year contract in year one, how much more flexibility does that give you in terms of how you want to drive the changes within the network? Yeah, this is one of the most exciting initiatives we have facing UPS over the next several years. You know, this is our 117th year in business. So the network, it's old. It's integrated. So we have the highest margins in the industry because of the integrated nature of our.
Sorry, I had something on my foot. I wasn't sure what it was. Alright, so should I do it from here? If I do it from there, let's see.
We're also going to collapse some buildings that we don't need any longer into larger, more automated buildings. We will invest to make this happen. We'll invest about $9 billion over.
It's really cool how that works, isn't it, gang? Well, wouldn't you look at that? They trying to suck your ass into TSM and shove it down your throat. Hey, man, this is a good buy, brother. You should take this off my hands and buy the stock. I like it because I bought it because I like the stock. Sounding like fucking Kitty with his GameStop. Talking about I like the stock. No, you don't, bro. You don't like the stock. Just stop it. You might like the company, but the stock ain't doing nothing for you. All right, so 136. 136. Looks like you want to test that 136 area. Let's see if we have anything else down there. Volume to be down the first half of the year. This lady's talking some. She's spitting fire.
The market share that you lost going into those contract negotiations last year, have you been able to regain that? And I ask, knowing that FedEx, your chief rival last week in earnings, mentioned that they've been able to hang on to some of the business that they were able to catch.
All right, TSM.
So, Morgan, we did see volume leave us during the contract negotiation, and more than we expected, candidly. But I'm happy to report that we have brought 60% of that volume that diverted back into our network. And it's not just about winning back, it's also about winning new.
Yeah, I want to see if we get
a... But we expect...
Whoa. Sorry, guys. I want to see if we get a pullback on TSM.
Great.
I do apologize. I did not mean to do that.
Thank you so much for joining me on the heels of Investor Day. And Wilfred, I'll send it back to you, but I will also note that we're going to have more on healthcare, more on international, more on the macro outlook with Ms. Tomei coming up in Closing Bell Overtime, which kicks off at 4 p.m. Eastern.
I'm well aware because I will be keeping your seat warm in your absence, which I look forward to immensely. Carol, Morgan, thank you so much, and see you later. Well, turning to another part of the market, Trump Media and Technology Group is soaring in its public debut after merging with the shell company Digital World Acquisition Corp. We should note the company is now the most shorted SPAC in the country, according to data from S3 Partners, leading the Journal to label it a meme stock. At the same time, we're getting new data points on how former President Trump is doing in the polls on the economy, and our Steve Leisman has the results from the latest CNBC All America's Economic Survey with some of these readings about how this election's going to break down on the topic of the economy.
I think we've identified the economic issues, Wilfred. The two presumptive nominees are just about deadlocked in the race for the White House. With President Biden's numbers, they're improved a bit and on somewhat better economic views, but former President Trump has a commanding lead when voters are asked who is better on several key issues. Let's do the horse race first. In the head-to-head contest of just these two, 45% picked Biden, and that's up from 42% in the prior poll, and 48% Trump. That's down 2 points. Look, it's a 3.1% margin of error. All of this falls within the margin of error. It is essentially a dead heat or a horse race here if you look at the margin of 46-45. The blue number's right there. Okay, here are the top one or two issues judged by our 1,000 respondents. Inflation, 81% pick it. Healthcare, middle class, overall economy, and crime. These are the top issues. Now let's look at who voters think have the best policies on these issues. Let's go. Overall economy, the fourth most important issue. Donald Trump has a 30-point lead on that. Crime tied for fourth, 28-point lead for Trump. Inflation, the most important issue. 27-point for Donald Trump. Healthcare, Biden has a 19-point advantage on that. And the middle class, that's a place, as Wolf was talking about, where there is some battle right there. Who has the best policies for the middle class? Let's go to the second tier of issues, which aren't all that far down, but they're not in the top five. Immigration, 48-point lead for Donald Trump.
Right, so we
Taxes,
regained
32 for Trump. China, 28 for Trump. Come to abortion, a 25-point lead for President Biden. And Social Security, another potential battleground area. Now, you could argue
Biden's
it's
a bomb.
remarkable that Biden is as competitive with Trump as he is, given some of these Trump margins on the economic issues. Perhaps it's the boost we've seen in some of the economic gauges that keep Biden in the race, or it could be Wilfred.
Wow.
Voters have other issues with Trump.
That's crazy. Hold on, right here. I just seen it.
It's amazing to look at this debate on the economy and see Biden not doing well relative to Trump. We're coming from a European perspective, where the American economy the last couple of years has been the envy of the developed world. Now, maybe there's some problems
because of Trump. Because Biden ain't taking back the majority of the regulations that Trump and crew. It's not just Donald Trump. It's the administration that they all got rid of.
Biden's numbers have been terrible on the economy. His approval on the economy is up just a little bit.
No, Steve. Biden's numbers are terrible all the way around. I don't.
We've seen better numbers on housing, better views on the economy. Still,
nope.
When we ask people, who will you be better off from financially? A plurality of 39% say under Trump.
So the other question,
what?
Which is,
he's such a yo. CNBC, send me the survey, please. Make sure everybody that's in the chat right now too. Make sure you send it to them too. Because y'all talk about all these surveys you do, and you don't send them out.
Whether you do think it's been strong or not, it hasn't been weak, in part because of massive fiscal spending.
And I knew this is what we would start getting with this guy.
The Trump presidency was one of fiscal restraint. Maybe spending was most aggressive, but taxes were cut without necessarily an associate.
It's not about taxes either, man. We just need to get Janet Yellen. This ain't just Biden. Like, everybody gets it twisted. Oh, Trump this, Trump that. I'll tell you what. I'd rather have Steve Mnuchin than Janet Yellen. I'd much rather have the last administration than this administration. Because Trump doesn't understand. Just like Dana White. You got to remember, Donald Trump and Dana White are good friends. And they've been good friends. And they believe in the same thing. That's less government in our lives. The less government in our lives, the better. You want to try to start a business, you want to do something, and by the off chance, even by starting something, you make some money, I'll be damned if Biden administration won't be knocking at your door ready to put you behind bars. Because you didn't have enough money to get your LLC in time. Something stupid like that. Like, they're just going to make everything more difficult. Once you start climbing the ladder, everything gets more difficult with them. They want to know your every move. They want to, they want to be a little bit more overbearing, and they use 9/11 as an excuse to be able to get away with that. That's the other part to this. They use 9/11 as, well, you should trust us, this, that, the third. No. Just like just like the girl was meeting with Biden before she even got elected about Donald Trump. What is she doing at the White House with Biden? Other than probably getting money. Like, it's crazy. It's crazy. It's all right. We see right through them. I know you guys do too. It's just, I don't know where we went down this road, but it's awful. It really is. I don't know where we went down this road. Talking about going behind. Since when do we think it's okay to ruin somebody's life and throw them behind bars? That's hate. That is hate. That's hate. And that's the stuff that they preach that you shouldn't be doing. Right? Wasn't it the hate that kept a black person down? That they say? Like, I don't know. I just think a lot of shit that goes on mainstream media, at least the main ones, like I'm going to tell you right now, I guarantee you if you did some research on the poll that CNBC just went over, you'd be like, oh yeah, y'all think you slick, right? How many were Republicans and how many were Democrats? How many were black versus white? Were there any Spanish people? Right? What states was it done in? Right? Like, because they can pick and choose the data that they want to talk about and how they want to receive it. Because you can manipulate, by doing things like that with states, persons. You can already get the outcome you're looking to get if you just do it the right way. So, and how many people did do it? They should tell us that too. Was it 2,000, like 1,300, 2,000, 10,000 people, or was it 5 or 15? So, Biden up on the damn stage talking about, I'm here to defend your rights. I want to ban AI voice chat and I want to ban guns. I'm like, whoa, what? Wait, bro. I thought you said you were for rights.
Everyone, welcome back to the exchange. Connor Matheson here with your CNBC News update. The Supreme Court
I'll always go back to what I said earlier.
The medication used in nearly 2/3 of
they aren't going to ensure your safety. I'll ensure my own.
Arguments this morning, court watchers say a consensus seemed to develop among the justices that the abortion opponents who filed suit lacked the standing to sue. Now, if that stands, it would allow patients to receive the drug by mail order without
all this talking doesn't do shit.
A judge temporarily blocked Texas Attorney
I wish they would all just vote for me. The first thing I would do is make it a law that says the government cannot ban abortions past, X amount under, whatever the doctor thinks is best for the woman. If there's a life-threatening thing going on, the government should have no say on whether that is right or wrong. Whether it's wrong or whether you think it's right, it does not matter what we think. It is for those individuals, those women, and the person she's with, to decide what they want to do with their lives. God damn, I wish they would just vote me in. Just get me in there. We'll get down a little bit of regulation. All this money, they would not be sending money to Ukraine without giving it to the people. You got so many homeless people and people that are out there trying. Oh, hell no. You're sending 180, do you think you're sending 180 to Ukraine? We're going to make that, we'll make that 100. And we're going to take 80 billion. We're going to start helping people get homes that can't afford it. And second, Second, NATO, we're going to fix all this. We going right over to Ukraine. We getting in a plane. We're going to sit in a damn chair. Zelensky, you settle your little punk gay ass down. You're going to sit in the chair too, and you're not going to act like a little girl, and we're going to figure this whole situation out. All right? Fuck, I wish I could get motherfuckers to vote me in. Google reaches its all-time high. Reached its all-time... It did today? I was watching Google this morning. I was in the middle of trying to get to something. Not where I'm at. Not here in the States. It's at 155. It's still got a couple more dollars to go. It reached that like island up there. Yeah, it filled the gap. It came up and filled its gap. That might be a nice short if we can still get some weakness in technology. Sorry, guys. Let me log in real quick because I'm not logged in. 20, let's see. I want to be ready. Like, I wouldn't mind trying to put something to work here in the afternoon. Or even, like, right now. Let's see. I wonder if we can make... I want to see, come on. So we got up into this. Let's see what the SPY did. How many days was this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 days. Let's go to the SPY. Wait, so that was last week. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So the SPY wasn't that. So it was 2 days before. Google reached its all-time high. Yeah, I didn't. Not where I'm at. It definitely went back and filled the gap. But look, like just looking at this, it just feels like it might be a little bit overextended here. I'm thinking about. Man, I don't want to be so stupid as to fight the trend. I mean, this thing's going higher. It's not going lower. I don't want to like try and call the top, but it feels like this could be like a rollover up here. You know what? I can give it a stop loss of the gap fill there. Let's see. Pulls back to 152, 151.95. Monday, so that's Friday. That is 151.97.
Okay, so we're going to get to one of those right now, and it's our stock chart of the day. We were teasing, head to it. It was covered so people don't know the name of it. Reveal to our audience what it is and why you're a buyer of this stock on a big dip.
Sure. So I'm here to talk about Hershey's. And Hershey's has a tremendous headwind right now. This is the stress that I was talking about. Cocoa prices have
Let's see if we can get another little bounce here. And then the bounce takes us into, man, it's already 2 o'clock. You know what? We might be able to get the short. It might be coming. It might be coming.
which gets almost 3/4 of its profits from its U.S. chocolate candy business, is obviously in the center of the eye of that storm. So what's going on? Their earnings have been flat in the face of those huge rises of their raw ingredients. It's because they're executing real well, but this rise in cocoa price is obscuring that execution. So we're going there. The stock is down more than 30% since last June. And we think this is a place where investors will return to. You'll get a double benefit of higher profits when cocoa prices return to normal. And you'll also get an expanded multiple as folks love the fact that Hershey will now be growing instead of just stagnant. So we're excited about that. And it's often its own kind of eddy of own cul-de-sac where folks are looking at technology and they're not looking at consumer staples right now.
Chris Crisanti, thanks so much for joining us. Much appreciated.
Good to be with you, Will.
All right, let me go back because this is getting.
CEO Adam Newman is bidding to buy back the bankrupt company for more than $500 million, but whether he can secure the financing is less clear. We'll have that story for you. That's next.
I'll turn this on. It's almost 2 o'clock. If you guys have any questions, throw them in the chat. I'm going to look around at a couple things.
Now in production in South Texas, energizing America with reliable and affordable uranium for nuclear energy fuel.
Profits when cocoa prices return to normal, and you'll also get an expanded multiple as folks love the fact that Hershey will now be growing instead of just stagnant. So we're excited about that, and it's often its own kind of eddy of own cul-de-sac where folks are looking at technology and they're not looking at consumer staples right now.
Chris Crisanti, thanks so much for joining us. Much appreciated.
Good to be with you, Wilfred.
Right, still to come here on the exchange, WeWork co-founder and former CEO Adam Newman is bidding to buy back the bankrupt company for more than $500 million, but whether he can secure the financing is less clear. We'll have that story for you. That's next.
Okay, MSTR is going higher now. So you might see Coinbase turn itself around. It's so loud.
Welcome back. The saga of WeWork continues. Former CEO Adam Newman.
I'm gonna go make some coffee. I'll be right back.
To buy the now bankrupt co-working firm for more than $500 million. But where's that money coming from? Will it actually all go through? Dee Bosa digs into that story for us in today's Tech Check. Dee, great to see you.
Wilf, does it feel like you never left? We're still talking about the fate of WeWork.
Major deja vu.
Exactly. And you know what? There's still a lot that is still extremely unclear. So a Flow spokesperson says that 2 weeks ago, a coalition of half a dozen financing partners submitted a potential bid. But at this point, a source tells me that WeWork has not opened up their books to Newman. And until they do so, a deal cannot move forward. And also, it's likely that any investor that is going to sign on to Newman's bid, they will need to see that due diligence for a final decision as well. The key question, though, as this continues, is what do WeWork's creditors want? Remember, the company is in bankruptcy. There's the current management that is led by David Tolley. He's an operator who has had stints at Blackstone and Morgan Stanley. And then there's Adam Newman, WeWork's founder, who, as one VC put it, still managed to revolutionize the second largest asset class in the world, commercial real estate, regardless of all of those faults. So one might think of this like an activist battle, Wilf, behind the scenes, operator versus founder. And according to WeWork's bankruptcy filing last November, the largest unsecured claims come from the banks in the form of debt and real estate companies in the form of unpaid rent. There is, of course, a SoftBank in all of this, Wilf, which still has WeWork on its books. And that is a very interesting question. Who would Masa-san want running this company? Would it be Adam Newman, who he's already given a ton of money to and lost a ton of money, or an operator who, I don't know, maybe he won't have as good of a chance of bringing this anywhere close to its glory? Even
looks like AMD fell up and underneath that level too, guys.
I mean, it probably comes down to whether Newman can still spin a story like he used to, and Masa-san, if he's learned from his mistakes or not. I mean, where would this funding for Newman potentially come from? I presume not a check once again from Masa-san, pure and simple.
Highly unlikely.
In that regard, but also, didn't he make like
oh,
at least
wow.
$1 million himself? He's not funding this himself.
Yeah, it's unlikely that he would fund it himself, because you would think he has another company called Flow, which is a real estate company where he's trying to create co-living spaces. And I like the fact, Wilf, that you said he's unable to spin a story, possibly to Wall Street, to SoftBank. But you know where he can still spin a very compelling story is right here in Silicon Valley. The cult of the founder, still alive and well. We talk about who provides money. Look at that company, Flow. Andreessen Horowitz wrote its biggest check ever, $350 million. So there are those out there, particularly in tech and VC, that might sign on for a ride again.
Gosh, there we go. Well, I'll take another 2-year break. I'll come back and let's see where the story
We'll
is
still be
then.
talking about it.
Dee, great stuff. Thank you. Still to come, Carnival Cruises and GameStop getting ready to report. We've got the action, the story, and the trade into the print. Earnings exchange is next.
humanly possible.
Welcome back. We're going to the Bahamas and to the moon in today's earnings exchange. We're looking ahead to Carnival Cruises and GameStop. And here with us to trade these names, Jeff Kilberg, KKM Financial founder and CEO, also a CNBC. To see you, Jeff. Talk me through the first one, Carnival reporting tomorrow morning.
Yes, Wilf, it's great to see you back driving the CNBC boat. But Carnival tomorrow morning is really interesting because of the fact that they've trailed Royal Caribbean, despite the fact that they had a record 2023, about $21 billion in revenue, and they have expectations for a great 2024. You have to realize that this stock is still 75% off its high. But I want to be a buyer here, Wilf. There's technical support on the 200-day moving average, and I think Carnival floats on.
Very nice indeed. Okay, next one. So far this year, Wedbush warning about softer hardware demand, especially for the Nintendo Switch, and continue to gain market share well off its meme stock highs, of course. But retail trader, what's your take?
I have to stay away from it or sell it if you own it. But if you look at GameStop, it's 80 but 120. Right now, 2023, they gave the CEO, Ryan Cohen, carte blanche cash for whatever he thinks to buy equity. So is it a hedge fund or is it actually GameStop? There, I want to stay away from it. But from a trade perspective, you're short. However, the earnings probably most likely disappoint because the just have faded.
Well, GameStop reports during closing bell overtime. We'll have that for you in a couple of hours. Jeff, while we've got you, just under a minute or so left. Overall, markets, are they a bit overstretched at the moment?
It seems like NVIDIA's fever will not break as of yet, as it chases 950 here, maybe $1,000 it needs to print. But with the VIX at 13, certainly, Wilf, it feels like there's a bit of complacency in the market. And we're a core concern as the we're not going to see 10% a quarter. That'd be so. I think it makes sense for a pause and look at 49.50 on the S&P 500. Wilf, place for this market to back and fill, consolidate, move higher later in the year.
Jeff Kilberg, great stuff as always. Thanks so much. Before we leave you, we're up across all three major averages, 0.2 of S&P, a little bit more than that, 0.25% though, only for the NASDAQ. 424 is where it stands. 4 more points, 16,428. It's a record close. We'll see if it gets there. That does it for the exchange. Power Lunch up next.
My fault. I was getting a little weird, getting a little tired, need to get a little coffee up in me. Getting back to business. It's 2 o'clock. We're coming into Power Hour. Appreciate you guys joining us today. If you could, hit the like button, subscribe if you haven't already done so. Let me make sure that I have the chat live. Chat is live. Good. See if the SPY tries to bounce. I know a lot of people are a little bit bearish, but I think we get a little pullback here. If you start seeing us hold like 520, guys, what was that, 520.38? I wouldn't be surprised if we get a nice bounce. I think that's pretty crazy. We got that bounce pre-market on the SPY, and yet it's kind of taking it back right now. Come on. Right here. I mean, this is a pretty big bounce, y'all. It really is. Compared to what we've had recently. From the close. I mean, you got to think. We closed at 519 yesterday. We went all the way up to 522. So... stochastics on the hourly chart's pretty low. For the SPY. Fuck there was something I forgot. I forgot what I was going to do. All right, so there is your retest on the SPY, guys. That's not good. That's not a good look.
Good afternoon and welcome everybody to Power Lunch. Alongside Julia Borston, I'm Tyler Mathisen. Glad you could join us. And this is the big story everyone is talking about today. A ship crashing into the Francis Scott Key Bridge in Baltimore on the Baltimore Beltway, destroying it literally in seconds. We will get a live report from the scene and look into the economic disruption as well.
But first, let's check the market. Stocks slightly higher. Shares of Tesla are higher, despite noted Tesla bear Tony Sacconaghi saying the stock is still overvalued, cutting his price target even further down to $120 a share. And it comes as Elon Musk wants to provide drivers with a free month of the company's latest driver assist system.
All right, we begin, however, with that Baltimore bridge collapse, and let's get right to Eamon Javers, who is there at the scene. Hi, Eamon.
Tyler, still 6 people unaccounted for here in Baltimore, Maryland, and we've seen the Coast Guard helicopters circling the scene here all day through the morning and now into the afternoon, looking for any potential survivors, any victims of what happened here this morning. You take a look at the ship behind me, and you can see the scale of what happened here. This container ship still wedged under the bridge, some of the wreckage of the bridge actually on the bow of the boat. And you can see those containers there. They're still piled 6, 7 containers high. This was a massive amount of mass that impacted that bridge, and you can see the bridge structure itself there collapsed onto the bow of the ship, and the highway to nowhere jutting up into the air. That's where the bridge would have been and was until 1:30 a.m. last night. We did hear from President Joe Biden a short time ago at the White House suggesting that the federal government is going to pick up the tab for rebuilding this bridge here. No estimate yet in terms of the timing of how long all this will take. First of all, the search and recovery efforts. Secondly, getting that bridge wreckage out of the water and getting that area clear. It's about 50 feet deep in the water.
Is that a psych fake out? Did everybody just get faked out on the SPY right there? There's that test. Is it going to reject?
That he is going to make sure that the federal government pays for all of this. Here's what the president had to say earlier today.
Around 850,000 vehicles go through that port every single year, and we're going to get it up and running again as soon as possible. 15,000 jobs depend on that port, and we're going to do everything we can to protect those jobs and help those workers.
So the president there talking about the economic impact of what we've seen here. Obviously, a human tragedy has occurred here today, but also a massive economic disruption here up and down the eastern seaboard. I asked Maryland Governor Wes Moore earlier today his estimate of timing to get this port reopened. He said they are just focused on search and rescue at this time, but that port is now a bottleneck and nothing is coming in or out of it.
That's so sad and crazy that
getting the port up and running is one thing, and obviously critical for the regional economy, but also getting that road, which is basically the Baltimore Beltway around the south and eastern side of the city, back up and running. That could take a very long time.
Yeah, this...
Absolutely. I mean, you're looking at years here, Tyler, and potentially billions of dollars.
No, not yet. What I'm watching is the SPY, so I'm looking at the ES right now.
You heard the president talk about the vehicles that come in here in terms of sales.
So it looks like on the hourly chart,
commuters every day going over that bridge.
I guess we could come down a little bit lower.
A lot of extra traffic now diverted on I-95, which is the main north-south corridor here on the eastern seaboard.
I'm trying to decide on what I'm going to do here. I want to see if we end up breaking out or if we don't, because this could be a fake. This could be a little pump fake. Yeah, that's exactly what I thought. This could be a pump fake right here. Watch Friday's low.
I can't really tell from that video.
Watch Friday's low.
How many of the containers fell off that ship,
I am going to be. Yeah, look, it did not.
Yeah, we took out. Go ahead, Eamon.
521.
We can't tell from our vantage point.
See if we reject 521 or not. But look, on the hourly chart, on a longer term, like look at the 15-minute. All right, 15-minute it's not oversold, or it is just about a little bit oversold. Well, that's the RSI. I'm looking at stochastics. I'm looking at RSI. I'm looking at everything to say, you know, what's it telling me? What's it telling me? And it's telling me that we could get another bounce back to test these highs back here.
All right, Eamon Javers, thank you very much.
You got to clear Friday's low, though.
The financial impact and the disruption this will have on shipping and logistics. Lorianne LaRocco, CNBC's
The
Global
Dow is
Supply Chain
struggling.
Reporter.
I don't know, man.
Welcome. Good to have you here. Let's set a
Tesla.
little level here. How big is that port, and what are the major items that come into and go out of it?
Sure. So the Port of
I was looking at Google puts as well. I did not put them on because I don't want to try to fight the trend, but I feel like that would be a good time to put it on. I felt like Google ran a little too far, too fast.
Yes, it is.
Not too far, too fast, but
it's the largest. They call it ROROs, roll-on and roll-offs. It is also the second largest port for coal exports. So that is very big for our GDP. And so this combined between the commodities as well as the containers. You've got Home Depot, you have IKEA, you have agricultural products, you have Bob's Furniture. All of these retailers are bringing their product into this port, and then they disseminate it out to the rest of the United States.
So when you look at what can happen now, where do all these shipments go in and out of now as everything tries to rebuild there?
Sure. So I've spoken with ocean carriers like Maersk, which of course is the one that's chartering the vessel here. They're already diverting the vessels to the ports of New York, New Jersey,
and probably Wilmington,
Virginia, as well as Savannah. And all of the ports have told me they definitely have the capacity of receiving the products, particularly when you're looking at the automobiles, when you're looking at Savannah and the other port down there. The problem is the rails. The rails have to now reconfigure the equipment, the chassis, right, to get to these ports to receive the extra containers. So while the ports can receive it, they have to then push them out of the port.
Maybe you don't know this, or maybe you do. I can imagine that there may be vessels that are actually in the port of Baltimore.
Do you have anything you're looking at, Basic?
Yes. Vessels in the port of Baltimore that can't.
You have anything you're looking at today?
Most definitely. You have, I'm going by memory here, you have about 5 vessels that are currently stuck in the port where, nowhere to go. And then you've got Royal Caribbean and you have Carnival. And so it really is amazing to see how one port, even though people say, oh, it's just the 11th largest port, it's extremely significant to the economy.
You were mentioning earlier off camera ethanol, which comes in and out of there, is then taken, I guess, to refineries in the region and then blended into the gasoline that people on the eastern seaboard use.
Yes. So when it comes to the local area, so it's not going to be a nationwide type of problem, but in the local area for Baltimore, their ethanol is brought in by bulker vessel. And
so what am I doing here? Watch. Okay, Bitcoin,
diverted from Philadelphia,
Tesla,
to drive around the long way to get in there, so
Bitcoin,
the ethanol can be blended into the gasoline.
Now, obviously, this all just
Bitcoin
happened.
is starting. So I'm looking for a pullback into like 70,000, 68,000 on Bitcoin. I'd like to try and get that. I don't know if it'll give it to me, but if it does,
Are we talking about delays?
I would
What else?
like to
It's definitely
take
going to be
that.
delays, and now you're going to have the logistics managers, that compounding effect of that just in time, particularly with the automobiles. They are just in time, and so now these vessels
Actually, that should be where it's at, 68.
That were bound for Baltimore have to go now to another port and then have to wait to get onto a railroad chassis.
Shit.
So it's going to be hurry up and wait, and then there's extra costs.
Hurry up and buy.
For the diversion, and for the diversion from the vessel as well
Hurry
as
up and buy.
truck or rail.
All right, Lorianne, we know what you'll be covering for the next few weeks. Lorianne LaRocco, thank you. All right, let's shift over to a major stock mover. Check out shares, meantime, of Krispy Kreme, higher by more than 20% after a brief testing period. McDonald's going to expand its partnership with Krispy to all of the burger chain's U.S. locations by the end of 2026. Kate Rogers has more. Kate?
Hey, Tyler and Julia. So Krispy Kreme is going to be doubling its distribution to make this happen, and McDonald's will be its exclusive fast food partner. The donuts, glazed, chocolate sprinkle, and chocolate iced cream are going to be delivered fresh to McDonald's restaurants every day. The test between the two brands began in 2022. It was initially at 160 stores in Lexington and Louisville, Kentucky. Consumer excitement and demand exceeded expectations, the two companies said in a release today. Now, the initial pilot restaurants will continue to serve the donuts as the rollout is phased in. McDonald's has been leaning into coffee and some specialty drinks at its new Cosmix location in Illinois. It's also slimmed down, remember, its own cafe menu in recent years. Now, in a research note this morning on the deal, Kalinowski Equity Research said, as best it could tell, the test restaurants were selling an average of about 800 to 900 donuts weekly, adding, quote, one of our industry contacts calls this, quote, better than any baked goods that McDonald's
Yeah,
has
thick smoke, Grant, because he is trying to look. He turned on the lights.
An incremental annualized addition to McDonald's U.S. system-wide sales of between $550 and $715 million. It also notes that these sales were incremental, which is good news for McDonald's. Importantly, the donuts will be
Wait,
sold
did it go that fast? I think that was a forward because it didn't fall that
So,
fast.
Kate, I understand why this makes sense for McDonald's with the amount of coffee they sell. Obviously, this is great for Krispy Kreme. We've seen that stock move higher on this news. But what does this say about McDonald's and what it's done around healthier food? We've heard about parfaits and salads. Does that mean that those days of healthier fast food are behind us?
I don't think they're necessarily behind us, Julia, but remember, Krispy Kreme has struggled a little bit too as we've talked about some of these weight loss drugs and what that means for companies like this. I think my takeaway covering this effort here is that McDonald's is looking for simple additions that will drive incremental sales, and I know that's something that franchise
Yo, stop it.
You know, things that are easy to make, boost sales additionally, and who doesn't like to grab, you know, a quick donut on the way out with their coffee? We know people are snacking more and also leaning more into beverages post-pandemic, and this could be, you know, a good move for both companies here.
Kate, thanks so much for joining us with that story.
Thank you.
And coming up, the growing value of tech infrastructure. CFRA out with a new note detailing some of the possible long-term winners of the AI boom. Plus, direct deals on the rise, private equity moves climbing from $6 billion in 2019 to $31 billion in 2023. We'll talk more about that underexplored section of the economy when we return.
I don't know. I hate this. What do you notice? People are ridiculous. Did it really? Oh. I think they said too that there was some you tried Palantir, got nowhere, small caps took a small loss. Wait. What did I just do there? My girl. I knew it. I knew it was my girl. I could tell. Don't ask me how I could tell just from that picture. I knew who it was. Literally, it was like this. And I'm like, wait. I don't even need to see a face. I know who that is. I know who that is. But I know it's I'm kind of just waiting, I guess, to see, like, I want this thing to pick a direction. Like, this could obviously be a nice bounce spot for AMD to, like, try to bounce off of it, maybe fail the bounce, pull back, and then go higher. I don't know. I don't really see any, like, big, clear, like, setups that scream trade me. I missed Tesla this morning. PLTR. I'm still waiting to find out what the dollar is going to do before I try to get long gold. Let's see. What do we have here? Let's look and see. Let's see what we have here. Let's go to the latest. Latest. Oh, AI. That was one of them. I almost got. I tried to get short that thing yesterday, and I was a little too slow for it. You can see right here, it just fell out of bed. Like, you had to be really quick with it. Boom. This looks like it's just testing the 50-day. It could go higher, but what I would caution everyone is you have a lot ahead of you. You have the 50-day, the 100-day, the 90 MA, the two. You have to get through that first. Can you break through those two moving averages? They're just sitting there in the same spot. It wouldn't surprise me if it does.
Download the app. Welcome back to Power Lunch.
I don't know, man. It's just, if I long it, it'll buckle and it'll just fall. If I try to short it, that thing gonna rip higher. So I don't know what I should do. I'm on tilt, so I'm kind of just waiting. Like that. Like, look at those three tails that are there on that daily chart. 1, 2, 3.
So, Angelo, tell us what is
maybe another bounce to 29.30.
Well, I mean, that definitely is a big part of it, right? So when we kind of look at the CapEx environment here in 2024, we're looking for growth of about 25% or so. That actually follows a year in 2023 where it was roughly flattish or so. The last time we actually saw a flat kind of CapEx environment was about 2018, 2019, and we all know what kind of what drove kind of CapEx thereafter, and that was, you know, a very strong pandemic. And you kind of look over here into 2025. Our view is low double-digit growth. Of course, the AI spend is going to be a big driver of that, but just an overall recovery in kind of server spending will also help that. When you kind of think last year, we actually saw a sharp decline in terms of server
2850 would be the target there.
And the big reason for that was just because of the digestion that we needed to see in terms of some overcapacity on that.
Donuts going higher.
It's going to be AI driven. It's going to be kind of just your natural data.
I really wish I would have got short Tesla. I just couldn't keep my eye on it that whole time.
20% at an annualized pace. And then ultimately, it's just improving free cash flow growth.
Let me go pour my coffee. I'll be right back, and we'll see if we can't try something here. Google, look, I was looking at that reversal, but I don't know if it ends up holding 152. Like, look for another like bounce, maybe back here or 153, and see if you can't get a double top to short, or it's just going to go higher. So
I guess the question is, after this big sort of bounce back in growth,
short term looks like it can go higher. Longer term, I feel like Google is going to give us that pullback.
More efficient with that capacity and rein in costs.
Well, so I actually think the efficiencies are actually supporting kind of the CapEx spend out there, right? When you kind of think about what happened 2022 into 2023, to your point, each one of these companies really focused on those cost efficiencies, actually improve the profitability metrics of their individual companies. That has actually improved the free cash flow potential going into 24.
So AMD.
2025. So again, our view is we're looking for is this
look at Boeing, guys. Yo, basic, look at Boeing. That's a continuation trade there with volume.
But we do think 10 to 13% growth is sustainable going into 2025. A big reason for that, again, is that free cash flow.
That's definitely a continuation there. I knew it. I knew I should have taken that Boeing. Shit.
And again, we do think those efficiencies are going to continue to be focused on going forward with an emphasis on an ongoing.
We had the gap fill from yesterday. I said yesterday we would pull back to the gap fill. Today we put in a double top up there. Fuck it, give it to me. I think I'm gonna take it. If we get a bounce, I'm gonna take a short on Boeing.
That'd be a great question for our,
I'm gonna short Boeing.
Out there, but
I'm gonna get some time on these also.
Out there. Our view is it's probably going to be adequate over time. These companies are all.
Let me go make this coffee and I'll be right back, because I still think we should be able to take this. I don't see why we can't take Boeing back down to 186.
Each of these companies are going to continue to figure it out at some point in time. But from a technology perspective, if you look at the
Shockwave Medical,
the
what?
arms of the world, in our view,
Shockwave.
just throwing more ARM-based kind of servers.
Shockwave Medical. All right, Shockwave Medical. Circuit breaker. All right, so stuff's popping off right now.
Located all over the U.S.
Stuff is popping off.
Like North Carolina, what have you, big areas in terms of the data center structure. But if you kind of listen to
we're going streaking in the gymnasium. Who's coming
AI
with me?
theme out there is going to be bigger in nature, where we're going to see kind of these data centers.
Fuck, this was $50, y'all.
You
You guys know that, right? Next week, these 180s, literally 20 minutes ago, were $50. Bro, they're up 100%. And y'all tell me that Boeing doesn't trade good? Watch, I'm gonna show you. Not you guys say it, but they're. I seen it the other day. They're like, oh, Boeing doesn't trade that good. I'm like, bro, what the fuck are you talking about? Look at this. Look at this. Look. You kidding me? We just looked at these.
But also kind of the Marvell is another name that we like a lot.
Look at that. 75 cents
They've been hit big time
to $1.
the last couple of weeks because of some of the
What you mean they don't trade that good? Yes, they do. So see if they come back in. They come back down to like 90 cents, and see if we can grab that.
Alrighty, the workforce has drastically changed over the past 4 years, whether due to COVID, hybrid work models, or AI. But amid all of this, women-owned businesses have climbed 14%
Dude,
since
that sounded
2019.
bad. I don't know whatever that was. That sounded bad. Bro, it looks like it's getting ready to break out and hit the 120. That sucks. 20 is only 20% from $1. I'll be right back. I'm gonna keep this up. I'm keeping that up. I'll be right back. I don't know if you guys heard me or not, but I'll be right back. I'm going to pour my coffee. Look, I knew it. There it goes. There goes Boeing. She's going to 186. Boeing's going to 186. It's a done deal. So fucking missed it, bro. You kidding me? Look at this. Unbelievable. Oh, here I am talking without the mic on again.
Now.
Welcome back to Power Lunch. Let's get a check on the bond market now as yields are slightly higher following some stronger than expected economic data. Rick Santelli is live in Chicago for us. Rick?
Yes, and maybe the biggest issue today that moved markets, yields to the downside that is, was a 5-year note auction. At a record size, $67 billion, the investors showed up, and it was an above 1 Eastern. Look at an intraday of 5s, and you could clearly see at 1 Eastern, yields drop. Now, when you pair today with yesterday, what's fascinating is that all maturity treasuries at one point today, earlier in the session, traded above yesterday's. Important for momentum, meaning higher highs, and of course the price was a bit lower. But after that auction, things eased back a bit. As a matter of fact, right now you have the maturities right around 2s, 3s, 5s, lower yields on the day, while the longer maturities have slightly higher yields on the day. But maybe the thing to pay attention to most is trying to handicap which central bank is going to follow Switzerland. Is the EU going to lower rates before the Fed? Is the Bank of England going to lower rates before the Fed? Well, markets are starting to weigh in on that to some extent. If you look at the difference between the U.S. 10-year and the European 10-year, known as the Bund, the German credit, you'll find that the difference right now is the widest it's been in 5 weeks, so over a month, and that difference is approaching 2%. We definitely want to pay attention to this. Their yield's around 2.25. Ours is around 4.25. 2.35 for them, 4.25 for us. Difference at the moment around 190 basis points. Tyler, back to you.
All right, Rick. Thank you very much, Rick Santelli. Well, traders are going cuckoo for cocoa with the, I guess I did read that, commodity hitting another record high in what's shaping up to be the hottest trade of the year. Pippa Stevens is here with more. Tell us about it.
So everyone is always blaming the weather for all of their problems, but this time it really is about the weather, specifically climate change. Cocoa production is very concentrated in West Africa, with 3/4 of world output. Now, changing weather patterns are causing diseases and impacting the soil, leading to another poor harvest. The International Cocoa Organization forecasts an 11% year-over-year drop in production for a third straight year of shortfalls. The result is cocoa surging above $10,000 per metric ton for the first time ever. Earlier today, more than doubling this year and tripling over the last year as these supply issues weigh. Now, this is a very small market and is not widely traded, meaning it is vulnerable to price swings driven by financial players and speculators. And some of the largest chocolate companies like Hershey and Mondelez typically have hedging strategies in place to manage these swings, but higher costs will likely be passed along to consumers. And in terms of where prices could go next, TD Asset Management's Humza Hussein said it is anybody's guess, noting the market has basically become unhinged.
Has it already started to show up in the price of chocolates?
When you think about shrinkflation, you know you're getting the same price of chocolate, but it's smaller. And so companies are trying to manage those costs, and they are hedged so they're not exposed to all of these price swings. But at a certain point, those costs do get passed along to the consumers, and so higher Easter candy.
So as a consumer of chocolate, I'm invested in this one, particularly invested in this one. But my question is, you mentioned global warming. Does this just mean with global warming, there's going to be more volatility and prices are bound to continue to increase?
So I think the thing about this crop specifically is that it is so concentrated in West Africa, and cacao trees can really only grow 20 degrees north or south of the equator. And so they're a highly specific crop. And so what Humza Hussein was telling soil has now been permanently changed. It wasn't that it was too dry last year. They actually got too much rain in short concentrations. And so it's not ideal for these crops. But I think beyond just cocoa, we see this in special commodity, very small markets like uranium, like lithium. If they are concentrated in one area, if there's any impact in that region, it does lead to these crazy kind of out of whack price swings.
Yeah, so much risk tied to that global warming. Thanks so much, Pippa. Really appreciate it. And as we head to break, a quick power check. On the positive side, Seagate Technology, Morgan Stanley upgrading it to overweight, citing AI's potential to boost earnings. On the negative side, UPS having its worst day since its earnings in January. Despite decent results, shares are moving lower after announcing a new 1+2 plan. This is the goals of growing volume by dollar, then growing volume with a focus on margin. That's your power check. We'll be right back.
So I don't know if this is going to mean anything or not. Okay, if this would throw a wrench into anything. But it seems to be gaining some ground. Right here. About his... I didn't even know he was still in the race, honestly. I thought for the whole time he was just there. Like, look, I would, you know, him, Ramaswamy, Trump, line them up. Dr. Carlson, whatever his name was or is, and, you know... Now, shutting down New York, they're talking about when they shut stuff down and they said we should look at it a different way. When you're dealing with something you don't have much that much information on, I mean, you got to be safe. You got to try to keep people safe, but you know, it's tough. People were dying. Don't forget that.
We didn't need to close our churches. We proposed instead better protecting vulnerable older people.
Yes, and that should have been the focus.
Disrupting the lives of our children. Following similar ideas, the Swedish Public Health Authority
I just don't know if this is going to work for him. I hope it does. I just feel like if there was a real shot at winning, he would already be like, I don't see it being a third person outside of Trump or Biden for some odd reason. I just don't. Maybe I'm wrong. You know, I don't know. It's on now. Keep an eye on it if you want, in case the market moves, in case they say something that pops out. Boeing ended up doing the thing. Would have been a nice little 30-50% move.
I'm Contessa Brewer with your CNBC News update this hour. The Wisconsin Supreme Court today handed a victory to Amazon Flex workers, letting stand a lower court ruling that some of Amazon's delivery drivers should be treated as employees, not independent contractors, as Amazon had argued. The ruling says drivers in the Flex program are entitled to unemployment pay if they're laid off. The case closely watched for the broader effect the ruling could have on the gig economy. Luxury apparel company Canada Goose announced today it's cutting 17% of its corporate workforce. That move follows.
Watch this test on Tesla, this previous high here. That's a nice retest of 180. That might be a nice short on Tesla.
Announced today that King Charles and Queen Camilla will attend an Easter service this Sunday. It would be the first major public appearance from the king since he was diagnosed with cancer last month. Prince William and Kate, the Princess of Wales, who's also undergoing cancer treatment, are not.
Yeah, look, we're way below VWAP right now. It's kind of hard to go short when we're way.
Shockwave Medical shares are surging on a Wall Street Journal report that Johnson & Johnson is in talks to acquire it. Take a look there. They're up about 10%. Shockwave was briefly halted for volatility earlier this hour. Now the deal could be finalized in the coming weeks, according to the report. Now, Shockwave telling CNBC they do not comment on rumors or speculation. We've reached out to Johnson & Johnson as well.
So, I know when I called these out, guys, I know we could have got those for 50 bucks, I thought. 50, 60 bucks. Maybe they were 80. Maybe it was close to 80. But that would have been really cool. That would have been a really nice lick to get short Boeing when I said it. That would have been a nice little win there.
More than 700 companies were acquired.
Yeah, 73, and it jumps right up to 80. That's where it was 80 to 83. But even taking that to $1, that's a 20% move. You know, potentially 30%. So
set to talk about what this means for investors is Matt Swain, CEO of the direct PE firm Triago. It's being acquired by the California investment bank Houlihan Lokey in a deal.
Let's see if it holds 100, and we see if we can't try, like, you know, to get long this 100 and see if it pops. See if we can get a pop up to like 155, 160. I think we could. Treat your options just like a stock. It goes up and it goes down. See if it holds this as support. See if it holds $1 as support.
Under your model, it is inverted. You find the company first that you want to target, and you then go and solicit capital.
All right, what we got going on here? Let's go look at the heat map. We're going to go look at a lot of stuff real quick.
That's
my stomach.
Again, a direct is raising
All right,
capital around a
latest
single
news,
company
latest
outside
news,
of a
markets.
Most structures today for private
India
equity funds
Spice
are what's
Jet
known as
to
blind.
own 13
Blind pool means that you raise money
Bombardier
around a sector,
Q400s.
an industry.
Okay.
You know the thesis behind what you're investing behind.
Tesla
but you
shares
don't know the
gain
actual
as
companies
Musk
that you're
offers
gonna be
U.S.
getting
customers full
exposed to.
self-driving software
Direct
trial.
turns this on its head. You are buying into
Let's give it
a
to
very
him and then take
specific
it away,
company that
like
you know
crack.
will fit within
Here,
your
take a hit of crack.
And the money then gets
And then
to
I'm gonna
work, I
take it
assume,
away from
quicker,
you.
because often in those private equity
Yeah,
funds, the
smoke
money
that
can
shit.
sit for a while,
Yeah.
collecting a fee for.
Yeah, how do you
the
like it? How's it
Blackstones of the
taste?
world, but
Is it
not
good? How do you
really
feel? You
putting
feel
productive
good?
input to work. Am I
Good.
right?
I'm taking it from you.
Do you know how much?
You can't have it no
blind pool
more.
capital
That
is
was your
currently sitting on the
trial.
sideline?
No idea.
$3.7 trillion, more than the GDP of France. I mean, in this type
It's
of
fucked up.
environment, you can't have that much money sitting on the sidelines.
Find a way
paying
to get it
fee
into
to
payments,
private
bro.
equity firms. You have to be able to invest it quickly, and your money has to grow, especially with 4 or 5%.
We'll reroute
So walk
Baltimore
us through
shipments.
some of the advantages, though,
after
not just for
bridge
investors, but
collapse.
also for the target companies of going this route.
Yeah, these deals are categorized
All right,
more
I gotta
by
use the restroom,
operational
gang. I'm
value
sorry.
add. You know,
I'll be
not
right
all
back. The
private
coffee
equity
got
funds
me
are getting
already.
it
I just took
wrong. The
a couple
ones
drinks
that
out of
are,
it.
trying to generate returns through financial leverage, they are getting it wrong. But what I would tell you is true of these private equity deals or direct deals is that almost all of them are focused on adding value to the company on a day-to-day basis. You have these managers actually moving on-site, taking interim roles at the company, trying to find customers for these assets. And that's really what characterizes these types of deals.
So when you target a company that you're going to put capital into, are you targeting companies that are, quote, distressed situations, or are these successful companies that are growing and you think can grow even faster with your infusion of
Look
capital?
at
That's question
Shopify
one.
here,
Question two,
guys. See if
are those
Shopify
target
can
companies
close
welcoming
above this
to
level
the
here.
outside capital that you're
Yo,
bringing?
let me
It's a
try
good
to get
question.
on
I would tell
motherfucking
you these tend to
Shopify,
be
bro.
lower middle market,
Let me find
middle
out.
market buyout companies that are profitable.
Let me
They have
find
to have
out.
some type of runway of growth.
Look
If
at
they
this
don't
daily
have a
chart.
runway of growth, quite frankly, investors aren't interested.
Look at this
managers
daily
tend not
chart.
to
This
be
is
interested.
nice.
This is not the best structure for them. So, as
Look
it
at
relates
that.
to number one, it's a profitable
If we
company
can
that
break
has
above
a
that,
long
bro,
runway
we
where you
should
can
be able to
invest
get a
behind, usually with
nice
some type of macro.
rally attempt.
And then in terms of what this
But
means
we
for the
need
incumbent
something
firms, the
behind
Blackstones,
us
the
to help us.
Apollos, are they doing this as well, or do they see you as a threat in the fact that you're doing this?
Look, I won't comment specifically on any large cap buyout firm, but what I will tell you is they're cognizant of the space. A lot of these firms are actually looking into the space. You may have seen recently, Tyler, you just mentioned it, we just sold to Houlihan Lokey. Some of the competitors during the actual sale process of Triago were buyout firms, were these large private equity firms that want to know how to best access these type of deals. Because although the results are early,
They want to continue those kind of deals. They don't want to squash you.
they do not want to squash
Because you're the goose that's killing the golden egg.
We're still a small part of the private equity fund market. We're about $31 billion of deals, whereas the private equity fund market is $800 billion of deals. But what I would tell you is there's just a lot of alpha in these deals. And if they can unlock that alpha, they want to play in that space.
Let me come back to a question. I think I cut you off before you got to answer it. Do the companies that you're targeting, those middle market firms that are profitable, that you think can benefit from the infusion, are they welcoming to your involvement or that of investors A, B, C, D, E, and F?
Yes, these deals tend to have great alignment with the existing management teams of these companies.
You're not blowing out the existing
No,
management generally.
almost never. We're working alongside them, and what I would tell you is characteristic of these direct deals is helping the customer base grow or helping these type of companies overcome the biggest problems that they're facing literally on that day-to-day basis. So it's actually the opposite. Usually they're waving us in with open arms.
I can't help but notice that you are hardly a gray beard. How old are you?
Around 30. How about that?
Around 30. How did you get into this?
You know what? A lot of great people in my life, a little bit of luck, to tell the truth. But in all honesty, this isn't rocket science. I mean, we noticed a macroeconomic trend of investors wanted less of a filter between them and the companies that they were investing in.
And finally, how do you make money?
We generate the ecosystem. So in short, we're banking these transactions. We are matching the buyers, which are investors, up with the sellers, which are the actual managers, taking a transaction fee and usually rolling a portion of that transaction fee into the companies going forward.
And so you invest in those companies?
Very often
typically.
Personally as well, yes.
All right, Matt Swain, thank you.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
it. Continued good luck.
And coming up, call it a comeback. A new report from Wells Fargo highlighting the tremendous impact that women-owned businesses have had on America's post-pandemic recovery. We'll bring you the key findings when Power Lunch returns. Welcome back. The pandemic upended operations for small businesses across the country, but from those challenges, entrepreneurs did what they do best, look for opportunity. And a new report finds that women are leading the charge. CNBC's Kate Rogers is here with more. Kate.
Hi again, Julia. The data show that women seized the opportunity to launch new ventures during the pandemic at nearly double the rate of men. Data from Wells Fargo show new business starts from 2019 through 2023 were up nearly 14% for women. That's about double what we saw for men. What's more, growth rates for revenue and employment are even higher for businesses that are owned by Black and African American women, with their business growth rates outpacing the markets. Now, this is key as businesses owned by women and minorities, remember, were disproportionately impacted early on in the pandemic and were less likely to receive initial rounds of Paycheck Protection Program funding. Ruby Taylor, who is a former school social worker, runs the Financial Joy School, which aims to close the financial wealth gap and create a new generation of Black investors. Taylor has overcome not only funding challenges to launch her business, but also a traumatic brain injury in 2012 that drastically altered her life. She learned about long-term investing, she says, from the parents of a former student and got the idea to launch her business from there.
When my financial situation changed, I began to invest. And then I saw my money grow. I'm like, this is so dope. So I am on a mission to create a financially equitable world where
Girlfriend,
can build generational
you better
wealth
get me on your
no
side.
matter your
You're gonna, not only are you gonna need a cook, but you're gonna need
Milestone
somebody
Startup,
that know what the hell they doing.
by the NASDAQ Entrepreneurial Center. It's
Just like Boeing. Can we talk about Boeing real quick? Can we talk about Boeing real quick? She's already popped off. Look, 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 look. What'd I say? I said look for the pullback. Look for the pullback. See if we can't take this thing. You're not going to get a big percentage gain out of it. I feel like that's already been taken from you. Shopify here. This is... this looks pretty good too because you're consolidating here. If you could start to break out up and out through here, you got a few dollars to the upside there. We need to get some volume here. That's a nice support. Like you just came down, you pulled back, held that previous resistance level, broke down. We gotta break above and hold $80. Gotta get above 80 and hold it. But right now we're working with the 50-day. We're working on that 50-day. So there's that. And then Boeing. I really want to get short Boeing, guys. Like a nice swing trade. I do. I want to get short this thing. And like get some time on it. Like I'm gonna need more than 2 weeks. 240? Ain't no way in hell. Excuse me. 50. Oh wait, I think I messed up. No, I didn't mess up. I think I pulled up the wrong contract down here on this. This is the option price contract. I didn't mess it up though. When we looked at these, what is this, a 1 minute? It was 70 cents. It was 80 cents is what it was. Right there. That's when we looked at it. And then it cranked. That was a nice little, you know. I don't know what it would be. 30, you know. Obviously 20 from 80 to $1. But that $1.15, you got that extension there. You know, a nice little 30% trade for the day. But I do want to get short. After Moody's coming out, talking about how they want to, you know, they're trying to take it to... Look, we could get an August. Man, that's still expensive. $260 for August? I think that's still way too far out of the money. Notice how it goes 34, 32, 37, 35, 34. And it comes down lower and lower. What is this? December 2026. Let me do this. They're probably not liquid at all. But I'll be damned. What is that, 230? Look, you got a shitload of people here lining up at trying to get a hold of 230 2026 calls, guys, for 2 cents or so. That's pretty wild. 4 cents for the 220s? Bro, are these really that cheap? You're talking a whole year and a half from now. These are... Wait, no. That's April... Oh, I was going to say, bro, there's no way. I was going to say, there's no way for an August 16th... Bro, I wanted to see the December 2026s. Yes. What in the hell is going on here? Yeah, they want 10, 9. That's crazy. You nut. You a nut for that one. Ain't no way in hell. There ain't no way in hell. I would never spend $4 a share for that. You're crazy. I'd rather take a weekly and lose it all. I'm just kidding. That was a joke. That was a joke. I obviously would not would not rather do that. Look at the open interest here on Shopify. Look at that. They think this thing going to go down. Or they were, at least not now, but yesterday, today. They don't like this thing for the upside. We are up at resistance there. Possibly. But I'm just curious if we can just try to break out this mug. I want to see. Okay, that's the 84 I'm looking at. 35. Should probably look at the 85s just because it's 85. I don't know. There's no real volume here. But there is some nice volume on the 75s for next week. Those 75 puts are pretty nice. I'm just going to watch this thing. I'm going to watch and see what she does. And I'll get some time on it. Because it's breaking the 50-day right now. And I wouldn't mind seeing it if it can break above it. So on the hourly chart, yeah, this thing might be done. This thing might be a little overdone. What does this look like? Hold up. So if I were to go to the daily chart, am I buying weakness in the mix of strength? That's the question. Is this thing in an uptrend and it's on a pullback? Uptrend. I feel like it's just either going to start consolidating. Come on, let's do this. Come on, shop. Let's go. Let's just bust out of this thing and run it up to 74. Let's go, man. Let's go. What are you thinking? What are you thinking, bro? Go back to your earnings, matter of fact. Go to 90 bucks. Just go to 90. I don't know who you waiting on. Just go. Leave right now. Go. Bang. Get it. Run it. Go. I ain't gonna say shit. Just go. I got you, bro. I ain't seen nothing. Just go. Just go to your ball. Just go to your home, ball. Go to your home. So if you can't tell, that's what I'm watching right now, guys, is Shopify. There ain't no way it's 12:56. Yeah, it's 2:56. It's 3 o'clock. Oh, man. What are your guys' thoughts on this? Does anyone have any thoughts, any ideas on Shopify? Do you guys hate the play, love the play, don't care about it, think it's gay? Anything. Anything at all. So I'm either looking at the 75 puts for next week, or we rocking out with the, man, probably 85 or the 74s. Fuck. 70, 80, 90, 60, 50. Man, that's $90, $1.10, $1.20. So you're paying 30 more cents up there at that 82 level. Shit. BANANAS. BAN.
San Diego. Up 11%.
Stay classy, San Diego. 11% there. LA up 8%.
Yeah.
Wow. So pretty good.
Pretty good.
I will give this a little bit more time. I think it might need a little more time. We'll see.
Also, they're raising
I would like to
prices
watch
as
and
well.
see what
Now,
happens.
Things don't cost anything less than $1.50.
I didn't know that they had a top
At
price
80.
Yeah,
I want to see what happens there at 80.
Family, yeah, Dollar Tree, anyhow.
Because
and finally, prices.
technically that looks like a break and retest. That's a failed breakout. I could look at this two different ways.
For the first time
BANANAS.
up to 23 cents from the previous price of 19 cents. That's
all right, so all eyes on 80 bucks, gang. I want to hear what you guys think. Do you think we can break through 80 bucks today, like this week? Like, are we charging through 80 and we running and gunning to 84? I want to know. Let me know in the chat. What do you guys think on Shopify?
What are the big deals that you've got on your radar screen?
Oh, shut the hell up. She's not going to tell you about her deals, bro.
Everyone's watching to see what's going to happen with Paramount Global, and also to see what
she
David
said, why you
Zaslav
always worry about my deals, bro? Why don't you worry about your own deal?
That's going to influence a lot of these companies is the NBA.
They sound like a couple rappers up there talking about, yeah, P. Diddy just gave me my new deal. Oh, yeah, what he give you?
Will be played in Brazil. It'll be streamed exclusively on Peacock on Friday night, September 6th.
Well, I want to know what's in your deal in case I didn't get what's right for my deal. What if you got more than me? Well, you should have asked for more, bro.
a playoff game. And there are two
Know
big
your
takeaways
worth.
here about the Amazon and Peacock.
And then this is where they start fighting over the deal.
NFL's future. And Peacock
Diddy, how you gonna do me like that?
The big money it spent for rights to that
How you gonna
wild
do me
card
like
playoff
that,
game
Diddy?
was well worth it in terms
I was
of
here first,
subscriber
gang.
additions. And of course, we have to note that
You out
Peacock
here
is
giving
part of
her
our
more
NBC
money.
Universal family, the parent
I ain't
company
even
of
asked you for
CNBC.
that
But
much,
also
so you
says
should have
today
gave me
is
more.
look for some streamers to be involved in that
Just for the
NBA
fact that I didn't ask you for it.
Could not agree more. There's going to be a lot of
There's a lot of stuff I could say. I'm not going to say.
Why don't we
it
take
right
a look
now.
at where the market is right
But
now?
I want to
As you
know
see the Dow
y'all's
at
thoughts on
39,393 down at the bottom of the
Shopify.
screen. Up
That's all I
just
wanna
a little
know.
bit, 80 points or so. The S&P 500 up 1/5%, and the Nasdaq is higher by about 51 points at 16.
I'm going to type it in the chat in case you ain't hear me.
All right.
In case
We
my
will
mic
see
fell
you,
off.
when we reconvene here tomorrow, same time, same place. You'll be here?
I'll be here. Thanks
I'll
for
be
watching
here.
Power Lunch. Closing bell starts right now.
And welcome to Closing Bell. I'm Scott Wapner, live from Post 9 here at the New York Stock Exchange. This make or break hour begins with the rally's momentum. Whether it is fading or just resting and recharging, we will ask our experts over this final stretch. In the meantime, your scorecard. With 60 minutes to go in regulation looks like that. We're mostly positive across the board, modestly so as this quarter.